Sorry about that, guys. The entire internet decided to just shut down in the middle of the stream. I don't know what happened, but I got the internet back up. And yeah, as I was talking, I mean, I don't know. I guess this is going to be a cursed stream. I guess this is going to be, I don't know, a stream with a bad omen. I hope not, guys. But here we go. We're going to try this again. Hopefully we won't get disconnected. I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure everything will be fine. We got, let's see, 17 people watching so far, so we're good. And I'm gonna start back from where I left off. I'm gonna resume from where I left off. So anyway, welcome guys to the stream. I hope that we have a good stream. Yeah, we had technical difficulties. Hello Noah, hello everyone. Happy Friday to everyone. Yeah, I'll try to make this stream as entertaining and as informative as possible. But we're gonna be good. Boomers suck. Anyway, so let's talk about Lebanon. The United States forced Israel to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. And the reason why the United States did this was because the Iranians told the Americans, if you guys want a ceasefire, then put a leash around the neck of your dog, Israel, because Iran has this desire to maintain a reputation that it will look after its allies. And so the Iranians don't want to look the other way as Hezbollah gets battered in a war by Israel. And Iran definitely, I mean, Iran as the most powerful Shiite country in the world of Shiaism, and by far right now, the most popular Islamic country in the world, does not want to have this reputation of looking the other way and doing deals with the Americans and the Israelis as the Israelis butcher Shiites. Iran can't afford to maintain such a bad reputation. So the Iranians told the Americans, if you guys want a ceasefire, if you guys want an off-ramp, because Donald Trump wants an off-ramp. Donald Trump does not want to stick around within this conflict because it's bad for him politically. It's bad for the Republican Party. It's bad for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is trying to do damage control. And recently you had this New York Times article saying that J.D. Vance has been the most biggest opponent against this war. And so J.D. Vance wants to maintain this reputation. He wants to maintain this profile of the MAGA politician who is against these forever wars in the Middle East. J.D. Vance does not want this reputation of being a neocon, nor does he want to have any sort of association with neoconservatism. And so it is really advantageous for J.D. Vance and his ilk to see that this war ends and for there to be at least some semblance of peace between the United States and Iran. So from what I understand and from what I can observe, Donald Trump is looking for an off-ramp. And so the Iranians, knowing this, the Iranians, observing the political atmosphere of the United States, observing the political climate of the United States, knowing full well that neoconservatism is extremely unpopular in the United States, knowing full well that the most popular political commentators are people who are anti-war, people who are against neoconservatism, people who are against this sort of foreign policy that benefits Israel and that benefits the military-industrial complex. People like Tucker Carlson, people like Joe Kent, people like Theo Vaughn. These are all very popular podcasters, and they are much more popular than the neocons. They are much more popular than the pro-Israel influencers. People like Ted Cruz, who I did not know has a podcast until last week. And his podcast is extremely unpopular. The neoconservative pro-Israel podcasters are very unpopular, and they are getting crushed by the critics of Israel online. So the Iranians know this. They know that the popular sentiment in the American political climate is one that is anti-war and one that is anti-Israel. The Iranians, knowing this, know that they can push America a little bit beyond its threshold. They know that they can push America in a prolonged conflict. Now, they know that America can inflict heavy casualties. They know that America can kill a lot of Iranians. That's true. But the Iranians also know that they can disrupt the flow of traffic in one of the most vital trade routes on Earth. And we all know what that trade route is. It's the Strait of Hormuz. And so, yes, America can put its naval armada on the Gulf of Oman, and yes, they can block ships coming from Iranian ports, as they have done recently. But at the same time, it's also true that the Iranians can block the flow of traffic from the Strait of Hormuz into the Gulf of Oman. So, yes, America's blockade on Iran hurts Iran. That's true. But it's also true that Iran's blockade on the Strait of Hormuz hurts America's allies, and thus intensifies the pressure on the global security economy, the global security market. And again, this is all very unpopular for Donald Trump. It's very unpopular in the American political climate. And so Donald Trump is obviously looking for an off-ramp. And so what happens? The Americans and the Iranians have talks in Pakistan. And Iran tells the Americans, you guys want an off-ramp? All right, get Israel to stop attacking Lebanon. And then what happened not too long after that? Donald Trump says, okay, we have a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. And then what happens not too long after that? Donald Trump puts out a message on the internet. He puts out this tweet or Truth Social comment. I don't know which one it is, but he puts out this comment and he says, Israel is prohibited from attacking Lebanon. Why did Donald Trump say this? Because now it puts all of the pressure on Israel. And so if Israel breaks the ceasefire, if Israel attacks Lebanon, if Israel kills civilians in Lebanon, now that's Israel's fault. America washes its hands from the actions of Israel. And America can say, well, we have a ceasefire with Iran, but Israel, they're the wild one. They are Captain Chaos. They're the one that's being disobedient. And now it puts all the pressure on the Israelis. And people can blame Israel. And it also shows, this whole ceasefire that was forced upon Israel shows that America is looking for an off-ramp. Because if America wanted to just continue this war, if America really saw that, if America really believed that it had the advantage, the total advantage in this war against Iran and against Hezbollah through its proxy Israel, America would not have stopped this war. America would have continued on with it. And America would have escalated this war into a full-out conventional war. That's if the idea of going to war against Iran was popular. And as we all know, it's not popular. But if it was popular, the United States would not have hesitated to launch a full-scale conventional war against the Iranians. And the Americans would not have been looking for an off-ramp. And the Americans would not have pressured and forced the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. But the fact that America forced the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire shows that Iran's pressure on the United States has worked. And America wants an off-ramp. And if that means forcing and pressuring the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah, then America went through with that because America wants an off-ramp. And so reportedly, Netanyahu was shocked upon hearing that Donald Trump declared that Israel is prohibited from attacking Hezbollah. And it says here, Trump shocked Netanyahu with post declaring Lebanon strikes prohibited. And again, this bespeaks of the pressure of Iran on the United States. This indicates, and it really attests to the pressure of Iran on the United States. And really, it shows how much America wants an off-ramp from this conflict. Even if that means forcing Israel to back off from its war against Hezbollah. So it says here, Israel asked the White House for clarifications about President Trump's post that Israel was prohibited from conducting airstrikes in Lebanon, a U.S. source and another source familiar with the story told Axios. And it says here, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his advisors were shocked by Trump's post, which contradicted the text of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon that the State Department published on Thursday. And it says here, the implication of Trump's post that he was issuing an order that Israel had no choice but to obey would have been unthinkable under other U.S. administrations. So the idea of a United States president publicly telling Israel, you are prohibited from attacking this enemy, would have been unheard of in previous presidential administrations in the United States. And I can't stress this enough. I cannot stress this enough. The fact that Iran it really is quite amazing, I must say. It's quite amazing that they had this war between the United States and Israel on one side and Iran on the other side, and the Americans are acting tough, and the Iranians are also acting tough. And the Iranians are saying, we don't care. And the Iranians are putting out these videos of Legos. They're putting these Lego music videos mocking Donald Trump, mocking Melania, saying that Donald Trump is a part of the Epstein regime, the Epstein government. And they're showing these Lego videos depicting Iranians who are traitors to Iran because they side with Israel. And they're showing the Iranian military launching missiles, and the missiles are landing and destroying buildings in Israel. And they're just making this whole show. They're making all of this mocking material, scoffing at the Israelis and the Americans. And then you have the Americans acting tough. They're saying, well, we've destroyed their infrastructure. We have destroyed much of their ability to make ballistic missiles. We have further destroyed their nuclear project. Well, wait a second, Mr. Donald. You said last year that America had obliterated Iran's nuclear program, but now you're saying that you've destroyed most of their ability to make nuclear weapons. I thought last year you obliterated, as you said, Iran's nuclear project, and now you're saying that it's still somewhat there. What's really going on? Someone's lying. Obviously, the Americans are full of shit. And so they're acting tough, and Iran says, we're not backing out of the Strait of Hormuz. We're not going to allow any tankers that benefit the U.S. economy to go through the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to disrupt the entire global energy economy. Gas prices go up. Tucker Carlson complains. All these big political podcasters complain. The biggest podcasters are complaining because the biggest podcasters, the most popular political podcasters in America right now are people who are anti-war and anti-Israel. You have Tucker Carlson, even Joe Rogan going against Israel, and he's the biggest podcaster on earth. You have Theo Vaughn, who's one of the biggest podcasters in the world right now. He's totally anti-Israel, and he is very critical of this war. And then you have the pro-Israel podcasters, people like Ted Cruz and the like. And really, I did not know that Ted Cruz had a podcast until last week. I thought the dude was just some senator who spoke at John Hagee's church from time to time. I didn't know this guy had a freaking podcast. All of a sudden, it turns out Ted Cruz and Mr. Ferguson, Ben Ferguson, whatever his name is, have a podcast and no one watches it. No one cares. So the biggest political voices, the most popular political influencers in the political climate of the United States are against Israel and against this war, which means that it's politically disadvantageous to continue this war. And Donald Trump was bamboozled by the Israelis to believe that this war would be very quick, that this war would be a success. And you had the head of the Mossad speaking to Donald Trump saying, well, you know, we can decapitate the regime and we can overthrow the regime. And all we have to do is just bomb Iran and bomb a bunch of buildings and kill a bunch of people, and we'll kill the Ayatollah, and then the people of Iran will rise up. They will rise up and they will take over Iran, and then we will have a pro-America, pro-Israel Iran ran by a bunch of Los Angeles Iranians exiting their Kim Kardashian life in Los Angeles, going back to Iran, and the people will dance in the streets, and they will throw rice, and they will throw jasmine up into the sky, and they will fly on the magic carpet of Aladdin, and they will embrace American democracy, and they will worship Donald Trump as their new god. They will reject Islam, and they will begin to worship Donald Trump, Netanyahu, and Israel. So they had this chimera, they had this whole delusion. And Donald Trump was told. He was told by John Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA. He was told by multiple people in the American intelligence sector that this plan really was not going to work. And Mr. Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA, told Donald Trump that what the Israelis were trying to sell to him was farcical. And then you had Dan Kane, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or whatever it's called, telling Donald Trump, listen, the Israelis are trying to do a hard sale, and they're telling you things that are just not really realistic. Donald Trump said, well, not to worry, because it's going to be a quick operation. And they told Donald Trump, listen, if you do this, the Iranians are going to block the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump said, no. The mission will be accomplished before the Iranians will even get to that point. So we're going to be great. We're going to be good. And the whole thing went. The whole plan was attempted. The war was commenced. And everything that we were told would happen as a result of attacking Iran happened, right? Gas prices went up, and then all of these political commentators were protesting, and there was a massive uproar against this war, both in the United States and also in Great Britain and in the European Union. And also, I must also add, in Northeast Asia, America was even begging China for help. America was begging America's biggest enemies, America's biggest nemesis, for help. They were asking the Chinese for help. And so when you saw Donald Trump begging the Chinese for help, I mean, it was quite obvious that this war was not really giving the results that Donald Trump wanted this war to provide. And it was really an embarrassment for Donald Trump. So then Donald Trump says, okay, well, we're gonna reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Well, before the war was even commenced, Mr. Trump, the Strait of Hormuz was already opened, and 140 ships were going through the Strait of Hormuz to deliver oil every single day. And now you're hearing about what? During the war, you were hearing about just a handful of ships going through a day, or really just, I mean, it was just a very, very small number of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz for the entirety of the 5-week war. And so Iran says, we're going to continue the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And so they agreed to this ceasefire, but Donald Trump wants to look tough. Donald Trump just can't end this war, and Iran opens up the Strait of Hormuz, and then that's it. Because then it would look like America was weak. It would look like America protested against Iran, and then they had a ceasefire, and then Iran opened up the Strait of Hormuz because Iran got what it wanted, and that was it. Well, it can't look like that for Donald Trump, because if that were to happen, if Iran were to just open up the Strait of Hormuz and then America said, okay, the war is over, then what Donald Trump fears is that such a situation, such a scenario would make him look weak. Oh, you got this ceasefire, and then now everything is over, and now you got your off-ramp. And look, you just took that off-ramp so quickly, and that makes you look weak. And so Donald Trump cannot fathom such an idea. Donald Trump can't fathom people calling him weak. So America has to look tough. So then what happens? Iran says, okay. Iran also has to look tough. So Iran tells America, you want a ceasefire? You want an off-ramp? Tell the Israelis to back off from Lebanon. Tell the Israelis to stop attacking Lebanon. Donald Trump says, okay, we have a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, between really Israel and Hezbollah. And Iran says, okay, great. The Strait of Hormuz is now opened. Now, if America just says, okay, great, the war is over, then people could tell Donald Trump, wait a second, you took that off-ramp rather quickly. That indicates some sort of weakness. It indicates a desperation to exit this war. So Donald Trump can't leave too quickly. He has to look tough, remember? So Donald Trump says, well, the blockade on the Gulf of Oman is going to remain until we get a solid agreement, a solid treaty, or a solid coming to terms in Pakistan. So America has to look tough. But the fact that America got Israel really forced the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah shows that America wants an off-ramp. Because if they felt truly confident about going against Iran and its biggest proxy, Hezbollah, they would have just continued this war. But they pressured the Israelis to agree because they want an off-ramp. Anyway. One second, guys. Hold on. Second. Let's see here. So it says here, Netanyahu was personally stunned and alarmed when he learned of the post, the sources said. Trump announced on Thursday that Israel and Lebanon had agreed to a 10-day ceasefire. The U.S. had been pressing for such a truce for several days while working in parallel on a peace deal with Iran. According to the agreement, Israel reserves the right to take military action even during the ceasefire in self-defense at any time against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks. So Israel's going to break the ceasefire. That's what I can tell from this. Israel's going to break the ceasefire. And then Iran's going to say, hey, put a leash around Israel's neck. And then people are going to say, well, this is Israel's fault, not America's fault. So it's really increasing the pressure on the Israelis. According to the agreement, okay, I already read this, Israel committed not to take offensive military operations against Lebanese targets, including civilian, military, and other state targets. The ceasefire is incredibly politically sensitive for Netanyahu, and his government has emphasized that it is not constrained from striking Hezbollah if necessary. So Netanyahu agreeing to the ceasefire is politically unpopular in Israel. The vast majority of Israelis want this war to continue on without any sort of interruptions nor impediments. And so the fact that Netanyahu even agreed to this ceasefire really indicates that the Americans pressured the Israelis to agree to this. Now, why did the Americans pressure the Israelis? Because the Americans want an off-ramp from this conflict, just given its massive unpopularity amongst the American populace. Let's see here. So it says here, Trump used starkly different language on Friday, and he said, quote, Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are, in all caps, prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough! In an interview with Axios, Trump reiterated that he wants Israeli strikes on Lebanon to end. Israel has to stop. They can't continue to blow buildings up. I am not going to allow it. I'm not going to allow this. So Donald Trump, it looks like he's about to drop another F-bomb on the Israelis, as he did last year. Now, remember what happened last year after the 12-day war. The United States brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, and the Israelis said, oh, well, we have until this time before the ceasefire is going to be in effect, and so we're just going to bomb the Iranians right before the designated time for the ceasefire to be in operation. And so the Israelis found a loophole, very typical, and the Israelis bombed the Iranians before the ceasefire was put into operation. And Donald Trump got pissed off, and he said that the Israelis do not know what the fuck they're doing. And he was clearly angered and pissed off at the Israelis for doing that. And so now the pressure is on the Israelis again, this time not to attack Lebanon. And the Americans want an off-ramp. They don't want this conflict to continue on. If they did, they would have just continued with the conflict unabated, and they would have just perpetuated the conflict. If it was popular, and if the Americans really wanted this war to continue on, they would have done so, but they have not. They have decided to posture by blocking tankers coming from Iranian ports on the Gulf of Oman. And this is posturing. This is a way for the Americans to look tough against the Iranians so that when the Americans finally do take that off-ramp, the Americans will not look weak, supposedly. And so they want that off-ramp, but the Iranians have made such an off-ramp contingent upon the Israelis not attacking Lebanon. So the pressure is on Israel. That's what's happening. The pressure is on the Israelis. And if the Israelis break the ceasefire, then it will expose a further rift between the Americans and the Israelis. And Israel will become more and more unpopular. And the argument for cutting Israel off and throwing Israel under the bus will become more and more acrimonious and just louder. The anti-Israel voices will only gain in popularity. And it says here, let's see, behind the scenes, Netanyahu and his team found out about Trump's Lebanon comments in the media and were caught off guard. Aides, including Israeli ambassador to Washington, Yechiel Leiter, began scrambling to understand whether the U.S. had changed course. Israeli officials asked the White House for clarification and stressed that Trump's comments contradicted the agreement. After Axios asked the White House for a comment, a U.S. official clarified Trump's remarks. The president's ceasefire agreement between Lebanon and Israel clearly states that Israel will not carry out any offensive military operations against Lebanese targets, but preserves its right to self-defense against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks, the U.S. official said. So the Israelis are going to attack Lebanon again, and I think that's quite obvious. On Friday evening, shortly before Trump's interview with Axios, an Israeli drone conducted a strike in southern Lebanon. An Israeli source claimed later that Hezbollah violated the ceasefire and attacked Israeli forces within the security zone. Our forces acted in self-defense, blah, blah, blah. So this ceasefire is really just a ruse. It's really just all smoke and mirrors. It really means nothing. Israel has already broken the ceasefire, but the thing is that the Americans do want an off-ramp. Are they going to get their off-ramp? Well, I'm not sure. I don't know the future emphatically, but I do believe that the Americans want an off-ramp, and in order to do that, Israel will have to be constrained to a certain extent. If the Israelis continue to defy the Americans, then it'll expose a further rift between the Americans and the Israelis. Let's see here. One second here, guys. Let's see here. Don't you think the U.S. has only paused the war against Iran because it's actually in the U.S.'s interest to push through the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor against China? I don't think the Americans are going to give up on overthrowing the government in Iran. I think that the Americans are going to continue on with their shadow war against the Iranians. I think the Americans are not going to give up on their mission to topple the government in Iran, because you see, the Americans are like the Venetians in the Middle Ages. The Venetians, during the era of the Crusades, wanted to take over the Byzantine Empire. They wanted to overthrow the emperor of Byzantium. And the reason why they wanted to do this was because they wanted to replace the emperor with their own puppet emperor, through which they could then control the Byzantine Empire. And the ultimate goal, the ultimate desire of the Venetians was to take control over the trade routes that the Byzantine Empire had control over. They wanted to control the Straits of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, because doing so would mean controlling the ultimate transition point between Europe and Asia and really dominating trade in Europe and in Asia, or really dominating trade in the Mediterranean and dominating that massive trade route between Europe and Asia. And so in order to do that, the Venetians needed to overthrow the government in Constantinople. The Venetians knew that they did not have the sufficient manpower to do so, so what they did was utilize the Fourth Crusade, and they got the Norman Crusaders to invade Constantinople. And this happened in the year 1204 or 1209. It was in the early 1200s. And so they invaded Constantinople and they overthrew the emperor, and they replaced him with a co-emperorship, which consisted of, I want to say, Alexius the Fourth and Mr. Isaac II, if I remember correctly. And so the whole goal was to control the Byzantine emperor through these puppet emperors, through really these fake emperors that would have been controlled by the Venetian government. And the ultimate desire was to dominate the trade routes that the Byzantine Empire was ruling over. So the Americans and the Israelis, they have the goal of dominating the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is a massive trade route, just as the Venetians wanted to control the Straits of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, which were massive choke points for trade, as they are today. The Americans want to control one of the most major trade routes in the world, and that is the Strait of Hormuz, because doing so would mean controlling the route through which 20% of the world's shipped oil goes through. So this is about controlling that massive trade route. The Israelis, if they manage to take over the Strait of Hormuz, would therefore become the most dominating power in the Middle East. And so it would mean Israel dominating its Arab neighbors, all of its Arab neighbors. And so this is really a part of Israel's aspirations to dominate the Middle East with its Judean empire And America also has this interest. It has the interest of dominating the Strait of Hormuz because it would mean being able to blackmail the Chinese, because really the vast majority of Chinese oil, or the vast majority of China's oil, is imported through the Strait of Hormuz. It goes through the Strait of Hormuz towards China. And if America can control that trade route, then America could then blackmail the Chinese by restricting and really impeding the shipment of oil bound for China on the Strait of Hormuz, and thereby strangling the Chinese. And America could then prevent China from beating the United States as its rival in the world economy, in the global economy. So that's really what this is about. Israel has its aspirations of establishing a Judean empire and dominating all of its Arab neighbors, and removing its, I would say, second biggest rivalry after Turkey, and that is Iran, by taking over the Strait of Hormuz. And America has the aspiration of controlling the Strait of Hormuz in order to economically blackmail and strangle China. It really is as simple as that. Now, if America was able to easily defeat the Iranians, it would not have agreed to any sort of ceasefire. But the fact that the Iranians proved to be a lot more difficult to deal with, and the fact that this war is so politically unpopular, and the elections are coming, really is okay, how do I say this? The fact that, man, I don't know what it is about streaming, but lately I've just been, I don't know what it is with me. It really is kind of difficult for me to stream. For the beginning portion of my streams, it's difficult for me. I don't know why. It's difficult to put all my thoughts into words. But the fact that this war is so unpopular, and the fact that the Iranians proved to be a lot more difficult than the Americans anticipated, really compounded, and it got the Americans to rethink this war. And so they want to pause. Now, are the Americans going to give up on toppling the government in Iran? No, they're not going to give up. Remember that for over a decade, the Americans worked to topple the Assad regime in Syria, and they eventually got what they wanted. So the Americans are not going to give up. They're not going to give up. They're going to continue on with their shadow war against the Iranians. But for now, they want an off-ramp. Are they going to resume this conflict? Yes. Are they going to continue to try to chip away at the Iranian government? Yes, they are. They're not going to give up. But for now, the Americans are looking for an off-ramp. Let's see here. Left a like for the algorithm. I'll check the whole thing later. Be all right. I think I appreciate that, Mr. Slav Marine. Let's see here. Hello, Celtic Believer. I don't see why we think that we're winning somehow by tearing down everyone else rather than building something better. I agree. I agree. It's very depressing. Venetians killed glassblowers who dared leave their city with their glassblowing secrets. That's how controlling those people were. You're celebrated in Venice, but murdered if you leave. They were very ruthless. Let's see here. Salute, Teddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. What are your thoughts on South Korea calling out Israel genocide? I think that it really is another sign of Israel just losing popularity in the world. Let's see here. Nice music. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Hello from Italy. Hello, Alessandro Bidella. Ciao tutto. I know, right? That was not a correct way to apply that term. Ciao tutti. Ciao a ti. I don't know how you guys say it in Italian. Salutations. Thank you, Setha. Americans don't want no more war. It costed us $30 trillion in debt. It ain't worth to push us more in debt. True. One second here. Let's see here. Hello, everyone from Turkey. Hello, sir. As soon as the ceasefire was announced, Israel bombed Lebanon, killed 180, and wounded 800 people. That's correct. That's correct. And I think the reason why the Israelis did that was to show, well, if we're going to be forced into a ceasefire, we're going to kill as many people as we can before we agree to any ceasefire. Let's see. I can't shake the fear that Trump is flirting with leaving NATO because he's planning on joining Israel against Turkey. Am I way off base? I think, so you heard this from Joe Kent, I'm assuming. So Joe Kent said that Israel wants America to leave NATO, and that the idea of dismantling NATO is an Israeli conspiracy to disconnect America from Turkey, because both America and Turkey are members of NATO. The thing is that, yes, America and Turkey are members of NATO, but just because they're both members of NATO does not mean that their NATO memberships are the only reason as to why they won't go to war against each other. So it's not like, oh, NATO's over, so now America can go to war against Turkey because there's no more NATO anymore, guys. That's not how this works. So there are more than just one reason as to why America will not go to war against Turkey. It's not just, oh, well, they're both members of NATO. It's because of Turkey's massive geopolitical importance. Turkey controls two of the most important choke points on Earth, and that is the Strait of the Dardanelles and the Strait of the Bosphorus. These straits, or this pair of straits, is known as the Turkish Straits. And these are so important that, well, you can go as far back as the early 1200s and read about how the Venetians wanted to control the Turkish straits because they knew that by controlling those straits, one would dominate the transition point between Europe and Asia and thus dominate trade on the Mediterranean and also dominate trade on the Black Sea. So it's extremely vital to have control over those straits, and therefore it is extremely vital for the United States to have Turkey as an important geopolitical asset and ally. If the United States loses Turkey, that would mean Turkey getting warmer with the Russians, and that would mean Russia having more freedom of movement, having more maneuverability in the Mediterranean Sea. Because the Turks control the access way, the only access way, from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. Because if you look at a map, you will see that the Strait of the Bosphorus, which is on the Black Sea, leads into the Sea of Marmara, and on the Sea of Marmara, you have the access through the Dardanelles, which leads into the Aegean Sea, which in turn leads into the Mediterranean Sea. And so the Turkish Straits are Russia's only access way into the Mediterranean Sea from Russia. Russia does not have direct access into the Mediterranean outside of the Turkish Straits. It does not. And so the Americans want to be able to always use Turkey as a wild card against the Russians. They want to be able to use Turkey to restrict Russia's access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. America cannot afford to lose that access way, which means that America cannot afford to lose Turkey. If America decides to become an enemy of Turkey, then that would mean Turkey just getting closer to the Russians, and Russia and Turkey deepening their ties, which the Americans obviously do not want, because the Americans do not want the Russians to have any sort of advantage on the Black Sea nor on the Mediterranean. This is one of the reasons as to why the United States got so involved in Syria, because Russia has a naval base in Syria in the area of Tartus, and that is another access way that Russia has to the Mediterranean. Now, this is not an access way that links geographically to Russia, but nonetheless, it is an access point that Russia has into the Mediterranean. And so the Americans want to push the Russians out of Syria, and this is the reason why the Americans green-lighted the Turks to take over Syria, because the Turks controlling Syria means NATO controlling Syria and being a check against Russia's military presence, naval presence on the coast of Syria. So the Americans cannot afford to lose Turkey. So even if you dismantle NATO, America's alliance with Turkey is still going to be there. And the idea of America going to war against Turkey really is absurd. It's absolutely absurd, because that would mean the most powerful country in NATO going to war against the second most powerful country in NATO. Turkey right now is the second most powerful country in NATO. It is the second most armed country in NATO. Turkey has a very powerful military. It has a massively sized military. It can amass millions, literally tens of millions of soldiers if it has to. Turkey has a large military industrial complex. It has its own indigenous military industry. And so going to war against Turkey would be 100 times more difficult than going to war against Iran. You're talking about massive casualties, and it would be the equivalent of the United States going against the Germany of the Middle East. And it would be an absolutely disastrous war. Not only would it be extremely unpopular, but it would be a disaster if America went through with a war against Turkey. So is America going to go to war against Turkey? The answer is no. The Israelis are hoping that the Americans will go to war against Turkey, but it's not going to happen, just given Turkey's vital geopolitical position for America's global interest. And so losing Turkey would be a win for the Russians, both on the Black Sea and on the Mediterranean Sea, and the Americans don't want this. And just to refresh what I already told you, if America went to war against Turkey, tons of Americans would be dead. And so what? Is America going to storm the beaches of the Dardanelles for Israel? Is America going to storm the beaches of the Bosphorus Strait for Israel? We can barely have a prolonged war with Iran. I mean, we can not even a prolonged war. We can't even really have a war with Iran without massive political disruptions and without the immense unpopularity towards the war hindering the neoconservative desire to prolong the war. So it's just not going to happen. It's just not. America is not going to invade Iran with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. We can barely even maintain a naval position against the Iranians. And as I've said numerous times, our most advanced naval ship was put out of commission in this war. So, I mean, just given the problems that this very short war with Iran gave the United States, what makes you think that America all of a sudden is going to have a massive war against the second most armed country in NATO? It's just not going to happen. Now, let's see here. Hello from Miami. Hello. Let's see here. but Israel will attack Turkey next, and Turkey don't have nuclear bombs. Turkey does not have nuclear bombs, but Turkey has the... Well, have you guys ever seen the firepower that Turkey has? Have you guys ever seen the Gazap? I'll show it to you guys. Maybe later. But look up the Gazap, G-A-Z-A-P. It's basically a mini nuke that Turkey can launch at its enemies. It's pretty destructive. Thanks for the insight. Appreciate it. No problem. Based on agricultural data, Romania is frequently cited as having one of the lowest pesticide application rates per hectare. Lucky for the Romanians. The alternative is organic, just natural growing. Heading out, Theo, your show is the only show I completely agree with on geopolitics. Appreciate that, sir. Have a good time, Mr. Philosopher. Ada Wong is beautiful. I can't argue with you there. Let's see here. It is healthier, blah, blah, blah. Don't forget to like. Yes, guys, don't forget to give a like to the stream. It gets the algorithm to spread this stream to more people. Let's see here. Appreciate that, Susan. Trade routes. Yes, Iran has an advantage, a geographic advantage, and that is its ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. Turkey has an even bigger advantage, and that is closing the Turkish straits, the Bosphorus Strait and the Strait of the Dardanelles. I could imagine that after a dissolution of NATO, the U.S. and Israel would incite Germany against Turkey. No, that's not going to happen because Germany and Turkey have a very long alliance. They've been allies since the 1870s. That's not going to happen. The way I look at it is if NATO gets dismantled, Israel will try to provoke a war between Turkey and Greece and between Turkey and Serbia because Serbia and Greece, see, Germany is not a traditional enemy of Turkey. In order to, you see, if you want to get two countries to go to war against each other, you have to get two countries that are historical enemies. If you have two countries that have historical grievances against one another, the chances of those countries going to war is pretty high. So which countries have huge historical grievances with Turkey? Serbia and Greece. Greece is a member of NATO, so is Turkey. And so Israel is thinking, this is what I'm suspecting here. I suspect that Israel is thinking, well, Greece and Turkey are both enemies, but they're both members of NATO. So if we can just dismantle NATO, then it'll make it easier to get the Greeks and the Turks to kill each other. And I think that's the reason why the Israelis have been selling all of these missile launching systems to the Greeks. And that's why the Israelis have been working with the Serbs to make all these drones. Because they want the Serbs and the Greeks to fight against the Turks. Now, can Greece defeat Turkey in a war? Yes, but it's unlikely just given the fact that Turkey just has Turkey has such a bigger population than Greece does. And so Turkey definitely would have the advantage over Greece in a war. But I don't think Israel really cares if Turkey wins or loses in a war against Greece. I think the only thing that Israel would want more than anything would be to weaken the Turks. Now, of course, I said more than anything. Of course, the Israelis would want the Turks to lose. But the way that the Israelis see it is if we can just kill as many Turks as possible, that's still a win for the Israelis because it would mean Turkey just being a little bit weaker. It's the same mentality against Russia that America has. All right, is Russia going to win against Ukraine? Yes. Can Ukraine defeat Russia in a war? No. But America doesn't really care because if the Ukrainians can kill as many Russians as they can, that's considered a win for the United States because it means it means less Russian fighters. It means Russia being depleted of manpower. And if that weakens the Russians, which it does, then that is a win for the United States and NATO. So the Israelis have the same mentality when it comes to all of their enemies. Even if they can't get a proxy to defeat their enemy, if they can just kill as many soldiers If they can kill as many soldiers of their enemy, then that is considered a win. Let's see here. When is your next gardening short? I'll try to do one. I'm from Serbia. Sorry, my English is not perfect always, but I'm trying to open people's eyes. This is script, bro. Okay. Well, but Serbia is working closely with the Israelis, and I think that's going to haunt the Israelis. Or sorry, I think that's going to haunt the Serbs. Let's see here. Yeah, so if the Israelis can just get as many Turks as possible, if the Israelis can... Man, what is wrong with me? Good grief. What is my problem? I never used to have this problem until a few weeks ago. If the Israelis can get as many Turkish soldiers killed as possible, that would be considered a win by the Israelis. Not only weapons, more technologies. That's true. That's true. But they are working together to make drones. That is a fact. All right. So let's just get let's get more into this subject. I think this is very, very fascinating. I have an article here from Le Monde, which is a French publication. So it says here, when Donald Trump discovers the extent of the deadly Israeli bombings of April world in French, Donald Trump got a call from Emmanuel Macron, the leader of France, and Macron told Donald Trump, you have to get the Israelis to stop killing people in Lebanon. This is what this article says. So I did highlight a bunch of excerpts in this article, but the highlights went away, so I'm just going to read to you guys the whole article. It's not that long. So it says here, Emmanuel Macron, who wanted to see Lebanon included in the ceasefire concluded in the war in Iran, informed his American counterpart during a telephone call of the extent of the deadly strikes on Beirut. So Macron called up Donald Trump and said the Israelis are slaughtering people. They have made southern Lebanon into a bloodbath. They have made Lebanon into a slaughterhouse. You have to get the Israelis to stop, and you need to really include you have to make the Israelis stop bombing Lebanon in order to make the ceasefire work. And so it says here, Donald Trump enjoys talking with Emmanuel Macron at any hour of the day or night outside of official protocol. The White House chief picks up the phone to chat with Emmanuel, as he calls the French president, eager to discuss world affairs and sometimes more personal matters. I love Macron from day one, the tycoon declared in August 2025, even though in public, he takes a perverse pleasure in mocking this president whose reputation has been diminished by his long final term. On April 8th, Emmanuel Macron sought to contact the American president. A ceasefire had just been agreed upon between the United States and Iran, paving the way for diplomatic negotiations between the two countries, as France and its European partners had been demanding since the launch on February 28th of Operation APAC Fury by the American and Israeli armies. But the Élysée Palace was appalled. So the Europeans wanted the Americans to stop this war, and the French, after the ceasefire between Iran and America was agreed upon, the French told the Americans, you have to get the Israelis to stop bombing Lebanon, and you have to include prohibiting the Israelis to bomb Lebanon in the ceasefire agreement with the Iranians. And remember, Lebanon was once a French colony. It was once French territory. So the French have their own imperial interest in meddling in the affairs of Lebanon, but they also have an interest in protecting Lebanon because they see Lebanon as their baby, and they see Lebanon as still a part of France's sphere of influence. So in order to preserve French pride, in order to preserve whatever of France's legacy is left, the French want to be seen as a protector of Lebanon and not as this European power that has neglected its former territories. And this is why you see the French getting militarily involved in various parts of Africa, such as the Central African Republic, because these African territories, these African countries were once under the French Empire. They were once French territories. And so the French, being the biggest military power in Europe right now, being the biggest nuclear armed country in Europe right now, still want to project power in the world, and they still want to let the world know that they still have influence and geopolitical leverage. And so the French give a call to Donald Trump and they say, listen, if you want to make the ceasefire look better, they said, listen, Donald Trump, we know that you have the ceasefire with the Iranians, but you need to include Lebanon in the ceasefire and stop the Israelis from further bombing Lebanon. And so both the French and the Iranians want this. The Iranians don't want to have this reputation of being the most powerful Shiite country in the Shiite world and turning a blind eye while their fellow Shiites get slaughtered by the Israelis. The Iranians do not want that reputation. The Iranians want a reputation of being a defender of their fellow Shiite Muslims. And so the Iranians told the Americans, listen, if you want a ceasefire, then you're going to have to get the Israelis to stop killing Shia in Lebanon. And so the Americans pressured the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire. And Donald Trump went on to his little Truth Social account and he said, okay, Israel, you are prohibited from attacking Lebanon. And Donald Trump said that the Israelis have to stop, and the bombing of Lebanese infrastructure and the bombing of the Lebanese civilian population must end. It must be put to an end. And Donald Trump said that I will not allow Israel to further bomb Lebanon unprovoked. And if the Israelis continue to defy Donald Trump, that is going to really further the allegation that Donald Trump is under the control of the Israelis. It's going to further prove the allegation that Donald Trump is under the dictates of Netanyahu and the Israelis, and Donald Trump will not be able to beat the allegations. And so Donald Trump wants to look strong, not only strong over Iran, but also he wants to look like he is in control, and he doesn't want to look as if Israel is controlling him. So they're going to have to make it look like they're going to have to put a leash on the Israelis. And so the French told the Americans, you have to get the Israelis to stop bombing Lebanon. And this article says here, let's see here. Okay. At 2:30 p.m. in Beirut, within the space of 10 minutes, the Israeli army launched approximately 100 coordinated strikes against neighborhoods in the city center and throughout the rest of the country. Israel claimed to be eliminating a significant target bank aimed at Hezbollah, an ally of Iran, and even extended its operations to residential areas with no connection to the Shiite movement. So the Israelis were openly targeting civilians right after the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran was agreed upon. And so the Israelis basically said, okay, America, you have this ceasefire with Iran. That means we know you're going to be pressuring us to stop bombing Lebanon, so we're going to kill as many people as possible before that happens. And that's why the Israelis intensified their bombing on Lebanon. And it says here, the horrific toll, according to estimates from the Lebanese Ministry of Health, would rise to over 350 dead and some 2,000 wounded, a large proportion of them civilians. The Israeli army claimed to have killed more than 250 combatants. Oh, yes, we can definitely trust the Israelis. I mean, these are people who will slaughter a bunch of people in Gaza and then find out that they just killed 200 people, but only a dozen of them were confirmed to be Hamas. The rest of them were civilians. And then they'll say, oh, we killed 200 terrorists. Yes, Haaretz did a report on this. You can read about it. Israel will lie about the number of combatants that they kill. They will slaughter hundreds of civilians and then claim, well, they've killed hundreds of combatants when they've really just slaughtered a bunch of civilians. 83% of the people that Israel killed in Gaza were civilians. So I just cannot believe the Israelis. I can't trust the Israelis. And so the Israelis heard that the Americans had agreed to a ceasefire with the Iranians, and the Israelis said, oh, okay, well, that means that the Americans are going to be pressuring us to agree to a ceasefire. So we're going to kill as many people as we can before we get pressured into agreeing to a ceasefire in Lebanon. And it says here, Israel has just dealt a blow to the White House's hopes of concluding its war with Iran through a deal. So, according to this article by Le Monde, the White House wants an off-ramp, and in order to gain that off-ramp, it has to control the Israelis and prohibit the Israelis from bombing Lebanon. Because the Iranians said that if you want to get a ceasefire, then you have to get the Israelis to stop bombing Lebanon. So it says here that Israel has just dealt a blow to the White House's hopes of concluding its war with Iran through a deal, at peace talks scheduled for 2 days later with Tehran and Islamabad. The Iranians have put forward a condition that the truce extend to Lebanon. So the Iranians said, okay, if you Americans want an off-ramp, okay, get the Israelis to stop bombing Lebanon. But the Trump administration seems largely unconcerned by this, given that it has no senior official in Washington monitoring the Lebanese situation. On the phone 6 hours later, the American president seemed completely unaware of the tragedy, two diplomatic sources told Le Monde. Quote, so you have two diplomatic sources who supposedly have insight into the phone conversation between Donald Trump and Emmanuel Macron. And they told Le Monde, Trump gave Israel free rein for 72 hours in Lebanon. It wasn't a deal. He just didn't care. So Donald Trump told the Israelis, you have free rein. And Donald Trump gave the Israelis 72 hours to kill as many people as they wanted in Lebanon. And this guy says that it was not a deal, meaning this wasn't the case of Donald Trump telling the Israelis, okay, I'll give you guys 72 hours, blah, blah, blah. No, this was just the case of America not caring, just giving the Israelis free rein to do whatever they wanted in Lebanon. And it says here, it was Macron who told him that Beirut was devastated. He wasn't aware. So Macron calls up Donald Trump and says, Israel is slaughtering civilians. Israel is devastating Lebanon. And according to these sources who have insight into this conversation, Donald Trump was unaware. Maybe he was surprised that this was happening. And it says here, it was not, now this is very interesting, it was not Emmanuel Macron, but Tehran that convinced the White House to pressure its Israeli ally with a clear ultimatum, according to the same source. So Macron called up Donald Trump and said, get Israel to stop bombing Lebanon. Because, as I've said, Lebanon used to be a territory of the French Empire. But it was not Macron who ultimately got the Americans to pressure the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. It was Iran, not France. And this is from a French publication. You would think that a French publication would want to make France look good. But this publication is telling us it was not Macron's pressure that got Trump to pressure the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. It was Iran. And so what does this mean spiritually, ideologically, geopolitically? It really means that Iran is rising up as the foremost power in the Islamic world, and also, for that matter, the Shiite world. It is the most powerful country in the Shiite world, and it is the most popular country in the Islamic world. By far the most popular Islamic country on earth. Out of all the Islamic countries right now, no one's talking about Saudi Arabia. No one's talking about the UAE, Oman, Bahrain. No one's talking about Abu Dhabi. Everyone's talking about Iran, to the point where you got white boys on Instagram jamming to Iranian Shiite ritual music. And so the Iranians are rising up as a serious power. I mean, think about it. They told the Americans the Strait of Hormuz is closing. That's it. We're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. They disrupted the global energy economy. And America said, okay, well, we have to look tough. So the Americans began to close and they began to put a blockade on the Gulf of Oman. Did that hurt Iran? Yes, it did. But still, the fact remains that Iran was able to put a close on the Strait of Hormuz, and the Americans were not able to end Iran's strangling of the Strait of Hormuz. America was not able to do it. So the Americans, being humiliated, the Americans, knowing how unpopular this war is, said, okay, we need an off-ramp. And Iran said, nope, not too fast. Not so fast. Not so fast, America. Your dog, Israel, is bombing our ally, Lebanon. Bombing our Shiite ally, Hezbollah, in Lebanon. You have to get Israel to stop its war against Lebanon. Its war against Hezbollah. And so the Americans pressured the Israelis. And it was not Macron that got Donald Trump to pressure the Israelis. It was Iran. And so people know this. People are going to hear this, and they're going to say, wow, this Islamic country was able to actually impose effective pressure on the Americans to the point where the Americans wanted an off-ramp, and to the point where the Americans were pressured to pressure the Israelis to agree to something that they do not want to do, which is to end their slaughter of the Lebanese people. And even Netanyahu got tremendous criticism for this. Netanyahu is being criticized right now for agreeing to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. And you have politicians in Israel who are bashing Netanyahu for agreeing to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Netanyahu did not want to do this. So then the question is, well, why did he agree to a ceasefire? It's because of American pressure. Why did America pressure Israel? It's because of Iranian pressure. So the Iranians have been able to demonstrate their effectiveness in war, but also their effectiveness in geopolitics. And they have demonstrated their ability to be a major power in the world. So it says here, let me see. So it says here, it was not Emmanuel Macron, but Tehran that convinced the White House to pressure its Israeli ally with a clear ultimatum. According to the same source, if the strikes on Beirut did not cease, the peace talks scheduled to take place in Pakistan would not be held. So Donald Trump is saying, well, maybe I'm going to go to the peace talks in Pakistan. They're talking about these peace talks that are supposed to happen in Pakistan. And Iran told the Americans, if you want these peace talks in Pakistan to happen, you better put a leash around your little Chihuahua dog, Israel. And America pressured the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire. And Mr. Donald Trump said, quote, I spoke with Bibi, nickname of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's going to ease off a bit, Donald Trump asserted on April 9th on NBC. According to the Israeli press, however, the Jewish state still considers itself free to operate in southern Lebanon and in the Party of God Hezbollah strongholds in Beirut. In the aftermath, Israel agreed to direct talks with the Lebanese in Washington under the auspices of Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, who welcomed this first step since a dialogue began during the Madrid Peace Conference of 1991. So for the Jewish state, so there has not, so listen, the peace talks that happened between Lebanon and Israel is something that has not happened since 1991. This is, you could consider this whole thing unprecedented. So why has it been so long between Israel's diplomatic meeting with the Lebanese in 1991 and now? It's quite amazing that now Israel has agreed to doing diplomatic talks with the Lebanese. It's amazing that this type of dialogue has not happened since 1991. It really goes to show you how immense the pressure of Iran has been, to the point where Israel was pressured into doing something that it has not done since 1991, which is to have peace talks with the Lebanese. That's quite amazing, I must say. So it says here, for the Jewish state, this operation was enough to disassociate its war in Lebanon from the American-Iranian negotiations, etc. The proceedings are taking place without France. Israel certainly does not want the French involved in any way in these negotiations, declared Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Yechiel Leiter, a member of the religious far right, after his meeting with the Lebanese ambassador in Washington. On Wednesday, April 15th, French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot advised Mr. Leiter to stay, quote, as far away as possible from microphones and television cameras. And that's the end of the article. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold up. That would be a huge story if it was true. Khomeini was a huge supporter of STEM programs. Khomeini knew knowledge equals power. Military too, but I think he's acting like a deranged lunatic. Macron can't even stand against his blah, blah, blah. I heard Iranians have American soldiers captured. If it's true, then provide a link or provide a title to an article from a reputable source. Iran is now a regional power. It's been a regional power for a long time, but I think it's now rising to a global power. I think Iran is becoming, I think it has risen to the level of having a global power status. Le Monde probably has the highest journalistic standards for French paper. Wow, I didn't know that. I know they're pretty reputable. Theodore, you are a crack. Well done, Verona, Italy. Thank you. I'm guessing you're Irish. I know the Irish like to say, "Oh, that's a crack. Oh, he's a crack. Oh, this is a crack," which means that it's a lot of fun, right? Being a crack or having a crack means that a person is fun, or that the situation that you're in is fun. Let's see here. I came out and back in, and now sound is fine. Cool. Yeah, that happens for some strange reason. No sound. My sound is working just fine. Iran should focus on thermal barracks instead of nukes. That would be terrifying for the Israelis. Israel is not negotiating with Hezbollah. They're negotiating with the government, but the government is weak. I mean, Hezbollah can defeat the Lebanese government. So really, Israel doesn't want to negotiate directly with Hezbollah because it doesn't want to make it seem like they're going to have talks with Hezbollah, and they don't want to give... Okay, I don't know why it's so difficult for me to talk. The Israelis do not want to have open dialogue with Hezbollah because they're afraid that it would give Hezbollah legitimacy, and they don't want to make it seem like they're going to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah in direct talks with Hezbollah, because they don't want to make Hezbollah strong, and they don't want to make Israel look weak in any degree at all. So they have negotiations with the Lebanese government. But let's be real here. This is about Hezbollah. This is not about the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government is insignificant. It's irrelevant in this whole situation. And the Lebanese don't really have a serious government. There really is no real government in Lebanon. Lebanon, you could say, is almost... I think Lebanon is one of the closest things to anarchy that you can find in the world. I mean, Lebanon doesn't have a federal government. It doesn't have a unifying government. Lebanon is broken up into different regions that are determined by religious conviction. I mean, you have one region for the Maronites, you have one region for the Sunni, and you got one region for the Shiite. And the Shiites are not ran by the Lebanese government. They're not ruled by the Lebanese government. The Shiites are, they owe their allegiance to Hezbollah. And Hezbollah has way more firepower than the Lebanese government does. And if it comes down to a civil war in Lebanon, Hezbollah will defeat the Lebanese government in a civil war. And I think that the Israelis would love for a civil war to break out again in Lebanon, because they want to keep Lebanon weak, and it would mean as many Hezbollah fighters getting killed okay. It's so exhausting for me. Why can't I express myself? I don't know why. This happens every single stream now. It's driving me insane. It really is, guys. It has to stop. This has to stop. This habit has to stop. I don't talk like this normally. I don't have this issue in normal conversation. I don't know why I have this issue, but the Israelis would love for a civil war to break out in Lebanon between the Lebanese government and Hezbollah, because it would mean as many Hezbollah fighters as the Lebanese government can kill as possible, and it would mean weakening Hezbollah, or potentially weakening Hezbollah through an Israeli-backed proxy. In this case, it would be the Lebanese government. Is that going to happen? I hope not, but the Israelis would love for that to take place. And they would back the Israeli government against Hezbollah, and they would try to kill as many Hezbollah fighters as possible, and they would provide air support for the Lebanese government. But even in such a situation, I mean, Hezbollah would still be very popular amongst the Shiites, and you can bomb Lebanon as much as you want. The Shiites are still going to be praising Hezbollah, and bombing Lebanon will only, as we have already seen, bombing Lebanon is only going to get the Shiites to revolve more around Hezbollah and to support Hezbollah even more, because war unifies people. War does not really fragment people. War unifies people. And so when Israel bombs Lebanon, southern Lebanon to be specific, it only unites the Shiites more under Hezbollah, and it empowers Hezbollah even more. So, I mean, Hezbollah has the power because it has most of the guns. And the Israelis were trying to pressure the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah. And the Lebanese government said, oh, well, we have disarmed Hezbollah. Look, we've disarmed them. The Lebanese government was saying things like, oh, yes, we've disarmed most of Hezbollah. We've stripped Hezbollah of most of its weapons. And none of that was true. Hezbollah still is very well armed, and they are the most armed paramilitary organization in the world. And so the Lebanese government does not have the strength nor the power to disarm Hezbollah. That's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But Lebanon is just not, it's not a unified country at all. It's divided by religion. You have the Maronites, you have the Shiites, you have the Sunnis, and you have the Druze. It's fragmented by religion. And there is a government within a government. In this case, it's Hezbollah that acts as the government in southern Lebanon. And the official government of Lebanon does not have the strength to disarm Hezbollah, which means there really is no serious government in Lebanon. What makes a government a legitimate government is its ability to enact violence, to enforce law. If the government does not have that ability, then it is not a real government. This is why American police officers will not hesitate to shoot people in certain situations, because it has to demonstrate the power and the authority of the state. And the moment we allow for defiance against the police is the moment that people will feel empowered to overthrow the government, or to really form a government within a government. And the moment a government does not have the monopoly over violence is the moment that you have mafia. Mafia can only thrive in areas where the government does not have a monopoly on violence. And in Lebanon, the government does not have the monopoly on violence. It shares that authority with Hezbollah, and it fears Hezbollah. And so really Hezbollah is what dominates Lebanon, not the Lebanese government. If the opposite were the case, then the Lebanese government would have easily disarmed Hezbollah, but it has not, because Hezbollah has the power, because Hezbollah has the guns. So Israel is not going to be doing talks with Hezbollah because it doesn't want to give Hezbollah that legitimacy. But that, let's be real here, when they say that there are peace talks between Israel and the Lebanese government, this is all about Hezbollah. That's all this is about, is Hezbollah. And the Lebanese government is only there really to represent the interest of Hezbollah. Because the Lebanese government is scared shitless of Hezbollah. So whatever the Lebanese government is going to agree to it's going to have to kowtow to Hezbollah because it fears Hezbollah. Let's see here. Perhaps an app will help. It's not. I'm not even tired. That's the thing. It's for some reason within these last few weeks, I've had difficulty articulating myself on these streams. If you look at the streams that I was doing 5 weeks ago, I did not have this issue. I just did not have this issue. But in the past 4 weeks or so, I've just had this issue, and I don't know why. It just drives me crazy. And I think what I need to do is just talk slow. Because I think a lot of times my mouth works faster than my brain. And so I'll talk really fast, but the problem is I don't give my mind enough time to actually arrange my thoughts before I can articulate them. And so it comes out in a jumbled up way and it just doesn't feel good. So I'm going to talk slow. I'm going to talk slow and I'm going to allow my brain to think of what I'm going to say before I open up my mouth. Because many times I talk faster than my brain can think. And so I don't give my brain enough time to arrange my thoughts. Theo, you should go on holiday. That's a good idea. Maybe you would enjoy more guests on It's Difficult Running was essentially a monologue. It's not easy doing these streams. I'll be honest with you guys. Streaming, I don't think streaming is easy. I know that if I say that, people are going to say, well, have you tried, like doing roofing or whatever? Have you tried working in a mine? It has its challenges, right? Streaming is not as grueling as, let's say, working in a mine or working in roofing. Obviously not. No one's really arguing that. But what I will say is that streaming has its challenges. It has its difficulties. And the difficulty with streaming is being able to focus on what you're trying to say while at the same time paying attention to the chat and paying attention. So your brain is trying to do several things at once. It's trying to put thoughts together for articulation. It's trying to arrange your thoughts and make it easier for you to express what you're trying to say. And then at the same time, you're focusing on the chat. At the same time, you're focusing on what you prepare to talk about. At the same time, you're thinking, okay, what am I going to say next? And so it's difficult for the brain to be firing on all cylinders and for you to remain fluid in your speech at the same time. It becomes easier to do this when you just start talking slower. Take a break. I think I'll have to take a smoke break. I think tobacco helps. Displacement would inevitably intensify if the government weakens. Settlers are salivating at the thought. True. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't think you have Americans who are in Iranian captivity. Exercise? I exercise quite enough, I will say. Maybe you're tired. Not at all. I got sufficient sleep. I'm doing pretty well right now. You sound stressed. Not really. I do sound stressed. You're correct. That's because of streaming. My brain, last few weeks, my brain has not really been functioning that well when streaming. I don't know why, but we'll see. Crack means fun. Crake. Okay, I got you. I didn't know the differences, the spelling differences. Let's see here. Streaming, you lose weight. That's true. Streaming is a massive workout. It's not easy at all. It's not. Lack of nutrition? Absolutely not. I eat plenty of food. You're natural. Appreciate that. I did roofing. Now I have metal heels. Lebanon needs a new constitution. Well, a constitution is really pointless if you don't have the guns to enforce it. And Hezbollah has the guns. Imagine 5 hours like Theo. Yeah, it's not... streaming has its challenges. I wish people understood that. They think streaming is easy. Listen, streaming is easy if all you're doing is playing video games for hours. Yeah, it's easy, right? If you're playing video games, you have something for you to respond to. If you're playing Resident Evil and let's say you see something really creepy like a giant woman zombie, which is what you see in the beginning of Resident Evil 9, you're gonna freak out and you're gonna scream, and so it's easier to have this to have it's easier to express your reactions while you're playing a game. But to just stand in front of a camera, or sit in front of the camera in my case, and react to the news for hours, I mean, it has its challenges, I must say. But I will say that streaming felt easier 5 weeks ago, and in these past 4 weeks or so, it's just felt more difficult to stream. I don't know why. And it's not because of lack of sleep. It's not because of food. I'm not even hungry right now. It's not because of any of that stuff. It's just, to be honest with you guys, to be clear with you guys, I feel somewhat inadequate for this topic. I know that when you have these big geopolitical events, when you have these sorts of stories taking place, like a war between the US and Iran, when you have something as big as a war between the US and Iran take place, I know for a fact that I don't have all the answers. And I know for a fact that I don't know everything. I know for a fact that I don't know about everything that's happening. I know for a fact that there are things happening behind the curtains, behind the scenes, that we don't know about. And so I'm trying to report the news as best as I can. I'm trying to give you guys my commentary on the news. But is the news telling us everything that's happening? That's the question. It's not, right? We know damn well that there are things happening behind the scenes that we don't know about. We know damn well that there are things about this whole situation that are sort of beyond our understanding, not beyond our understanding, but they are full of details that we are not, at least yet, informed about. And so many times I'll be doing, this has been the case within the last past 5 weeks or so. Within the last past 5 weeks or so, I've been doing these streams while at the same time second guessing myself. And so I'll be doing a stream and I'll be talking about Iran and Israel and all this stuff. And then always in the back of my mind, there is this thought that says, hey, how do you know you're actually right? How do you know that any of this stuff you're reading about is true? How do you know that any of these articles are actually giving you the facts? And the thing is that you don't really know. You don't really know how much of the news is smoke and mirrors. You don't really know how much of the news is just a big distraction. You don't really know how much of it is political theater. You don't know. So here I am. I mean, basically what's been going on in my brain in these past 5 weeks or so is I'll be doing a stream and I don't really know if what I'm saying is accurate or just smoke and mirrors. And that's why I say maybe this will happen. This could happen if this happens. And many times you'll hear me say something like, now this could be bullshit, guys, right? This could be we don't really know. This whole thing could be nonsense. This whole thing could just be smoke and mirrors. This whole thing could just be a bunch of rubbish. We don't really know. And so that's what's made streaming difficult for me in these past 5 weeks. It's just that I don't feel adequate enough to talk about this whole conflict. I just don't. As much as I know about this conflict, as much as I know about some of the things in regards to America's shadow war with Iran, as much as I know about Israel, I know that I don't know everything. And so I know that I could learn more, and I know that my knowledge can be improved. And so knowing this gives me a feeling of inadequacy, and it makes it difficult to fully articulate what I'm trying to say. So I hope that helps. At least you're questioning yourself. I mean, I question myself all the time. That's the thing. I question myself all the time. And so I'll be streaming, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, could this be bullshit? Maybe this is bullshit. Maybe not. I don't know. ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. We all know that Israel's going to break the ceasefire anyway, so what's the point? And so I believe that America wants an off-ramp. I do. I believe that America wants an off-ramp. But what's going to happen when Israel breaks the ceasefire? Is America going to go back to its lover, Jerusalem? Is America going to go back to sleeping with Israel? Or is America actually going to confront the Israelis? And I think that eventually the Americans will confront the Israelis. I think that eventually the Americans will cut the Israelis off. That's what I believe, because it's very difficult to maintain a global empire as big as America's and continuously have to deal with all of the bad things that Israel does. And if America wants to maintain this image of being in control, then it has to control Israel. But the problem is that Israel doesn't want to be controlled, and Israel will always defy the United States, no matter what the Americans tell the Israelis, no matter how many times the Americans order the Israelis to do certain things. The Israelis will always be defiant. And so, yes, Israel has agreed to a ceasefire with Hezbollah, but how long is Israel actually going to honor it? And I'm just going to say, I don't think Israel is going to honor anything. I think Israel will break this ceasefire, and they're going to say, well, we had to blow up this building. We had to kill these people because there was one Hezbollah guy in the crowd, or there was one Hezbollah guy living in this apartment building. So we had to blow up the entire apartment building and kill hundreds of people in the name of self-defense. And what are the Americans going to do about it? Are the Americans going to say, well, Israel, you're being naughty? And anything bad that Israel does, America gets the blame for it. Anytime Israel does something bad, America gets associated with that action, with that evil deed. And so how long is America just going to prolong this phenomenon of being associated with every evil that Israel does? Eventually, America will cut Israel off, because it's really, at the end of the day, Israel is bad for business. America wants to maintain its petrodollar, and in order to do so, it needs to maintain order in the Middle East. It needs to maintain harmony in the Middle East. If you have war in the Middle East, and if you have the Iranians bombing the Gulf states, well, that means that the Gulf states are going to be tired of harboring and hosting American military bases. And the Gulf Arab countries are no longer going to want these U.S. military bases to be present within their borders, because it would mean their countries being continual targets of the Iranians. And so if this chasm between the Gulf Arabs and the Americans continues to widen, it'll further threaten the power of the petrodollar, because the Gulf Arab states want to get closer to China, and they no longer want to be under the power of the petrodollar. They want to be able to purchase, or they want to be able to do transactions with the Chinese using the yuan and not the petrodollar to purchase Gulf Arab oil. And if that happens, then it'll weaken the petrodollar. And if the tensions between the Gulf Arabs and the Americans continues to intensify over U.S. bases being present in the Gulf Arab states, and over America's really indiscriminate alliance with the Israelis, then the Arab states are only going to just get closer to the Chinese. The Gulf Arabs are going to say it is a danger for us to continue to allow for the presence of U.S. military bases within our borders. We want to get closer to the Chinese, and we want to be able to do transactions with the Chinese using the yuan, allowing the Chinese to purchase Gulf Arab oil with the yuan. Such a situation will, of course, jeopardize the American petrodollar, thus threatening the American empire and getting the American empire closer to utter collapse. And so if you have the Israelis bombing the Iranians, and then the Iranians reacting by bombing not only Israel, but the Gulf Arab states, that is going to push the Gulf Arab states further away from the American empire and closer to China and the Russians also, and thus jeopardizing the power of the petrodollar. So really, at the end of the day, Israel is bad for business. And if you look at what Joe Kent said recently, Joe Kent, the former director of American counterintelligence, who resigned from his position as director of counterintelligence, he said that Israel is bad for the petrodollar. Israel being allowed to bomb Iran and provoking Iran to attack U.S. bases in the Gulf Arab states and to bomb infrastructure in the Gulf Arab states threatens the power of the petrodollar, and thus it threatens the power and the integrity of the American empire. And so this is what Joe Kent effectively said. He said that Israel is a threat, basically America's indiscriminate alliance with Israel, in which Israel can just nonchalantly, willy-nilly do whatever it wants, is a threat to the petrodollar. And so what are people within the CIA thinking? If this is what Joe Kent, the former director of counterintelligence, is saying, if this is what other people are saying, then it really reflects that you have people within America's intelligence sector who are thinking the exact same thing. So if you have John Kiriakou criticizing Israel, if you have Joe Kent criticizing Israel, if you have John Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA, telling Donald Trump that what the Israelis were trying to sell him as far as getting America into war against Iran went was farcical, what that really reflects is that within America's intelligence apparatus, within America's intelligence community, there are a lot of people who despise the current nature of America's relationship with Israel, in which Israel can act with lawlessness and anarchy, and America is still going to support it. And I think this is also reflected in the fact that John Kiriakou recently stated that there are plenty of people in U.S. intelligence who are sick and tired of Israel. And then also Tucker Carlson said something to the likes of this recently. He said that if you talk to American politicians, you just hear nothing but support for Israel. But if you talk to members of American intelligence, you hear almost nothing but enmity towards Israel. So the intelligence community, and this is what I've been saying for a while now, and it really does confirm what my suspicions have been, and that is that the intelligence community is against Israel. The American politicians are in bed with Israel because of AIPAC money, but the American intelligence sector is against Israel, and they are people within America's intelligence community who want to end the current nature of America's alliance with Israel. And the reason for this is exactly what I have already articulated to you guys. It's what Joe Kent has been saying, and that is that Israel having the freedom to bomb the Iranians, thus getting the Iranians to react by attacking U.S. bases and attacking the Gulf Arab states, is a threat to the petrodollar because it pushes the Gulf Arabs further away from America because of America's alliance with Israel, and it gets the Gulf Arab states to get closer to the Chinese, and thus empowering the Chinese and weakening America's global empire, because the entire empire of the United States is based upon the petrodollar. And when you see that the Gulf Arabs want to be able to sell oil to the Chinese and receive yuans, that is a threat to the petrodollar. And so you have these crazy, demonic American Zionists who say, well, Israel has the right to bomb its neighbors, who cares? And the politicians have this attitude that is really quite akin to the attitude of the John Hagees and the other pro-Israel fanatics. And that is that Israel has the right to bomb its neighbors in the name of defending itself. And so if you have Israel just bombing, let's say, the Pars gas field in Iran, thus getting the Iranians to bomb Qatar's part of that same gas field, and getting the Iranians to bomb really the biggest natural gas shipment center in the world, which is in Qatar, disrupting the trade of energy and getting the Gulf Arab states further away from America and getting them closer to the Chinese, that is a threat to the American empire. And so this is the reason why the intelligence apparatus of the United States wants to cut ties with the Israelis, or at least end the current nature of America's alliance with Israel and reform the alliance to where America has more control over the Israelis. And if you look at what Joe Kent has been saying lately, he has said that America needs to restrain Israel. Now he doesn't say that America needs to end its relationship with Israel, but he does say that America needs to control the Israelis. And right now, the Americans are doing very little to control the Israelis. And I think that this nature of America's relationship with Israel, in which Israel can act can act in a lawless fashion, is something that people in the intelligence community want to end. Let's see here. So it says here, so this is an article that came out. It was published by the New York Times, and it says here, Lebanon ceasefire leaves Netanyahu in an uncomfortable spot. In an uncomfortable spot. Why? Because Netanyahu did not want to agree to any ceasefire with Hezbollah. But Israel had to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah because Israel was pressured to do so. So it says here, most Israelis wanted the fight against Hezbollah to continue, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's critics say he is showing that he cannot or will not stand up to President Trump. So Donald Trump forced the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire because Donald Trump wants an off-ramp out of the war with the Iranians. And the Iranians said, if you want a ceasefire with us, then you have to force the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. And so the Americans pressured the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah, thus showing the pressure on Israel and also thus showing the pressure of the Iranians on the Americans. Thus really indicating America's desire for an off-ramp from this conflict. So it says here, President Trump may be trumpeting the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu cannot. Israeli voters did not want the fighting to end. Overwhelmingly, polls showed they wanted the military to keep up the pressure on Hezbollah, the militant group whose rockets and missiles have made life miserable and perilous for residents of northern Israel until the group, which Iran backs, was destroyed or forced to disarm. And so it says here that after all, is what Mr. Netanyahu and his military chiefs had promised to do. But Mr. Netanyahu quickly, if grudgingly, fell in line on Thursday when Mr. Trump pressed for a ceasefire in Lebanon, indicating Iran's pressure on the Americans. And it says here, just as the Israeli leader did with prior ceasefires the president had orchestrated. And so it says here, now the prime minister's critics and even some of his allies on the right have seized on what appears plain as day, his inability to resist Mr. Trump's pressure, not just in pushing to bring the long-distance war with Iran to a close, but even in demanding a truce with an enemy directly across Israel's northern border. So Hezbollah bombed northern Israel. Israel bombed Lebanon, slaughtered hundreds of civilians, and America said, Israel, you have to stop. And Israel said, well, hold on a second. Hezbollah bombed us. It doesn't matter, damn it. You have to end the bombing of Lebanon because we want an off-ramp from this conflict with Iran. So the Israelis said, oh, we don't want to end the war. It doesn't matter. America wants to end the war. America wants out of this war. What is America going to do? Is America just going to what? They're just going to continue to block the Gulf of Oman? Do you know how many ships went through the Gulf of Oman on Tuesday and Wednesday? A little bit over 12 ships passed through the Gulf of Oman. That's it. That's it. Now, before this whole bullshit war started, 140 ships would go through the Strait of Hormuz and in turn through the Gulf of Oman every single day. But because of the war and because of the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, only a very small handful of ships have been able to get through the Strait of Hormuz on a weekly basis. That's it. So this hurts the global economy. This hurts the trade of energy. This hurts the energy economy. And so what? Is America just going to continue this on? Is America just going to prolong this whole situation? Obviously, America wants an off-ramp. So Iran knows this, and Iran says, okay, put your dog on a leash. And America told Israel to stop, and Israel agreed. Even though Israel does not want to stop, Israel agreed because of U.S. pressure, because really at the end of the day, Israel needs America. Regardless of what Mr. Ben Shapiro says, well, Israel doesn't need America. Yes, it does. It needs America. Israel cannot face all of these enemies on its own. And I hesitate to say enemy because Israel is very good at making enemies. But Israel would not have gone to war against Iran without America joining it against Iran. Because Israel needs America to refuel its ships. To refuel its fighter jets. Israel has this big air force. It has one of the biggest air forces in the world. But Israel cannot do this sort of bombing campaign against Iran without America refueling its ships. I keep saying ships. Its fighter jets. Let's see how long the ceasefire lasts. Yeah, I agree. So America has the technology to refuel Israel's fighter jets. So Israel needs America to refuel the fighter jets during the bombing campaign. When Israel was bombing Iran, it was America that was refueling Israel's fighter jets. Without America, Israel would not have been able to do this campaign at all. So Israel needs America. So it says here, okay. A ceasefire must come from a position of strength and be an Israeli decision reflecting leverage that serves negotiations, said Gadi Eisenkot. I'll read that again because it was covered. A ceasefire must come from a position of strength and be an Israeli decision reflecting leverage that serves negotiations, said Gadi Eisenkot, a former military chief of staff whose new centrist opposition party, Yashar, is gaining in the polls. A pattern is emerging in which ceasefires are being imposed on us in Gaza, in Iran, and now in Lebanon. So you have these politicians who are rivals of Netanyahu calling Netanyahu weak, saying, you're weak, Natan, because you obeyed America. Well, what do you want Netanyahu to do? Netanyahu has no choice at this point. He needs America. So he has to agree to a ceasefire. Remember, Israel would not have been able to do this war against Iran without America. It's America that refuels Israel's fighter jets during these types of conflicts. So Israel needs America. So really, these other politicians, these opposition leaders in Israel who are going against Netanyahu, if they were in the same position, they would be doing the same thing. Because Netanyahu has no choice because of Israel's need for American support. So it says here, as if to underscore the point, Mr. Trump wrote on a social media site on Friday, Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited, in all caps, from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. It is a stark turnabout from Mr. Netanyahu's role in persuading Mr. Trump to join Israel in attacking Iran. So the New York Times is saying that Netanyahu persuaded Donald Trump to join this war against, or really to do this war alongside Israel against Iran. Now, they were saying, oh, Israel had no role in persuading Netanyahu. The New York Times is saying here that Israel persuaded Trump to do this war, which really reflects the influence of the Israel lobby. Again, people see this sort of thing and they say, okay, really, we're fatigued by Israel. When is this bullshit going to end? So it says here, So Mr. Netanyahu's role in persuading Mr. Trump to join Israel in attacking Iran, a hard sell pitch, as the New York Times reported that Iran was ripe for regime change, that a combined U.S.-Israeli operation could quickly topple the Islamic Republic, and that concerns about Iran's responding by closing the Strait of Hormuz and attacking U.S. interests in the region were overblown. None of these assurances proved true. None of these assurances proved true. So, yes, Trump was told, "Oh no, the whole idea of Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz, that's not a big deal." A core element of Mr. Netanyahu's appeal to voters, the argument that his close bond and strategic mind meld with Mr. Trump, make him uniquely equipped to ensure Israel's security, now appears far less convincing. So Netanyahu presented himself as someone close to Donald Trump. He said, "I am very close to Trump. Our minds are the same. We are melded together. We are welded together like iron, like two pieces of metal melted together. We are connected very, very deeply." And so basically what Netanyahu was telling his voters was that if you vote for me, then you vote for someone that can twist the arm of the U.S. government. You're going to vote for someone that can influence the U.S. government to the point to where we can get the U.S. government to do our bidding at our behest. Now, was that true to a certain extent? Yes, it was, because Netanyahu was able to persuade Donald Trump to agree to this war. But at the same time, remember, America has its own interests, and many times those interests are not aligned with the interests of the Israelis. And so the Americans want an off-ramp. They want to get out of this war due to its immense unpopularity and due to its disruptions of the global energy market. The global energy market obviously needs, for the freedom of movement in the Strait of Hormuz, they need that stream of energy going through the Strait of Hormuz. But at the same time, Israel does not need that. The reason why Israel doesn't really care about what happens in the Strait of Hormuz is because Israel doesn't need the Strait of Hormuz. Israel needs the Red Sea. And also, Israel gets a lot of its oil, about 40% of its oil, from Azerbaijan. And you don't need the Strait of Hormuz nor the Red Sea to get oil from Azerbaijan if you're Israel. You don't. You get the oil from the Caucasus. And remember that Azerbaijan borders with Turkey, so they get the oil through Turkey, and the oil eventually gets to Israel. And 40% of Israel's oil comes from Azerbaijan. So Israel is, in a way, insulated from the chaos that it causes. This is why it just doesn't really care. It doesn't care about what happens on the Strait of Hormuz. And it focuses on the Red Sea, and it focuses on the Caucasus region. So Israel can be Captain Chaos and not really worry about what happens on the Strait. But for much of the world, the stream or the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz is absolutely necessary. So America has to pressure Israel to acquiesce to Iran's demands in order to get the off-ramp that it so desires. And let's see here. So it says here, a core element of Mr. Netanyahu's appeal to voters, the argument that his close bond and strategic... Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, so part of Netanyahu's appeal was that he was basically going to be extremely close to Netanyahu, but, well, that didn't really reflect America pressuring Israel to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. If the mind of Donald Trump was the same exact mind as that of Netanyahu, then America would have never pressured Israel to agree to a ceasefire. But here we are. And so now people in Israel are thinking, Netanyahu is not one with Donald Trump. Look, Donald Trump is pressuring our great leader to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Now, maybe some of you guys don't really understand how bad this looks for Netanyahu in Israel, because Hezbollah is seen as one of the biggest threats to Israel. It's right up there with Iran and Turkey, and to some extent, it has a much more immediate, it gives a much more immediate sense of danger to the Israelis, because Hezbollah, for one thing, is right next door. It's in Lebanon, which is right next door on northern Israel. And Hezbollah has bombed northern Israel. Hezbollah has displaced a lot of Israelis. Thousands upon thousands of Israeli civilians have been displaced by Hezbollah. And so this is a massive enemy for the Israelis. This is a nemesis for the Israelis. And Netanyahu said that he was not going to back down. But here he is agreeing to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. And so what this shows is that America is pressuring Israel to do something that is against its interest. And it contradicts this entire image that Netanyahu was trying to project of him being really of one mind with Donald Trump. So now his political rivals are saying, look, Netanyahu does not have the mind of Trump. Netanyahu cannot influence the mind of Trump to the extent that we want him to. And also, they're saying that Netanyahu cannot stand up to Donald Trump. So this makes Netanyahu look weak. Why would Netanyahu want to look weak? Why would he do something that makes him look weak? And I suspect, well, he didn't want to do this. He was pressured into doing this because the Americans want their off-ramp. So it says here, let's see. So it says here, a core element of Mr. Netanyahu's appeal to voters, the argument that his close bond and strategic mind meld with Mr. Trump make him uniquely equipped to ensure Israel's security, now appears far less convincing. Netanyahu influenced how the war started, said Aaron David Miller, a former Middle East negotiator now at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He won't influence how it ends. And it says here, before the ceasefire was announced Thursday, there was a serious school of thought here that said that when it comes to Iran, Netanyahu has no choice but to go for a ceasefire if that's what Trump wants. But when it comes to Lebanon, he will defy him. So there was this idea in Israel that said, yeah, sure, Netanyahu can agree to a ceasefire with Iran because Israel did pull America into that war. And so if Israel agrees to a ceasefire with Iran, you really can't blame Israel for doing that because it's a war that America agreed to join the Israelis to do. My God, I can't communicate. My words are not coming out in the way that I want them to come out. It drives me absolutely insane. I hate this. I really do. I'm going to say this again. So it was being said in Israel that if Netanyahu agrees to a ceasefire with Iran, it wouldn't be a big deal and that they would allow that to slide because at the end of the day, it was Israel that pulled America into this war. And so if America wants a ceasefire, then it's only understandable that Israel would agree to that because this is a war that Israel can't do without America. And if America wants a ceasefire, then Israel can agree and we won't get upset. But they were saying that they would not allow Netanyahu to have a pass when it comes to making peace or agreeing to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. This is what the people in Israel have been saying. So Netanyahu agreeing to a ceasefire with Iran wasn't really a big deal because at the end of the day, this is something that Israel needs America to do. And if America wants a ceasefire, then Israel should just agree to it because Israel needs America. But when it comes to Hezbollah, Israel does not need America to go to war with Hezbollah. So Netanyahu agreeing to a ceasefire with Hezbollah is seen as something that is intolerable for the Israelis. So again, Netanyahu has done something that he does not want to do. Now you could say, well, Netanyahu just did it because he's acting. He wants to pretend to be peaceful. But he's doing something that makes him look weak. Why would he do something that makes him look weak? It's because he acquiesced to American pressure. Let's see here. So it says here, he can't. Okay, he can't what? Hold on. So he cannot defy Mr. Trump. That's what this geopolitical analyst, Mr. Novick, says here. Not in an election year when he's counting on Trump perhaps to campaign on his behalf, and at least not to throw him under the bus. So Netanyahu does not want to be thrown under the bus, so he is going to acquiesce to American demands, even if that means making peace with Hezbollah. And there was another article on this subject that I wanted to read to you guys. But I think you guys get the picture. Let's see here. They need us. We have never needed them. The word about Trump and Netanyahu, guess what it's called? No honor among thieves. Of course, they undercut each other. True. Let's see here. Kind of hard to tell when someone is joking over the internet. He's certainly not going to threaten Germany. Yep. And soon there are elections in Israel. Yep. Let's see here. Don't be surprised when America threatens Spain. Yeah, I thought about that. I'm thinking maybe America is going to do some sort of destabilization campaign by getting the Catalonians to revolt against Madrid. Let's see. How many people? All right. Let's see. Let's see here. Where is Divine Soldier? I don't know. He used to come on all the time asking for a shout out. It's okay. I appreciate that, Catherine. Let's see here. I already read this. So let's go back to Israeli stand. And let's talk about Israel backing fanaticism, backing Third Temple Jewish fanaticism within its own borders. And it says here, Israeli government to boost funding for anti-Arab Jerusalem Day marches. And it says here, the marches marking Israel's 1967 capture of East Jerusalem have a history of violent clashes with Arab areas often targeted during parades. This year, events will be held in nearly a dozen cities to strengthen a sense of belonging with Jerusalem. So the Israeli government is further funding fanaticism within its borders. They want Jewish fanaticism. They want to build a third temple. You have people like Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and their ilk who want to build a third temple. They want to bring back animal sacrifices. They want to bring back the same fanaticism that had Jesus Christ crucified. And so they are funding, they are backing these marches that are going to take place, these nationalist marches that are going to take place, in which you have Jewish fanatics, mostly very young people, saying things like death to Arabs. And you see these young guys here. This picture really speaks 1,000 words here. All right, these are the fanatics that the Israeli government is supporting here. This is the future of Israel, by the way. So if you think, see, here's the thing, is that you have all these people who say, so if I say, listen, Israel is going to get worse, if I say Israel is going to become more fanatical, people, you always have these people who come along and they say things like, what are you talking about? It's been a fanatical state for the past 75 years. Where have you been this whole time? Listen, my whole point is it's going to get worse. There was a point, I know many of you guys will disagree with me, but there was a point in which Israel was a lot more moderate. When my dad was growing up in the West Bank, my father is from the West Bank. He lived under Israeli occupation in the 1960s and 70s. And when he was living under Israeli occupation, he told me it wasn't as bad as it is now. It's much worse now. You didn't have all of these settler rampages taking place when my dad was living in the West Bank. You didn't. Now, you had settlers when my father was living in the West Bank, and my dad can tell you that when he was growing up in the West Bank, you could see the settlers. You could see them. He says, but not once did these settlers bother my father. Not once did they attack my dad's neighborhood or anything like that. It was not as bad as it is now. It wasn't anywhere near as bad as it is now. And my whole point is that things are just going to get worse. That is the bottom line. And so you see this picture. These are the youth of Israel. They call these young guys hilltop youth. They're fanatics. These are basically the same types of people that said, crucify him, when they were urging Pontius Pilate to have Jesus Christ nailed to a cross. This is that level of fanaticism. And it goes back to what Jesus said. He said, this generation is like a man possessed by a demon. That demon leaves the body and then comes back with 7 more of his demonic friends. And now the man is even more possessed. This is the state of Israel right now. Israel right now is possessed by one demon, but pretty soon you're going to have more demons possessing the soul of Israel. And it's just going to get much worse. It's going to get much, much more dark. And you see this picture, these hilltop youth, these Third Templars, as I call them Third Templars. People talk about the Templars of the Middle Ages. They talk about the Templars of the Crusaders. I call these guys Third Templars because they are obsessed with the idea of rebuilding Solomon's temple. And they want a third temple because the first temple was destroyed by the Babylonians. The second temple was destroyed by the Romans. And these guys want for a third temple to be built on the Temple Mount, the same area where you have the third holiest site in Islam, the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. And if they start building a third temple, it is going to spark massive Islamic violence on a global level, and it will provoke the Muslims to become even more violent in Israel. And you will have Muslims killing Jews, Jews killing Muslims, and it's going to be a bloodbath. And you have these psychopaths like Pete Hegseth calling for a third temple, these Zio-Nazis, these Zio-fanatics calling for a third temple. They don't give a damn about how many people are going to get killed as a result. They don't care because they have a very sickening ideology that says that, well, if we build a third temple, it's going to be a victory for civilization over barbarism and over the savages of Islam. And so we have to do this. And so you have a bunch of people whose brains are still stuck in the early 2000s when it was considered edgy and cool to talk about how you wanted to bomb civilian populations in the Middle East. Or you have people whose brains are stuck in the time of Jesus Christ when their ancestors were calling for his crucifixion. But you see in this photo here, young Jewish fanatics attacking a journalist. And they attacked this young man. And you can see the murder in these young men's eyes, especially in this guy's face. Now, this guy's face, it looks like something that you would see in that Roman engraving showing the diaspora of the Jews. I'm sure you guys have seen this, but the whole thing looks very ancient. This whole picture here, it just looks ancient. You could see this sort of picture engraved on some Roman artwork showing violence in Judea. You could see this sort of picture being described by Josephus when he wrote about the Roman-Judean War. I mean, it is very historical. This photo should have gotten Photo of the Year by Time Magazine or something like that, because listen, if I could pick a photo that illustrates the slogan of "A picture speaks 1,000 words," it would be this one. All right, it would be this one right here. Or maybe that recent photo that was published by the Italian magazine Espresso showing the Jewish fanatic settler like this beats this one. But before that one, I think this one was picture of the year, really. So every year they have these big nationalist rallies in Israel. They're called, it's called Victory Day. And you have these hilltop youths and these Third Templar fanatics marching around with their Israeli flags, and they scream death to Arabs. They scream a good Arab is a dead Arab. They scream may your village burn, talking about burning Palestinian villages. They literally scream for war crimes. They scream for atrocities to be done. And I have seen videos of these Third Templar fanatics screaming things like, we're going to rape your women, we're going to drink your blood. Now, people will say, oh, look at what these Muslims are saying, right? They'll say, oh, and this is how you know when you're dealing with a Zionist operative. When they say things like, well, Muslims do, and if you bring up Israel and they bring up Islam and you say, listen, you are saying things that are true, right? If you tell them, listen, yes, Muslims have their problems. Yes, you have Muslim fanatics. Absolutely. You have many cases of Islamic violence. Absolutely. Islam has a very long history of violence. Absolutely. That's all true. But I'm talking about Israel right now. And they don't give a damn. They say, oh, let's talk about Islam. You know very well you are dealing with a Zionist operative. Because what the Zionists want to do is to get you to focus on Islamic problems. Because they want you to be distracted from seeing Jewish problems. They want you to be distracted from noticing Jewish fanaticism and crimes done by Israeli soldiers and other Israeli operatives and other acolytes for the Zionist project. They want you to look at the Muslim imam who says, yes, death to the infidels. But they don't want you watching the videos showing Jewish fanatics screaming death to Arabs. So this is part of the Zionist the Zionist strategy. It's really to get you to just solely focus on Islam. And the Israeli government is going to start funding these marches. So I think before, these marches were funded by a nonprofit organization, but now they're going to get funding from the Israeli government, which really goes to show that the Israeli government wants for this type of fanaticism to grow. They want for this fanaticism to fester and to ferment like a bacteria. They want this fanaticism to spread like a cancer. Or, to put it in a more accurate way, more demons are possessing the soul of Israel. Israel is like a man possessed by one demon. The demon leaves the body and says, hey, fellow demons, I know a great place to live, free housing. And that place is called Israel. And 7 more demons show up, and Israel is only going to spiral more and more downwards into the abyss. And it says here, the Israeli government is funding hundreds of thousands of dollars into dozens of ultra-nationalist Flag Day parades across the country on Jerusalem Day, events that pass through Muslim neighborhoods and carry a legacy of violent clashes. Entry to Arab neighborhoods is often accompanied by hate songs, chants such as "Death to Arabs" and "Your village will burn," property vandalism, and physical attacks against Arab residents and journalists. And here is a a video, just to give you guys an example. Let's see if we can watch it here. Hold up. They're screaming death to Arabs. It says right here, death to Arabs. That's what that means. When you hear them say something like Ma'af something, Arabim, okay, they're saying death to Arabs. That's what that means. So it says here, last year, far-right Israeli group Im Tirzu carried a banner reading, "No victory without a Nakba." And the Nakba was when the Jewish Israelis ethnically cleansed the Arabs out of much of Israel after the 1948 war. And a lot of war crimes were done. People were burned alive. Women were raped. it was pretty horrendous. And it says here, alongside another that declared 1967, Jerusalem in our hands, 2025, Gaza in our hands, calling for the conquest of the Gaza Strip. So they want to ethnically cleanse Gaza of all Palestinians and completely Judaize Gaza. And they want to fill Gaza up with settler neighborhoods. And people could say, well, what's wrong with that? That's a great thing. Well, when you look at the evils of Israel and you see, okay, in the state of Israel, you have Israeli officers who raped a Palestinian man. And when the police came to arrest the officers, a mob of these fanatics, these are the same, listen, this is Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what this is. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. These people, this is the continuation of Sodom and Gomorrah. Because what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah? The Sodomites told Lot, we want to rape the two angels that came and visited you, Lot. There were two angels that came to Lot, and they said, Lot, get you and your family out of Sodom and Gomorrah because we're going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah because these cities are wicked and worthy of destruction. And Lot allowed for these two angels to come into his home, and then all of a sudden a mob of Sodomites surrounded the house. And the Bible says that all of the men of Sodom and all of the men in Gomorrah, and not only that, but also all of the men of the surrounding cities approached Lot's house. And they said, Lot, we know that you welcome two men into your home. Let these men come outside. Give these men over to us. Give these men over to our hands so that we may rape them. This is what they told Lot. So this was the evil of Sodom and Gomorrah. And if you go to the book of Judges, Judges chapter 19, it has this story about these Benjamites, this mob of Benjamites that wanted to rape a man. And instead of raping a man, they got their hands on a female prostitute and raped her to death. And these men, these Sodomites, were all members of the tribe of Benjamin. And so the elders of the other tribes of Israel sent some representatives to the elders of the tribe of Benjamin, and they said, listen, we know that a bunch of rapists are living amongst you. They're living amongst your tribe, Benjamin. And so we need for you to turn them over to us so that we may impose justice on them and put them to death for raping a woman to death and for wanting to rape a man. And it says that when the representatives came to the tribe of Benjamin to request that the rapist be given over to justice, be brought to justice, that an entire mob of Benjamites came to defend the sodomizers. Now you may ask, well, Ted, how does that story relate to modern day Israel? Well, it's very simple. Because when you had these officers sodomizing this Palestinian detainee, and police officers came to arrest the rapist, an entire mob of these fanatics, these people, these lunatics, an entire mob of these people came to defend the sodomizers. They came to defend the sodomizers. And the Israeli government later on pardoned the sodomizers. Pardoned them. Now they're considered innocent. Even though a medical examiner said that their victim was bleeding from his anus. They damaged his anus. Regardless of all that, forget all of that. No. They're pardoned. They're innocent because they're heroes. They're heroes in the eyes of the average Israeli. And the rapists have been treated like heroes. They have been praised. They have become celebrities in Israel, and they are welcomed with applause and praise and reverence. And the Israeli government pardons them. So this is the spirit that has possessed Israel. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. It's the spirit, it's the very demonic spirit that possessed the tribe of Benjamin when they defended the rapists who were in their midst. And so people look at Israel and they think, okay, I want nothing to do with this country. And people in Lebanon are saying, I want nothing to do with this country. And people are looking at this grand plan of the Israelis to take over Gaza. And the Zionists, the Christian Zios, are saying, well, this is a great idea. This is a wonderful idea for the Israelis to Judaize Gaza. Well, they're God's people, and Gaza belongs to God's people. So you guys are defending this plan to allow for Sodomites to take over Gaza. You're not only asking to Judaize Gaza, you are asking and you are praising the idea of sodomizing Gaza, making Gaza into an extension of Sodom. Because what does St. John call Jerusalem? He says it's Sodom. And you can see the spirit of Sodom as clear as day in Israel. It is one of the most gay-friendly, it's one of the most pro-Sodom countries on the face of the earth. It is really the country that is the most possessed by the spirit of Sodom. And you can see the evil ways of Sodom quite paralleled in Israel when you read about mobs of Jewish fanatics raiding a military base to defend sodomizers against the police when the police came to the military base where these sodomizers were stationed. Just as the sodomizers demanded that law release the angels so that they could rape the angels, just as the Benjamite sodomites came as a mob to defend the rapist in their midst against the representatives from the other tribes of Israel who came to arrest the rapist. You see that same evil in Israel today when you read about these fanatics coming in as a massive mob to defend rapists, men who raped a male Palestinian detainee. And these same psychopaths want to take over Gaza. And the ironic thing is that you have these Christian Zionists who are saying, well, yeah, let the Jews take over Gaza. Let the Israelis take over Gaza. Well, hold on a second. You are literally praising the idea of Sodom taking over Gaza. You are praising a plan to sodomize Gaza. You guys aren't really Christian. You guys are just worshipers of Israel. You guys are just members of a cult of Israel. That's what you guys are. So it says here, marches are expected in Lod, Ramle, Yavne, Ashdod, Haifa, Be'er, Sheva, Herzliya, Ra'anana, and Petah Tikva. Some have had marches in the past, but previous funding did not come from the state. About half of the project's 1.2 million shekels, 400,000 USD, budget will be funded by the Prime Minister's Office, Jewish Identity Authority. So a lot of the money is coming straight from the Israeli government, and it makes you wonder if our tax dollars are going to this. The rest of the money will be funded by the Keliot Foundation, also known as the Foundation for the Renewal of Communities in Israel. The Keliot Foundation is the umbrella organization for Garin Torani, groups of young religious families that move into secular or mixed Arab Jewish neighborhoods with the purpose of Judaizing the city through religious, social, and educational activities. So these are people who move into secular neighborhoods in Israel and they try to influence the people there by doing them favors. So for example, they will go into a secular neighborhood in Israel and let's say someone is short on cash, they will give that person money. Or if that person is in need of financial help, they may buy that person's groceries. And so they will do favors for the disadvantaged in the secular neighborhoods, in order to get those secular neighborhoods to become more religious, Judaism-wise. And they will also go into neighborhoods that are of a mixed Arab Jewish population in order to further advance the Jewish presence against any sort of Arab presence in those neighborhoods. So these people are quite evil, and they're racist. And it says here that the flag dance marks Jerusalem's reunification after the 1967 Six-Day War and is expected to be attended by right-wing and far-right ministers, Knesset members, and thousands of youth from high schools, yeshivot, which are religious schools, and pre-military preparatory programs. And it says here, flag marches outside of Jerusalem have expanded into mixed cities in recent years, including Lod, where in 2021, Jerusalem Day clashes escalated into over a week of violence. I remember that. I remember those days. I remember writing about the 2021 riots, and I remember talking about those riots in videos in my last YouTube channel. And yeah, it was pretty hellish. You had Arabs and Jews attacking one another, and you also had gangs of Jewish fanatics wandering around asking people if they were Jewish. And they would go up to people and say, let me see your identity card. Let me see your ID. I want to make sure that you're a Jew, or I want to make sure that you're not an Arab, blah, blah, blah. And they were forming these racially fixated gangs, and it was just hellish. And I remember they even attacked fellow Jews who they saw as traitors to the race, and they even attacked a Jewish-owned restaurant because the restaurant had goyim inside of it. And the restaurant catered to goyim. It wasn't a Jewish restaurant. And so they sacked the whole restaurant. They ransacked the whole restaurant. So it was fanatical, it was racist, it was tribalistic, and it was pretty dark. And that happened back in 2021. So they want to bring back that same level of violence, but 10 times worse than what happened back in 2021. And it says here that during the 2021 violence, 2 people were killed, and dozens of homes, synagogues, Muslim worship sites, and cars were ransacked and firebombed. So fanaticism is growing in Israel, and it's only going to get worse. And the Israeli government, our greatest ally in the Middle East, is backing it. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold up. Let's see here. Good music. Appreciate it. Hello, citizen. Hello. I don't expect big sea changes with Israel. USS Liberty. Persians are not Arabs. Israel and Iran could be running a con on the whole region. Okay. Israel or allied air bases. They also may have been missile attacks. Okay. Solomon's Temple. There you go. The Jewish population in Israel has skyrocketed these last 2 decades, which nullified the arguments that they're the underdog in population level in Israel. Their 2,000 years old grudge against Christ are really freaking insane. Yup. However, I do agree with you. It has made them freaking insane. There's Satan's chosen. Remember when Israel UN diplomat in mid-2000s proudly saying that Israel is the only nation in the Middle East that legalized LGBT? I don't remember that, but I believe it. Benjamin Netanyahu has said similar things. The tribe of Benjamin. The tribe of Benjamin Netanyahu. There you go. Beyond vile. Yup. Revelations 2:9. I know thy works and thy tribulations and poverty. Yup. Synagogue of Satan, absolutely. Our Lady recently told mystics, visionaries, that this generation is more evil than the generation of Noah. Knowing that you know for a fact no one knows everything makes you more adequate than 95% of the streamers, to be honest. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sean Price. Yeah. Lately, I just have not been feeling adequate at all in my streams. I mean, to a certain extent, I do when I'm talking about things that I'm more familiar with. But when it comes to this Iran thing, man, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not really sure if I'm even saying something that's accurate. My Muslim friends always told me that we Christians in my country have no idea how horrible the conditions of the Palestinians that live in the occupation. I used to kind of ignore it. Now I feel guilty. It's okay, man. We've all been there. Sodom and Gomorrah was also chosen. They sinned like Israel and were punished by God at the end of their 1,000-year stay with God. Well, it's interesting because Abraham kind of defended Sodom when he defeated the confederacy of Hedollah Omer Chedorlaomer invaded Sodom and captured Abraham's nephew Lot. And so Abraham went to war against Chedorlaomer to liberate Lot. And in the process of doing that, he liberated a whole bunch of Sodomites who got captured by this invading kingdom. And so, yes, while Abraham did go to war against Chedorlaomer to liberate Lot, he indirectly helped Sodom. And so God gave Sodom a chance. And Sodom didn't care. Sodom continued on in its ways and continued on in its path of evil. And so God destroyed it. Let's see here. Well, you have to remember the Christians in Lebanon have been Christians since Jesus himself changed water to wine at a wedding in Canaan in present-day Lebanon. There you go. Control them. Let's see here. Why can't God something Israel like Sodom and Gomorrah? He will. Remember, he gave the Canaanites about 400 years before he destroyed the Canaanites. So he's giving them a chance because he's merciful. Someone pointed out that in Sodom, when they tried to reach the angels, that their lust overpowered their fear, that after being blinded, did not reel back in fear of being blinded, but let their lust control them. I see. Interesting observation. Let's see here. What else do we got to talk about? We talked about the fanatics. So, guys, it looks like we're getting co-Sharia law before GTA 6. And yes, I did just do a play on words there. Co-Sharia law. I put two words together. Kosher and Sharia. So instead of talking about Sharia law, I talk about co-Sharia law. So it looks like Israel has co-Sharia law before GTA 6. And it says here, Israel doesn't need the Judaism Defense Forces. So the Israeli government is imposing Jewish law even on secular soldiers in the IDF, which is a sign of really Israel getting closer and closer to becoming a Jewish fanatical theocracy. And I've talked about this for years, guys. We have the rise of Jewish ISIS. People don't talk about this, but it's a fact. We are seeing the rise of the Jewish ISIS. Go look up the Netza Yehuda battalion in the IDF, if you guys don't believe me. There is a battalion within the Israeli Defense Forces. It's called the Netza Yehuda. I call them Netzas. It sounds like Nazis. You have Nazis, and then you got the Netzas. The Nazis are the racist in Europe. The Netzas are the Judeo-Nazis in Israel. I call them Netzas. So Netza Yehuda is a battalion in Israel, and they are a battalion solely for ultra-religious Jews. They are for the Orthodox Jews, because one of the big complaints of the Orthodox Jews towards the Israeli military is that it does not act hospitably towards the needs of Orthodox Jews. And because these battalions in the IDF are secular, it's hard for Orthodox Jews to be accommodated within these units because they have all sorts of demands, right? They have to honor the Sabbath. A lot of secular Jews don't honor the Sabbath. They have to honor kosher laws. A lot of secular Jews don't honor kosher laws. They have to maintain certain weird rituals, like, for example, making some sort of a circle with string so that they can pray within the circle of string or whatever. All sorts of weird stuff. I don't know. But they need for their kosher rules to be observed and imposed within their own military circles. And the thing is that it's really difficult to do this if you have a mix of religious Jews and secular Jews, because the secular Jews don't really care about these rules, which means that it's difficult to accommodate these Orthodox Jews in the secular Israeli military. So what is happening now in the IDF is that halakhic or Jewish laws are beginning to be imposed on, even on secular Jewish soldiers. So we are seeing the revival of the Sanhedrin before GTA 6. So it says here, Israel doesn't need the Judaism Defense Forces. And it says here, 4 border police officers are today serving time in a military prison. Their only sin was to light a fire on an army base on a Friday evening. The 4, all of them combat medics, had set up a barbecue grill on the outskirts of their base, far from any soldier's quarters. A religious soldier who happened to be passing by saw them and reported their Shabbat violation to the base rabbi. So these soldiers were not honoring the Sabbath. And so some religious ultra-Orthodox soldier reported these soldiers who were having a barbecue to the rabbi who was stationed on the base. And now they're in trouble. And they were thrown into jail. So we are seeing kosher law being imposed within Israel. It's happening, guys. The rise of the fanatical Jewish state is amongst us, and it's only going to get worse. This is what I keep trying to tell you people. Because you have people who say, well, Ted, it's always been bad. Israel's already fanatical. It's been fanatical for 75 years. No, it hasn't been. Israel actually was a lot more moderate decades and decades ago. It wasn't this bad. It's getting worse. It's much worse than it was 10 years ago, certainly. It's much worse than it was 20 years ago, most certainly. But it's only going to get worse. And we are going to be seeing the rise of the Judeo-Nazi state. And the imposition of halakhic or Jewish law is already happening, and it's going to grow in its severity. And we are going to be seeing the rise of the Jewish ISIS. And so within the IDF, they formed a battalion strictly for the religious Jews, strictly for the Orthodox Jews, and they call it the Netzah Yehuda Battalion. I think Netzah Yehuda means Judah's army or something like that. Judah's military or Judah's fighting force or something like that. But anyway, the Netzah Yehuda Battalion consists solely of Orthodox Jews. And the thing is that a lot of Orthodox Jews don't want to join the military. They don't, because they are afraid that by joining the military, they're going to be corrupted by secular values. This is at least what their rabbis tell them. The thing is that when Orthodox Jews in Israel do join the IDF, they end up becoming the most cruel and the most sadistic soldiers in the military. They become the most violent. Because they, for one thing, they are religious fanatics. So they take these religious fanatics who are nerds. They're skinny, noodle-armed nerds. They would love to crucify Christ again, let's be real here, but they can't do so. That's why they got the Romans to do it, because they couldn't do it themselves. But a lot of these guys are just noodle-armed nerds. So then they join the military. And from what I have read, they tend to start out as really lousy soldiers. They're weak, they're whiny, they're just very flimsy. But after a while, they start getting stronger. They start getting better at their training. They start getting better at what they're training for. And all of a sudden, they know how to use a gun. All of a sudden, they know how to fire a weapon effectively. All of a sudden, they have a gun. They have grenades. They have flash grenades. They have all sorts of weapons at their disposal, and now they feel empowered. So initially, they were a bunch of fanatical nerds, but they were fanatics nonetheless. Now they're fanatical nerds with guns and professional military training. They are nerds, fanatical religious nerds, who now have gone through training with one of the most advanced militaries on Earth. So now they feel confident, they feel empowered, and this sense of empowerment gives them a sense of entitlement to do whatever it is that they want. So if they want to attack Arab civilians, they do it. You can look this up. Haaretz did a very detailed article on all of the problems of the Netza Yehuda battalion. They will attack civilians unprovoked. They will throw flashbang grenades at civilians without any sort of provocation. They will do so just out of the sadistic desire to impose suffering, to inflict suffering on random people just because they're Palestinians. They will say things like, well, we have the right to do these things. We have the right to torment and brutalize the Palestinian civilian population because we are the Jews and this land belongs to us. It doesn't belong to them, the Goyim. Those Goys are idol worshippers. They are non-Jews. If they're Christians, then they are definitely idol worshippers because they worship Jesus, and Jesus was a mere man. And so to worship a man is idol worship. It's idolatry. So we have to purge all of Israel. We have to purge all of the West Bank of Muslims and Christian idolaters. And these people are the Jewish ISIS. And they are so disobedient. They break all of the rules. They don't care because the way they see it is they can break the rules because they're God's chosen people. It's because they're members of the religious class of Israel. The way that they see it is the religious class in Israel is vital for the survival of Israel because they are praying to God for Israel's protection. And they believe that without them, Israel will have no protection. Israel will not have the protection of God. So they see themselves as being very special. They see themselves as being, in a way, the apple of God's eye. So because they have this religious superiority complex, they feel as if they can break all the rules, they can attack people, and even when the IDF tells them, stop doing this, hey, don't break the rules, hey, don't act in this manner, they will defy the government anyway because they believe that they are special and that the rules do not apply to them. So they end up making a military within the military. They end up making their own military force. They have the guns and they have the training of the official Israeli military, but they feel that the rules of the official Israeli military do not apply to them, and thus they act as if they are their own military force. And they will act in this way with such intensity that they have even attacked Israeli police officers. You can look into this. So, for example, there was a situation in which Israeli police officers were trying to reprimand a group of rowdy Jewish settlers. And the police officers were trying to discipline these Jewish settlers. And a group of Netzas, a group of members of the Netza Yehuda battalion, came over and told the settlers to fight the police. They said, don't listen to these police officers, fight them, who cares, to hell with these police officers. So they actually will encourage fellow Jews to break the law. And they have even fought in hand-to-hand combat with the police themselves. They have actually gotten into scuffles with the Israeli police because the Israeli police will try to reprimand, or they will try to stop settlers from being aggressive towards Palestinians in the West Bank. So they feel and they act as if the rules do not apply to them. They don't care. They don't give a damn. So these people, you see, there's a big push in Israel to draft the Orthodox Jews. There's a big push for that. And the reason for that is very simple. It's because Israel has a very small population, and they are literally millions of Orthodox Jews living in Israel, and most of them are not serving in the military. So you have this huge male population that's just sitting there reading the Bible, and they're reading the Talmud, and they're praying all day, and they're taking welfare. And they're not joining the military for the most part. Whereas you have the secular Jews who are all joining the military. And the Israeli military has been immensely exhausted because you have this multi-front war, And Israel has had to send soldiers to Gaza and to Lebanon and to deal with the Houthis and to fight in Iran. So they have been recycling these soldiers repeatedly for a prolonged period of time. And this has quite expectedly exhausted the IDF. And many IDF soldiers have reached a mental breaking point. A lot of IDF soldiers have really already gone through mental breakdowns. And you also have a lot of IDF soldiers who are suffering through PTSD because of war crimes that they have done, or really just because of burnout. And so you have the IDF saying, we're going to need fresh troops. We're going to need fresh recruits, because if we keep using the same recruits, the same soldiers over and over again, the IDF is going to psychologically and in turn physically collapse, because you can't separate the body from the mind. So the demand to force these Orthodox Jews to join the military is at the highest point that it has ever been in the history of the modern day state of Israel. And this anger and this resentment towards the Orthodox Jewish population for being exempt from the draft has been going on really since the beginning of the modern day state of Israel. My dad can tell you that when he was in jail, when he was serving in an Israeli jail, that you would see Israeli prisoners spitting on Orthodox Jews. And sometimes you would have these Orthodox Jewish rabbis coming to the prison to maybe provide some sort of spiritual service to certain Jewish prisoners. And my dad told me that you would see these Jewish prisoners from their jail cell. So you would see this rabbi running down the aisle in between these prison cells, and these Jewish prisoners would be from behind bars spitting at the rabbi. And the rabbi is covering his face and running down this aisle. And one day my dad asked the question, why are these rabbis so hated? And someone explained to my father, it's because they're Orthodox Jews and they are exempt from the military and they take welfare. And so they are hated. And this was back in the 1970s. So this tension between the secular world and the Orthodox Jewish world within Israel has been going on for decades. And now it has reached a new apex. It has reached a new milestone of resentment. And it's at levels that we have never really seen before. And because Israel right now is facing its biggest existential crisis, the demand to force the Orthodox Jewish population to be drafted into the military is at the loudest that it has ever been. So the thing is that it's really another case of be careful what you wish for. Because if you force the Orthodox Jews to join the IDF, sure, you're going to have more soldiers. Sure, you're going to have fresh recruits who are not going to have the burnout that a lot of IDF soldiers have right now. But remember, if the Netza Yehuda battalion is already a problem for the IDF because of the fact that its soldiers, being Orthodox Jews, feel as if the rules don't apply to them and they act like a separate military force, just imagine what it's going to be like if you have hundreds of thousands of these Orthodox Jews being in the IDF. You are going to have the Jewish ISIS. And this is why I say, brace yourselves for the Jewish ISIS. I've done several videos on this. I've written articles about this. Be prepared for the Jewish ISIS. Brace yourselves because you're going to be seeing the rise of the Jewish ISIS. And so if they manage to pass a law forcing the Orthodox Jews to be drafted into the IDF, you're going to have Jewish ISIS. And I think that that's coming inevitably because they are already enacting Jewish law even on secular soldiers. So the fact that they are already enacting Jewish law on secular soldiers to the point where they are putting secular soldiers behind bars for simply having a barbecue on the Sabbath tells me that they are reforming the military to accommodate Orthodox Jewish soldiers, which means they are priming the IDF for the time when they're going to draft Orthodox Jewish soldiers. Now, people will say that's never going to happen because there is such an outcry against exempting or against drafting the Orthodox Jewish population into the military. That doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter because of the fact that, for one thing, the vast majority of Israelis want war. The vast majority of Israelis want a war against Lebanon and against Iran and against the Houthis in Yemen. The vast majority of Israelis want for IDF military operations in Gaza. So the vast majority of Israelis are very militaristic. And when they hear about how the IDF is going through burnout because they have to always continuously recycle these soldiers in this multi-front conflict that Israel is in, tells me that the demand to force Orthodox Jewish men into the military is only going to increase in intensity. Because you can't just put the burden of military service solely on the shoulders of secular Israelis. Eventually, the exemption that Orthodox Jews enjoy from the military draft is going to have to be rescinded, and they're going to have to join in to help the secular soldiers, or the soldiers who are religiously Jewish but aren't as crazy as the Orthodox Jews, in the operations of the IDF. So be prepared to see Jewish ISIS, is what I'm saying. So it says here, I think I already read this, but I'll read it again. No less disturbing than the draconian punishment imposed on the soldiers was the officers' determination that their action, having a barbecue on the Sabbath, was serious because it harms religion and Judaism. So we are seeing theocratic law being imposed in Israel. Israel has in recent years been moving closer and closer to becoming a halakhic state, translation, a Judeo-Nazi state, where the Jewish race is seen as supreme, non-Jews are seen as inferior, and Judeo-Nazism gets imposed to the point where non-Jews get purged out of their neighborhoods. Case in point, Palestinians being pushed out. Case in point, settler Jewish fanatics beginning to build settlements in the Christian area of Beit Sahur in the West Bank because they see the Christians as idol worshippers and they see the Muslims as just a bunch of non-Jewish goys who they need to purge out. It doesn't really matter if the Palestinians are Muslim or Jewish, or Muslim or Christian. They want to get rid of all the Palestinians because they see them as inferior. And so this article uses the term halakhic state. I prefer using the term Judeo-Nazi. That's what Israel has become. It has become a Judeo-Nazi state. And this Judeo-Nazism is only going to grow in its fervency, in its fanaticism, and in its violence. So it says here, it is evident everywhere in education, culture, government, language, and the media. The army is especially vulnerable to extremism because it is a self-contained and hierarchical institution. The Israel Defense Forces has been undergoing a creeping but consistent process of religious coercion at the cost of the rights of secular soldiers. So secular soldiers are being persecuted by these halakhic legislations, by this imposition of Jewish law, Talmudic law. And so this is only going to make the secular Israelis more resentful towards the religious Israelis, and they're going to be saying, okay, we secular Israelis are the ones fighting in these wars, we're the ones getting drafted, we are the ones who don't enjoy the exemption from the draft like the Orthodox Jews do. So these Orthodox Jews are going to have to start joining in this fight. They're going to have to shoulder the burden of all these wars, of all these conflicts. We can't be the only ones having to do these wars. And you have all these soldiers who have PTSD. A huge amount of the medical conditions of Israeli veterans are just PTSD cases. A lot of them are just people with psychological problems that they got as a result of fighting in these conflicts, be it in Gaza, be it in, well, really Gaza. And so a lot of these soldiers have reached the point of mental burnout. And so they're saying we need more fresh recruits. And so that anger is rising up and it's crying out, force the Orthodox Jews to fight in these wars. And these Orthodox Jews will say, well, we're fighting in the wars by praying. They're saying that you guys, what they will say is that these secular Jews don't appreciate us, but we are the reason as to why Israel is receiving God's protection. This is their argument. I'm not saying it's right. Obviously, I don't really believe in this, but this is what they argue. They say, well, you guys need to appreciate us because it's because of us praying for you guys that Israel gets divine protection. This is what they argue. And the secular Israelis don't care. They don't even believe in this stuff. And they're saying, you guys need to fight. You guys are running away from danger. You guys need to fight. And so as the IDF gets more and more exhausted, as the IDF gets deeper into exhaustion, the outrage against the Orthodox gets louder, and the demand to force the Orthodox Jews to join the military are getting much louder and more acrimonious and much more aggressive. So I think eventually it's going to reach a point where the Israeli government will draft the Orthodox Jews. Because like I've said, you have literally hundreds of thousands of young men in the Orthodox Jewish world in Israel who are not joining the military. And then on top of that, you have hundreds of thousands of secular Israelis who have to be in the military. They have to abide by the draft. They have to be reservists, or they have to be in the IDF. And so the secular Israelis are saying, okay, why are we shouldering all the burden? Why? So eventually, I think they're going to draft these Orthodox Jews, and that is going to lead to the rise of a Jewish ISIS. And it says here that the Israel Defense Forces has been, okay, I already read this. Thus, for example, the search for leavened bread before Passover inside soldiers' personal belongings. So they're searching the personal belongings of various IDF soldiers to make sure that they don't have leavened bread before Passover. So this is halakhic law being imposed. It says here, educational programs with Torah content, greater powers granted to kashrut supervisors, messianic discourse. So they want to tell all of the Israeli soldiers about the coming of the Messiah, which means they want the IDF to become the Third Temple Battalion. That's what that means. They want for the IDF to become the soldiers, the army of the Third Temple. They want to build the Third Temple. By building the Third Temple, they will provoke the Muslims to violence. You're going to have Muslims killing Jews, Jews slaughtering Muslims, massacres on the streets, horror. The Israeli government will use that as an excuse to become more authoritarian, more tyrannical, more violent towards Palestinians. And they will say, well, we have to be more violent towards Palestinians. We have to kill more Palestinians to protect the Jews from these Muslim fanatics who are angry about the construction of the Third Temple. The Israeli government will become more draconian, more Judeo-Nazistic, more racialistic, and more murderous towards the Palestinians. Israel will become more and more of a monster, and the IDF will become a fanatical Third Temple army. It'll become an extension of the Third Temple. Just like during the Roman-Judean War, which broke out around 40 years after the crucifixion of Christ, you had these fanatical Jewish zealot fighters who were fighting for the Second Temple. And not only did they kill non-Jews in the name of the Second Temple, they were killing Greeks in the name of the Second Temple. Josephus talks about this in his history of the Roman-Judean War. If you guys have not read Josephus's account of the Roman-Judean War, I highly recommend that you do. It is an amazing book. It is an amazing work of history. But during the Roman-Judean revolt, and even before that, Jews were butchering non-Jews. And before the outbreak of that war, you had Jewish bandits who were ambushing non-Jews, really Greeks in this case, and butchering them. And so they were killing non-Jews in the name of the Second Temple. Now, it's very interesting if you look at that history. It's very fascinating because, you see, what happened before the outbreak of the Roman Judean revolt was a fight over religion. A fight between the Greek pagans and the Jews. And the Greek pagans despised the Jewish religion to the point where they put a statue of the emperor, I think it was the Emperor Caligula, in the middle of the Second Temple. Pretty blasphemous. To the point where you had a Roman soldier who was grilling cuts of pork right outside of the temple. So the Jews went into the Second Temple, they observed the religious service, and then they came out of the temple and they saw this Roman soldier with a grill, and he was grilling pork over the grill. He was grilling it in front of these Jews, and that was just a outright mockery of the Jewish religion, and it was an explicit expression of spite against Judaism. And there was another soldier, I'm not sure if this was the same soldier who was grilling pork, but Josephus tells us that there was a soldier who, as the Jews were exiting the Second Temple, began to moon the Jews. He pulled his pants down and mooned the Jews. And if you don't know what moon means, he literally showed his ass towards the Jewish worshipers. And so there was a lot of tension that was rising between the pagans and the Jews. And the pagans began to work to hinder the Jews from having easy travel to the Second Temple. So what the pagans began to do was erect construction sites right on the pathway that the Jews would take to walk to the Second Temple for religious services. And so one day, some Jews were walking towards the temple, and they saw all of these Greeks doing some construction work, and they said, hey, this is our pathway. And the Greeks said, too bad, you're going to have to find another way to get to your temple. And so the Jews would go to this construction site, and they would try to walk around it, and that would cause friction, further friction between the pagans and the Jews. And you had these Greek bandits who would ambush Jews. They would ambush Jewish convoys, Jewish caravans, and they would kill them. And so the Jews, in turn, began to ambush Greek caravans and Greek civilians and began to butcher them. And so the Jews saw themselves as in a war to defend their temple. They said that the pagan Greeks were going against their temple, that the pagan Greeks wanted to either take over or destroy their temple, and therefore they needed to exert violence against them. And so you had this ethnic/religious war between the Jews and the Greeks. In other words, they were fighting over religion, and the Jews were fighting for their Second Temple. And eventually, this whole quagmire of aggression and ethnic tension and religious tension reached an apex in which the governor of the temple, whose name was Hananiah, or Hanan ben Hanan, that was his name, made a decree that no foreigner will be allowed to sacrifice inside the temple, because you had non-Jews who were converts to Judaism who would do sacrifices in the temple. And also, every year, they would do a sacrifice in the temple on behalf of the Caesar as a way to show, express respect towards the Caesar. And it was a way to tell the Roman government that they were peaceful and that they were obedient and that they were subject to the Roman state. Well, when Hanan ben Hanan made the decree, or was it Hanan? No, it wasn't Hanan. Ananias is a Greek way of saying Hanan. So his name was Hanan. Regardless, he was the governor of the temple, and he made this decree saying no foreigner will be allowed to do sacrifices in the temple. Did that also apply to the sacrifices that were done on behalf of Caesar? Yes. So that was a declaration of rebellion against the Caesar. Thus, it was seen as a declaration of war by the Romans, and the Roman-Judean War commenced. And the Judeans began to split. They began to have a rift between those who wanted war against Rome and those who did not want war against Rome. And the Jews who wanted war against Rome would butcher those who did not want war. And they butchered these Jews, and they labeled their Jewish victims as enemies of the temple. They said that these Jews who we are killing are enemies of the temple. Now, how were these Jews enemies of the temple? Well, according to the Jews who were murdering them, the anti-war Jews, I'll just call them that, the anti-war Jews were labeled as people who would sell the temple to the Romans. In other words, if we don't have a war against the Romans are going to take over the temple completely. They're going to seize the temple from us. Therefore, if you are against war with the Romans, you are in favor of the Romans taking over the temple. This was the argument, this was the logic, this was the framing that was used to paint the anti-war Jews as enemies of the Jewish people and as allies of the Roman enemy. So they were butchered. So non-Jews were murdered as a way to defend the temple. Non-Jews were murdered in the name of defending the temple, and they were murdered as enemies of the temple. And Jews were also murdered in the name of defending the temple, and they were murdered as enemies of the temple. Now, fast forward to our own time, and you can see how history will rhyme in the future. They are going to begin to build a third temple. As religious fanaticism grows in Israel, the desire for a third temple increases, and eventually it's going to reach a point where they're just going to build the damn third temple. That's just obvious. I believe this because the Orthodox and the religious nationalist Jews are the ones who are having most of the babies. They are outpopulating everyone else in Israel. So the future belongs to those who has the most kids. So the future of Israel belongs to fanatics, because the fanatics and the nationalists are the ones who are having most of the children. They are even outpopulating the Arabs who are living in Israel. So because the future belongs to them, that means eventually their numbers will grow to the point where their demands will be met, and a demand for a third temple will be fulfilled. And so they will begin to build a third temple at some point in the future. And when they do, the non-Jews are going to be, they're going to be enraged. They're obviously not going to like this. And by non-Jews, I mean the Palestinians, the Muslim Palestinians. The Christians also will be upset, but for other reasons. They will be upset because they will know that building a third temple means more Jewish fanaticism against Christians, and it will also mean violence between Jews and Muslims being even more exasperated. And so the Palestinians will object, the Muslims and the Christians will object, albeit for different reasons, but nonetheless they will object. And you will have violence on the streets between the Jews and the Palestinians, and also between the Jews and the Israeli Arabs. And you will have Palestinians attacking Jews in the name of defending the Temple Mount, and you will have Jews killing Palestinians in the name of in the name of the third temple. Just as you had Greeks and Jews killing one another before the outbreak of the Roman Judean revolt, and they were killing one another over religious differences. And the Jews butchered non-Jews in the name of defending their temple. So in the future, it will be Jews murdering non-Jews in the name of defending their temple. Now, what happened eventually in all that violence? What happened eventually as a ripple effect of that ethnic and religious violence? The Romans eventually intervened, and they had a war with the Judeans, and the Romans eventually crushed the Judeans and destroyed the temple. And so who is rising up against the Israelis? It's the Turks. And who are the Turks? Who are the Turks? Well, I'll show you guys a very interesting historical fragment. I'll show you guys a very interesting historical document. Very fascinating. Check this out. Now look at this here. I want to show you guys two excerpts from Josephus's history on the Roman-Judean War. So he talks about two Roman soldiers who fought fiercely against the Judean rebels. Let's see here. I want to make sure I have the correct spot. Yep, here it is. Okay, so let's read this, and let's read this. I'll read your guys' comments real quick. Hold up. Constantinople. Very good observation. Very good observation. Oh, wait. We're a few years before the Ottomans. Let's see here. Ottomans just got lucky. Okay. Let's see here. I'd love to see the Parthenon in Athens. Okay. Humans are so good at dying. Yeah, we are. That's true. Are we talking about Semites or Ashkenazis? Well, that's a different discussion. Every attempt to build a third temple has ended in total disaster. Julian the Apostate. That's true. That's true. They did try to build a third temple, but I think this time it's going to be allowed. I think it's going to be divinely allowed to happen, because I think there is a desire by heaven for Israel to be ended, and the way that that's going to happen is Israel just digging its own pit, and that is going to happen by Israel allowing itself to spiral downwards deeper and deeper into the abyss of Third Temple religious fanaticism. Antichrist Temple, yep. Mr. Secretary of War Crimes is a Third Templar, that's correct. That's the appropriate name, yeah, birth wrong, let's see here. I went on Birthright AMA. You took Alia? (2032) being roughly the time that an anti-Israel U.S. president will be elected. I think eventually America will have an anti-Israel president. I truly believe that. Joe Kent has affirmed that very confidently. He said that inevitably we are going to have an anti-Israel president. I mean, it's going to happen, guys. I don't see it not happening because of the anti-Israel sentiment just growing by leaps and bounds in this country. Eventually, it's going to reach a point where you're going to have a guy who's going to win on an anti-Israel ticket. Let's see here. Will they put the golden Donald statue in the third temple? Probably not, because they think that anyone who doesn't do exactly what they want is an enemy. And so because Donald Trump has forced the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah, that Donald Trump is also an enemy and that he stabbed Israel in the back. Let's see here. You should talk to Pastor John Preston. John Preston knows where to find me. If Mr. John Preston wants to talk to me, I'm very easy to find. He can find me. He can contact me. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Substack. I am on Instagram. And I also have a website, shootbot.com, which has a contact page. So if Mr. Preston wants to talk to me, he is free to contact me. Theo, hypothetically speaking, what if Satan Yahoo passed and a super liberal reformed PM is installed? You're not going to get a super liberal leader. No matter what happens in Israel, you're going to have a militarist government because the vast majority of Israelis are militaristic. You are going to have a militaristic Israel no matter what. Even if you have, let's say, a so-called liberal Israeli, that liberal Israeli, when they say liberal Israeli, all that really means is that you have a secular Judeo-Nazi who talks a little bit nicer to gay people. That's pretty much what that means. Maybe he attends a pride rally in person, but in the meantime, he doesn't mind dropping white phosphorus on the civilian population in Gaza or the West Bank or in Lebanon. I mean, the secular, like the divide between the secular leadership and the liberal leadership and the so-called conservative leadership isn't really that wide. They will both agree to war crimes and they will both be militaristic. And the reason for this is because the Israeli population, by and large, is heavily militaristic. Good question. Let's see here. The next BS word trick they'll pull is, well, southern Lebanon is Israel. We aren't violating the ceasefire. It's in our country. True. True. I don't really put anything past the Israelis. I don't. Spitting is a hallmark of demonic influence. It's even considered a manifestation by exorcists. Wow, I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Ben Gavir says that spitting on Christians is a Jewish tradition, so obviously it's satanic, yeah. Let's see here. The Bible and the Quran warns us of all of this terrible shit. Well, the Quran actually does have prophecies about what's going to happen in the future to Israel. So it says that these stones will cry out, and you guys know the rest of the prophecy. And I think the reason why the Quran says that is because, I mean, I believe that Islam is a heresy. It's a heretical religion. And I think that the devil influencing Muhammad, well, the devil knows the future. So he put that prophecy in there. That's precisely why an Israeli military officer that the IDF was on the verge of collapse. Many parroted this without realizing that Israel intends to recruit Orthodox Jews. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. DJT stated that if he's unallied by Iran to unleash nuclear hell on Iran. Who's DJT? Oh, Donald Trump. Yeah, that's all just bullshit. So I want to read to you guys just two excerpts from Josephus's book here. Very interesting. I was reading this stuff a number of days ago, and I thought, wow, I should share this on the stream. So it says here. All right, this text is going to be kind of small, but we're gonna go through this together. So it talks about this Roman soldier who was of Syrian ethnicity. He was of Syrian origin, and how he fought the Judean rebels. And he was so ferocious and he was so tenacious in his attacks that the Judean rebels ran away from him. He was so strong. So it says here, Upon this speech of Titus, the rest of the multitude were affrighted at so great a danger. So Titus wanted the Roman troops to assail the walls of Jerusalem. And they were terrified to do so because the Judean rebels were so ferocious in their defenses of their walls. And they would do things like get giant cauldrons of super hot olive oil and pour it on the Roman soldiers as they were trying to climb the walls of Jerusalem. So assailing the walls of Jerusalem was terrifying. And these Roman soldiers were understandably terrified. And it says here, upon this speech of Titus, the rest of the multitude were affrighted at so great a danger. But there was one whose name was Sabinus, a soldier that served among the cohorts, and a Syrian by birth, who appeared to be of great fortitude, both in the actions he had done and the courage of his soul he had showed, although anybody would have thought before he came to his work that he was of such a weak constitution of body that he was not fit to be a soldier. For his color was black, his flesh was lean and thin, and lay close together. But there was a certain heroic soul that dwelt in this small body, which body was indeed much too narrow for that peculiar courage which was in him. Accordingly, he was the first that rose up. So he rose up. So all these Roman soldiers were terrified. And the only Roman soldier who rose up initially was the Syrian guy who was swarthy and very thin and looked kind of malnourished. And, you know, back in those days, people didn't really eat much. And a lot of these soldiers, I'm guessing, didn't really eat much. And they were probably starving. They were probably very hungry, I would imagine, and they were very thin because of the lack of calories that they were consuming and all of the physical activity that they had to do, fighting, walking, marching for miles, and all that. And so they were going through burnout, and they did not have the necessary morale to really assail the walls of Jerusalem. Again, they were terrified of being fried alive by boiling hot olive oil being poured on their skin from the tops of the walls of Jerusalem. And so they were terrified. They were so filled with consternation that fear had frozen their bodies from movement, from action. But all of a sudden, this one Syrian soldier rose to the occasion and he said, I will go. Titus, I will go. I will assail the walls of Jerusalem. So he rose up and he said, I readily surrender up myself to thee, O Caesar. I first ascend the wall, and I heartily wish that thy fortune may follow my courage and my resolution. And if some ill fortune grudge me the success of my undertaking, take notice that my ill success will not be unexpected, but that I chose death voluntarily for thy sake. Pretty good speech. And it says here, when he had said this, and had spread out his shield over his head with his left hand, and had with his right hand drawn his sword, he marched up to the wall just about the 6th hour of the day. There followed him 11 others, and no more, that resolved to imitate his bravery. So 11 other Roman soldiers followed him. So you had a dozen Roman soldiers in total, and they put their shields above their heads to protect themselves from the stones that the Judeans were flinging on them. And they began to assail the walls. And it says here, let me get the correct spot right here. So they followed him 11 others, and no more, that resolved to imitate his bravery. But still, this man was the principal person of them all, and went first, as excited by a divine fury. Now those that guarded the wall shot at them from thence, and cast innumerable darts upon them from every side. They also rolled very large stones upon them, which overthrew some of those 11 that were with him. But as for Sabinus himself, he met the darts that were cast at him. And though he was overwhelmed with them, yet did he not leave off the violence of his attack before he had gotten upon the top of the wall and had put the enemy to flight. So one Syrian guy was able to repulse the Judean defenders of Jerusalem. One Syrian guy with courage and with Roman armor and Roman shield and sword was able to repulse and to force to flight these Judean rebels. They were put to flight, it says. And now one cannot but complain here of fortune, as still envious at virtue, and always hindering the performance of glorious achievements. This was the case of the man before us, when he had obtained his purpose. For he then stumbled at a certain large stone, and fell down upon it headlong, with a very great noise, upon which the Jews turned back. And when they saw him to be alone, so like a pack of wolves, so they ran away from him. And then they heard him fall, and they turned around to see what happened to him. And when they noticed that he was alone, so 12 Roman soldiers were able to terrify the Judean rebels to the point where they ran away from them. They ran away from 12 men. These were not warriors. These were not people who had immense martial prowess and dexterity. These were like coyotes, only being courageous in a pack. These were like wolves, only having courage when they are in a gang. And so they turned around and they saw, oh, look, this Syrian man is now by himself. The 11 men who came with him are not with him. Again, they were terrified of 12 guys. 12 guys were enough to put these guys to flight. And it says here, and when they saw him to be alone, and fallen down also, they threw darts at him from every side. So they began to fire arrows at him. However, he got upon his knee and covered himself with his shield. Why hasn't Mel Gibson made a movie about this yet? I'm serious about this. Mel Gibson, the greatest director to have ever lived. The guy, he is I don't give a damn. You give me Spielberg, you give me, what's his name? Scott, the guy who did Kingdom of Heaven, the guy who did Gladiator, whatever. I don't care. Mel Gibson, you give me Christopher Nolan, I don't give a damn. Mel Gibson is the greatest director to have ever lived. Braveheart, Passion of the Christ, Apocalypto. You can't beat those movies. And so I'm reading this, right? And I'm like, okay, Mel, you did a masterpiece about Jesus. The sequel has to be about the destruction of the temple. Now, he's working on the sequel right now, right? He's doing the Passion of the Christ Part 2, but it's going to be covering the resurrection, which is great. I don't mind that. I'm going to watch the movie. Trust me, I will be watching that movie, and I'll be giving a review for it, God willing. But can't Part 2, or at least Part 3, of the Passion of the Christ be about the destruction of the temple? Because you can't read about the Passion of the Christ without reading about the fact that Jesus was accused of being an enemy of the temple, because he said, tear down this temple and I will rebuild it in 3 days, essentially saying, I am the temple. I am the fulfillment of the temple. The Jews took him to court and they said, this man is an enemy of the temple, therefore he must die. Again, this was the case of Jewish fanatics murdering someone in the name of defending the temple, just as 40 years later, you had Judean fanatics murdering Greeks in the name of defending the temple, and also murdering fellow Jews in the name of defending the temple. But Part 2, or at least Part 3 of Mel Gibson's work on the life and the crucifixion of Christ, needs to cover the temple, because Christ said the temple's going down. He told the disciples, he said, you see this temple? It's all going to go down. Not one stone will be left. It's going to go down. And he said, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, if only you had come to me as little baby chicks, take refuge under the wing of their mother. If only you had done so, I would have been there for you, but you have chosen evil. You have chosen to war against me, Jerusalem. You have chosen to war against me. And so because of this, the temple is going to go down. It's going to go down. And then what happened? The Jews rebelled. They declared war on Rome. So you can't separate the life of Christ from the fulfillment of his prophecy against the temple. So therefore, Mel Gibson, Make us a movie about this. Straight up. You got the scenes. All you got to do is write a script that is an adaptation of Josephus's work. The work is already cut out for you as far as writing goes. It's already cut out. You got the scene here of 12 dudes assailing the walls of Jerusalem. And Titus does a speech saying, okay, men, rise up, be courageous, assail the walls, climb the walls of Jerusalem. And they're terrified because they don't want to be fried in olive oil, and they don't want giant stones being hurled on their heads. But one dude gets up, he's this malnourished Middle Eastern dude, gets up and says, I will go. And he gets his shield, and he unsheathes his sword. And then 11 others say, I will go. It's like the 12 disciples rising up against Jerusalem. We got 12 Roman soldiers rising up against Jerusalem. And then they rise up to the temple. They rise up to the walls of Jerusalem. They assail the walls. And the Jews run away. They cower. Oh, and they love to portray this history as, oh, well, you know, the Judeans were courageous and the Romans were cowards and we defeated them and they ran away and da-da-da-da-da. But then you take the time to read the actual history and you read that an entire mob of Judean rebels ran away from 12 dudes. And the guy leading the 12 warriors was a Syrian. All right. And they start firing arrows at him. He gets on his knee. He raises his shield. I mean, come on, Mel. You can make this scene. I know you can make this look beautiful. And don't do this slow motion 300 bullshit like in that terrible film 300. I hate that movie. You got to do it the Braveheart way, or at least the Gladiator way. You got to do it. This would be such a masterpiece of a movie, man. You would revive cinema if you did that. You would take us back to the golden years of cinema when we had Gladiator and Braveheart and The Passion and Apocalypto and all those great movies. You would take us back to the golden era of cinema when we had Spartacus and Ben-Hur and Barabbas and masterpieces like those movies. Come on. I mean, the work is right there. Right there. So let's read this again. And at the first defended himself against them and wounded many of those that came near him. But he was soon forced to relax his right hand by the multitude of the wounds that had been given him, till at length he was quite covered with darts. He had arrows all over his body. But he keeps going, and then eventually he can't walk any longer, and he gives up the ghost. He was one who deserved a better fate by reason of his bravery. But, as might be expected, he fell under so vast an attempt. As for the rest of his partners, the Jews dashed 3 of them to pieces with stones, and slew them as they were gotten up to the top of the wall. The other 8, being wounded, were pulled down and carried back to the camp. So then, not too long after this happened, a man rose up. A man in the Roman military rose up. His name was Julian. And his story is right here. Check this out. I'll make this a little bit bigger. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this epic history. Look at this epicness. The epicness is so great that you can literally feel it coming out of the pages as you're reading it. Look at this. But there was one man named Julian, a centurion. Oh, a centurion. What did Jesus say about the centurion? Jesus talked with the centurion. The centurion told Jesus, Jesus, I have a servant who's sick. He's dying. And Jesus healed them. The centurion told Jesus, Jesus, you don't have to come to my house. I know that if you just say the word, my servant will be healed. He had that much faith. He said, the centurion said, if I tell my soldiers to do something, they do it. So Jesus, I know you like a centurion. If you just say the word, it will happen. Just as when I make a command, my men obey me. And Jesus said, this man has more faith than all the men of Jerusalem. And those people were racist. The people in Jerusalem in those days, they were racist. They were tribalists. They hated non-Jews. And Jesus said, this centurion who you despise, he has more faith than all of the men of Israel. And so here we have 40 plus years after Jesus' crucifixion, a centurion named Julian. And he came from Bithynia. Now, where is Bithynia, guys? I had to look this one up. Where is Bithynia? It's in Turkey. It is in Anatolia, which is what we today would call Turkey. Anatolia. So we have a Turkish dude here. We have an ancestor of the present-day Turks. His name was Julian, and he was a centurion. And he came from Bithynia, Turkey. So we got a Turkish guy in the house. A man, he was of great reputation, whom I had formerly seen in that war, and one of the highest fame, both for his skill in war, his strength of body, and the courage of his soul. This man, seeing the Romans giving ground and in a sad condition, for he stood by Titus at the tower of Antonia, leaped out and of himself alone put the Jews to flight. So one Turkish dude was able to scare the entire Judean army. One Turkish dude named Julian. Now, so let's look at the two different stories here, right? And let's put them against the future. Let's place them together as a parallel to the future. We got a Syrian dude fighting the Judeans, putting them to flight. And we got a Turkish dude, Anatolian, if you want to be more specific, putting all these Judeans to flight, all these Israelis to flight. Where would the Roman Empire later be headquartered? In this time of history, it was headquartered in Italy. Rome was Italy. But later on, in the 4th century, you had a guy named Constantine. And Constantine said, I'm going to switch the capital. We can't be keeping the capital of the Roman Empire in Italy because we got the Germanic hordes up in the north. We got the Germanic hordes up in the Swiss Alps, and we got them over there in Belgium and the Netherlands and basically Germania. That whole area was Germania. And Constantine said, if we don't get the capital city out of Italy, the Germanians are going to invade us. They're going to take it over. Plus, the city of Rome was founded upon paganism, and I want to find a city founded upon Christianity. So, where does Constantine go? He goes to a city called Byzantium. He goes to Byzantium, and Byzantium lied on the Strait of the Dardanelles. Which city today lies on the Strait of the Dardanelles? Oh, that's right. Istanbul, which is really another way of saying Constantinople, the city named after Constantine, founded by Constantine. So the Roman Empire would continue on in Turkey. That's where it would continue on. And here we have warriors from Anatolia and Syria fighting the Judeans in the Roman-Judean War and terrifying the Judeans. Interesting. And the Roman Empire would later be headquartered in where? Anatolia. And which country is Israel nonstop talking about as its next enemy? Which country is Israel talking about all the time as its next existential threat, as its next target? Anatolia. Constantinople. We today call it Turkey, Istanbul, Ankara. But it's really just Anatolia. Constantinople. It's the Muslim Constantinople. Oh, it's not Constantinople, guys. It was called Constantinople until the end of World War I. It was called Anatolia until the end of World War I. If you want to be really historically accurate here. But I'm using these current day terms to help you understand, to help what I'm trying to say register in your brains. So they're saying Anatolia, Constantinople, is the next enemy. That's the big existential threat after Iran. They want to go to war against the ancestors of Julian, the centurion. Now, Turkey has expanded, Anatolia, Constantinople, has expanded into Syria. It's expanded into Syria. And who was also a Syrian? Oh, this guy named Sabinus, a Syrian warrior who fought against the Judeans. And Anatolia has extended itself into its neighbor Syria. So now Syria is really now an extension of Turkey. So you have Syrians and you have Anatolians preparing for a war against the Third Templar Judeo-Nazi state, which is possessed by the very demons that possessed the very mob that cried for Jesus' crucifixion. And when Jesus confronted these people, he said, you see this temple that you guys worship so much? It's all going down. It's all going down. And there's a line from the prophet Jeremiah. Go read it. Jeremiah says, do not let these words deceive you. Do not trust in these most deceptive words. Here lies the temple of the Lord. Here lies the temple of the Lord. Here lies the temple of the Lord. It's in the book of Jeremiah. God speaks through the prophet Jeremiah. Do not follow these most deceptive words. Here lies the temple of the Lord. And he says it 3 times. 3 times. Why does he say it 3 times? Because there's going to be a third temple. It's like when the book of Revelation says, Babylon, Babylon is fallen. Why is Babylon mentioned twice? Because there's a second Babylon. Therefore, there is a second destruction of Babylon. Babylon, Babylon is fallen. Also, why does Christ say things like, I, even I? He says this several times. I, even I. Is this just a nice little expression? Is this just a nice figure of speech? No. He is saying, I, the Son, and I, the Father, because Christ, the Son, and the Father are one. They share the same divine essence. They are 2 separate persons, yes, but they share the same divine essence. I, even I. So nothing is by accident. When something is repeated, it's not by accident. There is a significance to it. There is a meaning to it. And so the book of Jeremiah says, do not follow these most deceptive words. Here lies the temple of the Lord. Here lies the temple of the Lord. Here lies the temple of the Lord. He says it 3 times. Because there's going to be a third temple. And when this third temple gets erected, they're going to say, here lies the temple of the Lord. And God says, do not follow these most deceptive words. Because God will not be in that temple. The devil will be in that temple, but not God. And so you're going to have this Judeo-Nazi state with its third temple. And they're going to be Nazis. They're going to be murderous. They're going to be horrible. They're already horrible, but they're going to be worse. No restraint. Because maybe by that point, America will have abandoned Israel. Maybe by that point, America will have ended its relationship with Israel. And Israel will say, okay, America is no longer on our side. So why do we have to follow restraint? And there will be no restraint. It'll be a horror show. Judeo-Nazism with a third temple. And you're going to have the third Templar cult running Israel. And they're going to declare war on who? The Anatolians. The descendants of Julian the centurion. They're going to declare war on who? On Sabinus, the Syrian warrior who dared assail the walls of Jerusalem. And they're going to lose. Just as they lost when they went against the warriors of Anatolia. Because many of the warriors who fought the Judeans in the Roman-Judean War were from Anatolia. Many of them were. And many of them were Slavic. Yes, they were from the Dacians. Who are the Dacians today? Oh, the Romanians. And the Romanians, go to Romania and see what they say about Israel. They're not too friendly. They don't like them. So the Anatolians, the Romanians, the Syrians. And they want a war against the Anatolians. And what happened? What happened in the Roman-Judean War? The Roman soldiers destroyed the entire temple. They destroyed it. And what's going to happen in the future? Anatolia and its warriors, the descendants of Julian the Centurion, will burn it down once again. But I'll read more of this to you guys. It's very fascinating stuff. And it says here, so he leaped out, Julian the Centurion leaped out, and of himself alone put the Jews to flight when they were already conquerors, and made them retire as far as the corner of the inner court of the temple. Hello, guys, this is like reading the Bible. So you read this and you think, oh, you're just reading a history book. No, this is not reading any normal history book. This is reading almost scripture. It's reading something that is close to scripture. Yes, it's not canon. I know it's not canon. It's not canon, but it is the only in-depth description that we have of the fulfillment of Christ's prophecy towards the temple. Because Christ said, the disciples were like, listen, Jesus was hanging out with the disciples, right? The disciples were acting like tourists in the Vatican. When you go to the Vatican as a Catholic and you see St. Peter's Basilica and St. Paul's Basilica, you think, you're like Juba and Gladiator. You're like, I did not know men could build such things. All right, that's how I felt when I went to the Vatican. I thought, wow, whoa, I was all doe-eyed. Oh my God, like, it is pretty remarkable architecture in the Vatican. So the disciples were acting the same way when they were around Jesus. They saw the temple and they said, Jesus, don't you see how marvelous this temple looks? And Jesus says, not one stone will stand. It's all going to come down. Who's going to destroy it? The Anatolians. We say the Romans, but who were the soldiers who were fighting for Rome in this war? Many of them were Anatolians. Many of them were from Syria. Many of them were Dacians, present-day Romanians, Balkan Slavs, southern Slavs. And so, how do we learn about the fulfillment of that prophecy? How do we learn that? We can't learn that by reading the Talmud. The Talmud is a bunch of warped, weird folk tales. Our only serious historical document detailing to us the destruction of the temple comes from Josephus. This is the only way that we learn the details of Christ's fulfillment of that prophecy. So when you're reading this, it's almost like you're reading the Bible. You are reading the fulfillment of prophecy. And it says here that Julian, the Anatolian centurion, forced the Jewish rebels to retire as far as the corner of the inner temple. So what is this telling us? This is talking about what happened before the destruction of the temple. They forced them as far as the corner of the inner court of the temple. From him, the multitude fled away in crowds, as supposing that neither his strength nor his violent attacks could be those of a mere man. So this guy was such a warrior. He had such martial dexterity and prowess that entire crowds of Jews were running away from him. And they said, they were even questioning if this guy was even a man. They were saying, is this a human? Is this guy a mere mortal? This guy has some superhuman strength. Accordingly, he rushed through the midst of the Jews as they were dispersed all abroad and killed those that he caught. Nor indeed was there any sight that appeared more wonderful in the eyes of Caesar or more terrible to others than this. However, he was himself pursued by fate, which it was not possible that he, who was but a mortal man, should escape. So they eventually killed this guy, but it took a very, very long time. A very long time. And he killed a lot of Judeans before that happened, and he was able to terrify the Judeans to flight single-handedly, which is pretty impressive. The point being that The warriors who would destroy the temple would be the Anatolians, for the most part, and the Syrians. And who is the king of Syria right now? It's Erdogan. Which is the government that is ruling over Syria? It's the Turkish government. Who's ruling over Damascus? It's Anatolia. Anatolia has extended its power into Syria. And the Israelis are talking about a war with who? Anatolia. Who were they fighting in this story here? Anatolians. Who destroyed their temple? Anatolians. And who does Israel, the third temple Judeo-Nazi state, want to go to war with? The Anatolians. And so just as the Anatolians destroyed the second temple, the Anatolians will destroy the third temple. It's very fascinating stuff, guys. Very fascinating. Let's see here. Let's go back to... Okay, we're pretty much done with that article, so who cares? What else do we got here? We still got a lot of time. We got Keir Starmer. We got Iran's nuclear project. We got a bunch of stuff slated for discussion here, guys. But I am going to be right back. I don't know. I think I got to take a piss. I think so. I don't know. I've been holding... I think it just feels like I got to take a piss, all right? But it's one of those things where you're confused. Like, do I have to take a piss or not? I don't know. It's just... You're like in the middle kind of thing. The Vatican is satanic. Agreed. Let's see here. So take me back to Constantinople. No, you can't go back to Constantinople. Okay, I don't know what this is. You're so smart. Appreciate that. Israel is a satanic pederast country. Yup, agreed. Like the Vatican. Even old New York was once New Amsterdam. Okay, interesting. I don't see any Dutch people there. I don't know. Istanbul was Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Been a long time gone. Okay. Revived Roman Empire is the Beast Kingdom. Yup. I wish Istanbul would become Constantinople. Well, it's an Aryan Istanbul. It's an Aryan Constantinople. Because, Islam is really just an extension of the Aryan heresy. So it became an Aryan city now. Let's see here. I don't buy the argument that Turkey is a continuation of Byzantium. Well, it's not a continuation of like the actual Christian empire, but it's definitely that same region. And really, if you think about it, I mean, the Turks, when they took over Byzantium, they just inherited all the territories of the Roman Empire. And Mehmet II did say that I am the Caesar, so... Not a Turkish dude. The Turks today are just Islamized Greeks. I mean, really, that's what they are. They are the descendants of those Anatolians. Just because they're Muslim doesn't mean their genetics have all of a sudden changed. Wasn't David's loyal friend whom he had killed? Oh, we getting deep into it now. We are getting deep into this now. Yup, he was a Hittite. Oh, that's a very good observation, Mr. Sea Monkey. David's loyal friend whom he had killed was a Hittite, ergo a Turk. Very interesting, yes. So King David murders Uriah the Hittite. And the descendants of Uriah the Hittite today are people in Turkey. This would be awesome, yeah. There was a lot of examples of Roman centurions who believed Jesus was Lord. Well, in the book of Acts, we have one situation where Christ is praising a centurion, and then St. Peter converts a centurion and his entire family. Ridley Scott is a smug English retard who totally ruined Napoleon. I heard that the film Napoleon sucks. I heard that it's complete garbage. Like, I heard that there's some good battle scenes, but the film is like 3 hours long, and there's 30 or 40 minutes of battle scenes, and the rest is just Napoleon saying, "Oh, Josephine, where's Josephine?" And meanwhile, Josephine getting cocked. So the movie sucked. I hate it. when film directors make historical dramas and the entire story is just centered on some bullshit ass romance cuck story, like freaking Pearl Harbor. That movie could have been a masterpiece, but instead they make the whole film centered on Ben Affleck getting cucked, and the whole film is centered on this story of cuckery and two men fighting over one woman. Like, what the hell is that? I don't give a shit, man. I want to see American soldiers and Japanese soldiers throwing down, shooting each other. I want to see Chinese soldiers joining forces with American soldiers, and they're battling it out with the Japanese. It's somewhere in China somewhere. That's what I want to see. I want to see Sino-American relations at its best. I don't care about some cuck-ass story. Oh, he got her pregnant. Well, but she thought he was dead. I don't give a damn. I want to see samurais unsheathing their swords. I want to hear Japanese drums going off as the battle scene is playing out. I want to hear that Japanese flute being played while the soldiers are in the throes of battle. I want to see Japanese fanatics screaming banzai with the Japanese sun flag wrapped around their heads like bandanas, the Japanese sun bandanas around them, and they're screaming banzai and unsheathing their samurai swords. And the Americans are like, man, get the freaking flamethrower. We can't fight these guys. They're too damn crazy. That's what I want to see. I don't give a fuck about some romance shit. I saw Pearl Harbor in the theater when it came out back in the day. I remember watching this movie and they're like, where's the battles? Where's the battle scenes? Then they give you the scene where the Japanese are about to attack Pearl Harbor and the Japanese are drinking sake. They're worshiping their ancestors. They got the flute, the Japanese flute going off. They got the drums being beat. They got the emperor worship being observed. And I'm like, finally, this movie's actually going somewhere. Then a few seconds later, back to the cuckery. I didn't know you were dead. Ben, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I thought you were dead. You screwed my best friend as soon as you found I was dead. You bitch. I'm sorry. Oh my God. If I was the director, if I was the producer, I'd be like, delete this scene. Delete this scene. Delete this scene. Delete that shit. Keep that scene. Yeah, so basically, we're just going to begin the movie when the Japanese soldiers are drinking sake and preparing for battle. And then right after that, we're going to get right to the Pearl Harbor scene, okay? And then after that, we're going to go to the part where they start going to war in China. And then Ben Affleck is like, where are the Chinese, damn it? I don't know. They're coming sometime. I don't know, sir. There's Japs everywhere. Oh my God, banzai. That would be the movie, all right? Like, the rest of the film is complete freaking garbage. But if you want to, listen. If you want to ruin a movie, make the entire story centered on a love story. Make the entire story centered on a romantic situation. That is if you really want to destroy a movie, that is the greatest way to destroy a movie. Make the whole movie centered around this romance between a man and a woman. And so anytime, okay, you want to put a battle scene, you'll put a battle scene, but you got to go back to the romance. So that's the problem with Napoleon. They got these battle scenes that look like they're well done, right? They're intense battle scenes and all that, but they got to go back to Josephine, cucking Napoleon. Josephine. We got the Josephine. Russia, Josephine. The British, Josephine. So the whole film becomes hinged on this cuckery, and it ruins the movie because you can't enjoy a linear drama that is filled with dramatic and graphic and violent events without having to go back to the cuckery. This is why I will say Spielberg is a master at filming movies, because he did Saving Private Ryan. There is no love interest in Saving Private Ryan. Tom Hanks, Captain Miller, talks about his wife, and he says, I just want to go back home to my wife, which is totally fine. I mean, that's very expected. But the entire movie is you watching the story of this group of soldiers and what they're doing. And there's not a big cast in Saving Private Ryan. They got a handful of guys. They got Tom Hanks. They got Upham. They got the dude, I forgot his name, Bob or whatever his name is. They got the guy from New York, and they got the Jewish guy. They got the Hebrew Hammer guy. And that's all they got. That's all they got. And you have the German soldiers, but there's only one German soldier that actually has some serious attention on him. But the rest of them are just soldiers who are fighting in the battles. And there's a lot of dialogue between the soldiers, and there's a handful of battle scenes that are done. But these battle scenes are very intense, especially the first battle scene and the last battle scene. But the film is very linear. It's linear in the sense that you're just on this journey of battles and courage and sacrifice, and you're not having to go back to a woman. You're not having to go back to some love interest. There's no scenes where Captain Miller, Tom Hanks, is writing a letter. Dear Anne, I love you. I miss you so much. Love, Captain Miller. We are fighting. There's none of that. And then the letter has to go back to America. And then Anne reads the letter. Dear, whatever your name is, Tom, I miss you, kind of. Anyway, I hope you're doing okay, and make sure you're eating enough food and sleeping enough. Okay, yeah, see you later. Maybe I'll see you. I don't know. Maybe sometime I'll see you. I don't know. Anyway, see you later. Anne sent me a letter. So then you got a battle scene. That Anne sent you a letter. Well, we got to go back to Anne. Got to read the letter. And then the letter has to be read as a voiceover. Oh, and then let's say you got a battle scene, or let's say you have some scene of dialogue between the soldiers. Got to go back to Anne. Got to go back to the woman. That's writing there a letter. So you exhaust the audience. The audience can't just go through a story. The audience can't just follow the journey of these soldiers. The audience always has to go back to Josephine. Always has to go back to Anne. Always, I made that name up. Always has to go back to some woman love interest thing. So what happens is that the audience gets exhausted by this. They can't just enjoy an historical drama without some love interest being imposed on the story. It's very annoying. And then the letter goes back, so he has to write a new letter. Dear Anne, I love you so much. I'm obsessed with you. You're the only thing I think about. You're the only thing that's keeping me alive in this difficult situation. All right, send the letter back. Then Anne goes, yeah, dear Tom, I just want to let you know that, like, I'm kind of seeing someone else. So, yeah, hopefully you'll make it out. If you don't, I really don't give a damn because I never want to see you again. Oh, and then Captain Miller gets the letter back. Anne wants nothing to do with you. What? Oh, my God. And then the other boys have to say, don't kill yourself. We need you in the battle. And it just drains the audience. And directors will do this sort of bullshit in movies, especially European directors. Oh my God, you guys are the worst. You guys suck at directing movies. Holy shit, Europeans suck at making movies. At least in America, we got Mel Gibson and Spielberg, okay? I remember watching a little bit of this Serbian movie. Is a Serbian movie on World War I. What a piece of shit movie. I didn't watch that. I did not watch the movie in its completion. I only watched the trailer. And as soon as I saw in the trailer some dude writing a letter, I'm like, we ain't watching this. This is bullshit. Nope. Dear, what's a Serbian woman named? Johanna? As soon as I saw it, I said, no, we're not watching this. And directors do this bullshit because they think that they have to market to a female audience. So in order to market to a female audience, we have to ruin the movie for the men. No, just make a masterpiece. Who cares about marketing to a woman audience? Just make a fucking masterpiece. Gladiator was a masterpiece. Yes, Maximus had a wife in the movie, but they killed her off in the beginning. So then, by killing her off early on in the film, the audience could just follow Maximus's journey from being in the military. Okay, then his wife gets killed. He mourns her death. Then he gets captured. He becomes a gladiator. Then he defies the emperor. He kills the emperor. We can enjoy that story with all of its vicissitudes without having to go back to his wife, who looks like she comes straight out of Guatemala. Same thing with Black Hawk Down. Black Hawk Down, there's only one scene of a man calling his wife. That's it. There's nothing else. Why? Because the director, being a good director, knows you don't want to exhaust your audience by forcing them to go back every 10 minutes to some woman and to some bullshit love interest. You want to just follow the journey of these soldiers in Mogadishu. They went to Mogadishu. They fought all of these Somalian guys. They killed a lot of Somalis. Lots of battle scenes. No going back to Alabama to see if this dude's wife is cucking her husband. We don't need to see that. We don't have to go back to that every 20 minutes and exhaust the audience. And so by not having this romantic interest take over the movie and drag the movie on, we can then just follow the story of the hero. And at the end of the day, all we want to do is follow the story of the hero. We don't care about some bullshit romantic situation that exhausts him. Braveheart, another great example. Mel Gibson, being the master director that he is, yes, he had a love interest for William Wallace. Yes, William Wallace falls in love with this woman, this village woman. Yes, they do get secretly married. They do live together in defiance of her parents. Yes, that's in the beginning of the movie. But Mel Gibson was smart enough to kill her off at the beginning part of the film. And by getting rid of her, we didn't have to constantly get dragged on in this romantic situation where William Wallace goes to the battle of the bridge, whatever it was called, Stirling Bridge, whatever it was called, and he fights the English. And then, he has to go see Marin. That's his wife's name. And then he goes back to the battle, back to Marin, back to Marin. And then we're going to go to Robert the Bruce. No. Braveheart follows the life of William Wallace, and it also follows the journey of Robert the Bruce. And because the film is done that way, it was a lot easier for Mel Gibson to really put together this linear story in a very masterful way. Anyway, guys, I really got into a rant about films there. It is what it is, right? That's the nature of streaming. Stalingrad, a Russian modern-made movie. It has English. I've seen that film. It was okay. It wasn't a bad film. There was a great Russian movie called Come and See, and that was a masterpiece. Stalingrad from German director was awesome. Ridley Scott's agenda was to humiliate Napoleon and emasculate him, but it was true. Josephine was a noble woman who cucked the Emperor of France. Well, there you go. They should do a World War II aliens movie. Oh, that'd be interesting. Go Home, Tom, or I'm Gonna Marry Mario. The King's Man was a great war movie. Never heard of it. I'll have to check it out. Randy Fine. I think Randy did a great job playing Amon van Gogh in Schindler's List. Let's see here. Conan the Barbarian. I heard that's a really good movie. I actually saw a review for the film, and it looks really good. I'm actually tempted to see Conan the Barbarian. Hacksaw Ridge is awesome. Their bonsai... Yeah, Hacksaw Ridge was a well-done movie, for the most part. I did not like the romantic bullshit in the beginning. Empire of the Sun. I have not seen that, but I think it stars Christian Bale. Just straight up battles. I mean, battles, drama, good dialogue. That's what I'm looking for. Letters to Iwo Jima was a good movie. It was not as good as Saving Private Ryan, but it was a decent movie. It had Ken Watanabe, who's a really good actor. Really good actor. Japanese soldiers are meditating while bombing Pearl Harbor. They stuck to the primary source material, and Viola says, Bon, wish I would have recorded him talk about the war when he was alive. Japanese are cray. Yep. My granddad saw kamikaze planes in action in person, and the way he described it was some crazy ass stuff. Dude, it was insane. Fighting the Japanese was insane. I think Kubrick would have done a better job with Napoleon. I hear there's a Russian film called War and Peace, and it's about the Napoleonic Wars. I hear it's really good. I haven't seen it. Good characters, bad writing. Yep. Napoleon film does suck. That's what I hear. I'm sorry, but I'm very new to your channel. Are you Orthodox Christian? I'm kind of in limbo right now. It's a long story. But I hope you enjoy the content. Dude is singing They Might Be Giants. They might be giants, yeah. Jesus will sit on David's throne. Here we go. Is he gonna be in a third temple? When you see the abomination stand in the holy place. What's the holy place? What's the holy place, Mr. Carter? Can you tell me that? What's the holy place? Judeo-Nazism, that would make the Austrian painter end himself again. Jesus comes back and fights. Okay, can you tell me what the holy place is? What's the holy place? Mr. Carter, can you tell me what the holy place is? Yeah, War and Peace is nice, but it's heavy to watch because it's epic. Damn. That's more of a reason to watch it. War and Peace definitely has a romantic art. Oh, it's gonna be boring. Put me to sleep. Come and See was good. Come and See was a masterpiece. It really was a masterpiece. As a woman, these love story scenes annoy me too because there are genres that involve the copiously where you can cry if you want. Dude, we have so many romantic movies. Why do we need to see more romance? Hello, my good man. Hello, Mr. Linden. Hold on a second. I'm still waiting for this guy's answer. Can you tell me, Mr. Carter, what is the holy place that the Antichrist will sit in? I'm waiting. What's the holy place going to be? What's the holy place going to be? All right, let's get back to the news, guys, shall we? Let's get back to the news. You know what, guys? I'm going to take a leak real quick. The holy place is going to be the third temple. How can the third temple be holy? Can you explain that one to me? How can the third temple be holy? Explain that one to me, please. Alright. This guy is a weirdo. Hold on a second. This internet is slow. What's up with this internet? One second. Take a break. Yeah. Let me take a leak real quick. Hold up, guys. Hold up. I'll make the music loud. Alright guys, I am back. Alright guys, I'm gonna enjoy a good smoke. This is the music from the Resident Evil soundtrack. I'll put a link in the chat. The music is such a mood. Yep, it is. Now let's talk about some interesting stuff here. See you later, Gooch. All right, guys. I'm gonna show you guys this article on Israel being abandoned by its European allies. So here we go. This article was published just recently on Haaretz. And it says here, vitriol and vendetta. Israel is doing everything it can to drive its closest allies away. Analysis. And this was written by Dahlia Scheindland. And it says here, from social media attacks to real-life diplomatic snaffas, from Berlin and Paris to Seoul, Gideon Sa'ar's foreign ministry has increasingly jeopardized relations with all but U.S. President Donald Trump. I'll make this a little bit bigger. Hold up. I'll make this just a little bit bigger. There we go. And it says here, depending on how you define the word, Israel is having some sort of crisis with a list of countries that seem to grow daily. Spain, Turkey, Italy, Germany, even South Korea. Trouble is mounting so fast, it can be hard to keep track of the reasons and repercussions of each. What's clear is that Israel's foreign relations are in crisis. No doubt about it. A blind person could see that, said Mark Sofer, the former Deputy Director General of the Foreign Ministry, who retired in 2021. In an interview in Jerusalem, he said, quote, "It's a fact. Our closest friends are basically turning against us." While some on the current crisis incident list have long been critical of Israel's policies and have fueled waves of tension over the years, others involve Israel's most critical allies. Few are surprised by yet another ugly spat with Turkey. The tension is not new, but few remember that Turkey was the first Muslim country to recognize Israel, and for decades the two enjoyed robust military and economic cooperation, a key partnership now deeply diminished. So Israel and Turkey used to be very strong allies. Now, Turkey and Israel are on the verge of war. And they're on the verge of war over who's going to control Syria. And it says here, Ireland, long known for pro-Palestinian sympathies, issued vocal criticism of Israel's war on Gaza from the start. In December 2024, Israel shut its embassy there. Ireland still has an embassy in Tel Aviv, but Sa'ar, Israel's foreign minister, has mercilessly and publicly attacked the government of Ireland as anti-Semitic, insisting that only outside pressure was able to halt local efforts to remove the name of Israel's sixth president, Chaim Herzog, from a Dublin park. So there is the name of Chaim Herzog, Israel's sixth president, platted in a park in Dublin somewhere. And a bunch of Irish people said, remove the name. And they were about to do it, but then it got stopped because of Israeli pressure. So the Israeli government takes note of this and says, well, Ireland is just, Ireland's anti-Semitic. Now, let me tell you guys something. This whole trope of accusing people of being anti-Semitic, are there people who are truly disturbingly anti-Semitic? Yes, they are. There are people out there who want to murder Jews. There are people out there who wouldn't mind murdering a bunch of civilians just because they're Jewish. But the problem that I see is this throwing around of the label anti-Semitic on people for just criticizing Israel. And the thing is that I was raised to be a Zionist. I was raised to be pro-Israel. Now, this may sound strange to a lot of people, but my father is from the West Bank. He was born in the West Bank. And my father was a member of the Palestinian resistance. He was a part of the PLO. He put a bomb on the roof of a bank in Israel. And he ended up becoming a Zionist because he felt so bad about what he had done that he ended up becoming a Christian Zionist. Now, he is still a Christian, but he is no longer a Zionist. And I was raised to be a Zionist by my father, who was born in the West Bank. Very strange story, I know, right? Because you would think if I tell you I was raised to be a Zionist, automatically people will assume that I was raised in a Jewish household. I mean, a lot of people make that assumption. They say, oh, you must have been raised Jewish. No, I was raised by a Palestinian father who was born and raised in the West Bank in the 60s and 70s, who was a part of the PLO, who was a part of the Palestinian resistance, who spent time in jail for his activism work against the Israeli government. My father was arrested and put in jail for simply participating in a demonstration against the Israeli occupation, and he raised up the Palestinian flag. And so my father was arrested and they threw him in jail. And he spent a number of weeks in the Muscovia prison. And my father was recruited while he was in prison to put a bomb in a bank. And he threw the bomb on the roof of the bank and it blew up. And thankfully nobody died. But my father felt a lot of contrition for that. And eventually, he left Islam, converted to Christianity, albeit it was evangelical Christianity, but still a form of Christianity with some semblance of Christianity, belief in the Trinity, the resurrection, the virgin birth, etc. And he became a Zionist, Christian Zionist. And my father raised me to be pro-Israel. And I spent much of my life being pro-Israel. I spent much of my life arguing with people in defense of Israel. And now I began to shed myself of Zionism later on in my life, beginning in, I would say, 2016, 2017, those years. 2018, fully shed myself of Zionism. But even when October the 7th happened, I said, listen, 10/7 was pretty messed up, and any country would have the right to respond militarily to what happened on October the 7th. But even I, as someone who was raised to be pro-Israel, saw what Israel was doing and said, okay, this is way too much. This is abominable. This is vile. This is murderous. And I saw the stories about kids being shot in the head by snipers, and I said, no. I understand if you want to respond militarily and you want to assassinate some members of Hamas, I can understand that. But to go out and just drop white phosphorus on the civilian population and to snipe children, shoot children in the head, I just, no, I'm not going to support that. And you can see my cat's tail. I just said no, to hell with all of this bullshit. And that was it. So, I mean, when I began to criticize Israel back in 2018 quite openly, I mean, I had Jewish people that I personally knew writing me saying, what happened to you? Are you insane? Are you brain dead? Are you this? Are you an anti-Semite? And people were accusing me of being anti-Semitic. Now, like I said, are there real anti-Semites out there? Absolutely. But just this willy-nilly, nonchalant firing of the word anti-Semitism like a bullet at people just for criticizing Israel, I think is just absolutely insane. And it's quite evil, actually. It's quite evil because you're trying to frame people as evil for exposing evil. And that unto itself is evil and malicious and insidious. So, anyway, I could talk more about that, but I'll stop. I'll go back to this article. So it says here, Saar also accused the Spanish government of anti-Semitism. There we go, anti-Semitism. Recently, and last week, barred Spanish representatives from the U.S.-led control center for implementing the Gaza ceasefire located inside Israel. So Israel has declared war on Spain, if not physically, at least diplomatically. Now, the thing is this, and I've thought about this, this is just speculation. This is just pure speculation. Don't see this as me being emphatic or me making an absolute prediction here. I'm not saying this is going to happen 100%, but what I am saying is that I can see this happening. Spain has a lot of issues with a region in its northern part called Catalonia. And Catalonia has wanted to separate itself from Spain for a very long time. You can go back to the Spanish Civil War in the 1930s and read about Catalonian nationalism and separatism. And there was a guy, his name was, what was his name? Luis. What was his name? He had a weird name. Luis Companys, that was his name. Luis Companys. He looks like Albert Einstein. Early life moment, I know. But Luis Companys was the leader of the Catalonian separatist movement in the Spanish Civil War, and he took over Catalonia. He revolted against Madrid, took over Catalonia, and then the separatist government of Catalonia under Luis Companys commenced an anti-Catholic purge of Catalonia. They began to butcher people just for being Catholic. They killed people just for trying to learn Latin. So if you were learning how to read Latin, they said, oh, you're an agent of the Vatican, you deserve to die. They murdered a young man who was mentally challenged because he was the gardener of a monastery. They took a nun and beheaded her and then fed her head to some pigs. They did some very horrific things. And a lot of people, we're talking about tens of thousands of people, were murdered by the reign of terror of Luis Companys. And the scary thing about Catalonia is that if you go to Catalonia today, Luis Companys is still praised as a hero of Catalonia. And you can go to Barcelona, and in Barcelona, they insist that you do not speak Spanish. They insist that you speak Catalan. So even though Catalonia is a part of España, if you go to Catalonia as a Spaniard and you visit the capital city of Catalonia, which is called Barcelona, and you start to speak Spanish, which is the official language of Spain, the Catalonians get very upset at you. They want you to speak Catalan. Even if you're a Spanish citizen and you don't speak Catalan, they want you to speak Catalan. So they're a very racist people. And a lot of these Catalonian nationalists see Spanish speakers as inferior. They even have a term that they will use, and this was something that was done during the Spanish Civil War. They would call Spanish-speaking Spaniards moros. Moros, M-O-R-O-S, which literally means Moor, as in North African. So what they're trying to say is, you Spaniards are the descendants of Moors who invaded Spain. You're Moros. We are the Catalonians. We're way up north. They border with France. They're so up north. And so they say, we're not mixed with Moro. We're not mixed with Moorish, unlike you Spanish speakers. And there was even a very famous Catalonian politician. What was his name? I can look it up real quick. Hold up. I want to mention this guy because this demonstrates my point so clearly. Governor of Catalonia, who compared Spanish speakers to dogs. He compared Spanish speakers to dogs. What was his name? Wasn't Carlos Puigdemont, albeit he was a part of that same movement. Quim Torra. This dude. Oh my gosh, this guy's a monster. So Quim Torra is one of the leaders of the Catalonian separatist movement today. Now, the Catalonian nationalists will accuse Spanish speakers of being the descendants of Moors. I see this dude, and I'm thinking you can accuse the Spaniards of being the descendants of North Africans, but buddy, have you ever taken the time to look at the mirror? Have you ever looked at the mirror and have done some introspection and some internal reflection? Because, my dude, you look like you are the descendant of a merchant. And if you know, you know. I'm getting some early life moment vibes here, guys. What do you think? But this guy is Quim Torra. This guy was the governor of Catalonia when Catalonia did its revolt, electoral revolt back in 2017. So I mentioned the Spanish Civil War and how the Catalonian separatists unleashed a reign of terror on Catholics and other people in Catalonia, people who were against them, and they butchered thousands of priests and people who disagreed with them. And then World War II ended. Eventually, Spain was reunified by Francisco Franco. And what happened was Catalonia was given autonomy. So they want to prevent another Catalonian insurrection. So They say, okay, Catalonia, you get your own governor, you can speak Catalan, you got a little bit of autonomy. So in 2017, we're talking, this is almost 10 years ago, the Catalonian nationalists orchestrated an election. They orchestrated a referendum to separate from Spain and to create an independent country. And their argument was that Catalonia is very wealthy. It's the wealthiest region in Spain. And their argument was that because they made so much money and because they were such a massive part of the Spanish economy and because they spent so much money in taxes, that they deserved their own state because, according to them, Catalonians don't need Spain, but Spain needs Catalonians. So why are we attached to Madrid? Madrid is a parasite that takes our taxes. And so there was a guy by the name of Carlos Puigdemont. That doesn't sound like a Spanish name, it sounds French. And the reason for that is because Catalonia borders with France. So Carlos Puigdemont led the Catalonian revolt. They did an illegal referendum in Catalonia, and the vast majority of people who participated in that referendum voted to leave Spain. And so it looked like Spain was on the verge of a civil war. And there was violence that took place between the Spanish police and these Catalonian separatists. It was getting pretty nasty. The Spanish government then released the Spanish government issued an arrest warrant for Carlos Puigdemont for the crime of insurrection. Carlos Puigdemont was doing a lecture tour, and he went to the what's the name of that body of islands near Norway? What's it called? Starts with an M. He was in islands near Norway. Or near Denmark? What's it called? Not. I hate it. Starts with an M. Islands in Scandinavia near. Let me look this up real quick. Hold up. I hate this. I really hate that I forget these names. It starts with an M. Why is it so hard to find this? This should not be that difficult. It starts with an M. Starts with an M. Does it start with an M? I think I'm mistaken. Oh god, I really hate that I forgot this. It's an island. Faroe Island. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Dog. Yes, Faroe Island. So, Puigdemont did a speaking event in the Faroes Islands, or island, however, is it islands or island? I don't want to make this mistake. Faroes. The Faroe Islands. Okay, it's plural. So Carlos Puigdemont was doing a speaking event at the Faroe Islands, and he was preaching in favor for independence for the Faroe Islands. And he was told there's an arrest warrant that's been released against you. You are wanted. For what? Oh, for starting an illegal referendum and for effectively starting an insurrection against the Spanish government. Oh, shoot. So now he's a wanted man. And so he goes to Denmark. And eventually he goes to Germany. I think he goes to Germany. And he eventually goes to Brussels. And he hides in Brussels. And the German government, and I found this to be so interesting, the German government tells the Spanish government, you are not allowed to try Carlos Puigdemont for starting an insurrection. Because in Spain, if you are found guilty of starting an insurrection, you could end up in prison for 20 years. And the German government said, you will not be allowed to try Mr. Puigdemont for insurrection. You can try him for other things, but you cannot try him for insurrection. And the Spanish government said, what are you talking about? This is our country. Why is Germany dictating to us what we can try this guy for? What are you talking about? This guy started an illegal referendum within our borders to try to fragment Spanish society, potentially causing a civil war. And now you're dictating to us what we can and can't do? Yes, because we're Germany and we run Europe. Germany dominates Europe. So here was this agent of chaos, Carlos Puigdemont, alongside his gang of Catalonian separatists. And the Spanish government rightfully issued an arrest warrant for him and rightfully wanted to try him for insurrection. And here is Germany defending this guy, which really, it made me wonder. Going back to the Spanish Civil War, when the Spanish Civil War was taking place, Adolf Hitler took advantage of the situation, and the German government sent its air force into Spain to defend the nationalists against the anarchists. And Adolf Hitler said, I do not care about ending the war in Spain. He said, I do not care about ending this war. For as long as the Spanish Civil War continues, I will have a reason to use my military in Europe. So people talk about the Third Reich, and they will say, well, the Third Reich began its military incursions into Czechoslovakia or into Poland. But what is rarely ever said is that that's actually not true. The first military incursion done by the Third Reich took place in Spain. That's when it began, with the Spanish Civil War and the Germans deploying their air force into Spain to back the nationalist forces against the Marxist/anarchist forces. And so Germany took advantage of that civil war to begin its military operations within Europe. So I'm thinking to myself, perhaps, this is all speculation. This could all be false. But perhaps the reason why the Germans defended Carlos Puigdemont is because they want separatism in Spain. They want Spain to be fragmented. They want Spain to spiral downwards into civil war so that Germany could then have an excuse to increase its military spending and to utilize its military force within the European continent. Just a thought, because you know what they say about history, it rhymes. But going back to Israel, Israel has declared war, albeit diplomatically, on Spain because Spain has decided to defy Judean power. And Spain has said, Israel, you are doing abominations against the Palestinian people. You are doing a genocide. We don't want to support you, and nor do we want to support your unprovoked, vile, and unjust war against Iran. And so Netanyahu says that Spain is now our enemy, and he said this quite explicitly. Now remember, Benjamin Netanyahu's father was an historian. What was his father's name? Benzion Netanyahu. He was an historian. And Netanyahu's father wrote a very, very long book, a very large book on the Spanish Inquisition. Now, there are a lot of lies that are taught about the Spanish Inquisition. One is that the Spanish Inquisition has killed countless lives and was just exterminating people by the hundreds of thousands, or even by the tens of thousands, or even by the millions, depending on who you read. You might read a Jack Chick track, or you might read some bullshit historian like Mr. Netanyahu and read that the Spanish Inquisition killed countless people. But when you actually take the time to read reputable historians on the Spanish Inquisition, when you take the time to read historians, for example, like the work of Mr. Madden, Thomas Madden, I think his name was, who wrote a very detailed work on the Spanish Inquisition, you will find that the Spanish Inquisition, for one thing, lasted for centuries, and it killed about 3,000 people, which means that the Spanish Inquisition killed about a small handful of people every single year. Now, I'm pretty certain that the state of Texas has killed more people than the Spanish Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was not murderous, contrary to what a lot of people have said. The Spanish Inquisition did not kill tens of thousands of people. The Spanish Inquisition killed thousands, we're talking 3,000 people, within a span of, I want to say, 300 years or so, or maybe even more, which means that it killed a very small handful of people every single year. It was not a murderous government system. Were there abuses? Absolutely. But was it this mass murderous system? The answer is no. Israel killed more people than the Spanish Inquisition did in a matter of 2 years. Israel killed more people in the span of 2 years than the Spanish Inquisition did in the span of 300 years. So if you want to sit there and bash the Spanish Inquisition, Israel, look in the mirror. And you know what they say about not throwing stones when you are living in a glass house. So Benjamin Netanyahu's father writes this massive book accusing the Spanish government of killing countless lives. And I did not know that Benjamin Netanyahu's dad wrote this book until 2016. Now, how did I find out about Netanyahu's father's work against the Spanish Inquisition? Well, I was in a debate with a guy by the name of Michael Brown, Professor Michael Brown. And I got into a massive spat with Dr. Brown in 2016 because of what I was writing about the Sodomite agenda. I was writing things against the Sodomite agenda. And Mr. Brown said that I was too extreme in my language. And he said that he condemned me. And he wrote an article against me. And so I wrote Mr. Brown, and I said, because you have written an article against me, I challenge you to a debate. And he accepted the challenge. And so him and I had a debate, and we brought up the Spanish Inquisition. And I said, well, what's wrong with the Spanish Inquisition? And he said, well, it killed all these people and all that stuff. And I said, well, if you actually take the time to read reputable historians like Thomas Madden and numerous others whose names escape my memory, you will find that the Spanish Inquisition killed just a few thousand people in a matter of centuries. And I'm pretty certain that the state of Texas has killed more people. I'm pretty certain that the U.S. government has killed more people. And America has only been around for, 250 years? And he said, well, have you read the works of Netanyahu? And I said, what, the Prime Minister of Israel? The Benzion Netanyahu, he's a reputable historian. And I looked into this and I found out, oh, this is Benjamin Netanyahu's dad. And he's an Israeli. Of course he's going to have a bias against Spain. Of course he is. So Benjamin Netanyahu was raised to hate Spain. He was raised to see Spain as a country with the blood of Jews on its hands because of the Spanish Inquisition. Now, just as a side note here, the Spanish Inquisition was not bent on killing Jews. The Spanish Inquisition was focused on making sure that there were no fake Catholics in Spain. So, for example, you had Jewish people who claimed to be Catholic, but they were secretly Jews, and they were working in the Catholic Church, and they were considered a danger to the cohesion of Spanish society because they could have taught Judaizing to Catholics. And if one were to be able to teach Judaizing, that meant that there was a danger, there was a risk of people adopting the Judaizing heresy within Catholic Spain. And if you were to allow such a cult to manifest and fester within Spanish society, it would have most definitely fragmented Spanish society over religious differences, and it would have been a threat, and it really would have been a ruin to the religious cohesion of Spain. And people need to understand the historical context in which the Spanish Inquisition took place. For one thing, the Spanish Inquisition took place some years after the Reconquista, in which the Catholics retook all of Spain from the Muslim North Africans or the Muslim Moors. So after reconquering Spain, there was a unity of the royal families of Spain, and thus a unity of Spain itself, and Spain became a unifying country. Well, trying to unify a country is very difficult when you have religious differences. I mean, just look at America. America has difficulty being unified because of our political and religious differences. So Spain wanted to make sure that it would have religious harmony within its borders, which is understandable. And so the Spanish government told the Jewish and the Muslim populations that it needed to either convert to Catholicism or leave Spain. It did not say convert or die. It did not say, well, if you're not a Catholic, we're going to kill you. It just said convert, or if you're not going to convert, then you can leave and go back to wherever you came from. And so many Jews and Muslims left Spain, but there were some who stayed and they decided to convert. Were there Moors and Jews who converted to Catholicism authentically and sincerely? Yes, there were. There were some very good converts to Catholicism from Judaism and Islam, and they remained Catholics. But there were also people who claimed to be Catholic, and they were lying, and they were secretly Muslim, or they were secretly Jewish, and they were practicing Judaism, or they were practicing Islam. And so there was also some cults that were rising in Spain that were a threat to Spanish cohesion. So the Spanish government said, okay, we need to make sure who's a real Catholic and who is a fake Catholic. You also have to understand that the Protestant Reformation was something that was exploding in Europe, and there were Protestant agents who were in Spain who were working to spread Protestantism within Spain's borders, and the British wanted to fragment Spain because the British and the Spanish were enemies. And so the British were arming certain insurgents who were within Spain to try to foment revolution against the government. If I'm not mistaken, the British actually backed a Moorish insurrection within Spain. So you had different enemies, different potential threats. You had the threat of Judaizing, fragmenting the society. You had the threat of Moorish insurrection, and you also had the threat of Protestant infiltration in Spanish society. So you had the Inquisition. And it was much like the United States making sure if someone was not a communist. You know, back in the Cold War, they wanted to make sure, hey, are there communists? Because communism was a real threat. That was the Spanish Inquisition. And I was debating this guy about the Spanish Inquisition, and he starts referencing to me Benjamin Netanyahu. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about Benjamin Netanyahu's dad. He's not a real historian. Who cares? And I referenced multiple historians. And I even referenced a first-hand account from the Spanish Inquisition by a guy named Mendoza. He actually lived through the Spanish Inquisition and wrote about it in much detail. And I referenced him. And the only reference that Dr. Michael Brown had was this Benjamin Netanyahu. Was Benjamin Netanyahu's dad. That was the only reference that he had. And I said, where are your reputable historians? He said, I read the historians. I read Netanyahu. He read some book written by the Prime Minister of Israel, who obviously hates Spain. The point being that Netanyahu was raised to hate this country. He was raised to hate Spain. And let me tell you something. I have spent a good amount of time with Zionists. And they don't think like your average American. Your average American will talk about Japan as if it's the greatest country ever. You talk to an American about Japan, they're not going to bring up Pearl Harbor. They're going to bring up sushi, anime, or Japanese waifus. They're not going to bring up Pearl Harbor. But I remember talking about Spain with a Zionist years ago, and the guy acted like the Spanish Inquisition happened 5 months ago. They don't forget. They'll talk about all sorts of historical things, the Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition. They don't stop talking about it. And so they look at Spain and they see Spain criticizing Israel. They automatically, and I know this because I've seen this behavior, they will automatically associate modern day Spain with the Spanish Inquisition. Guarantee you, this is what they do. 100%. This is exactly what they do. I remember when Poland and Israel had their diplomatic spat because Israel said that the Nazi death camps in Poland were Polish death camps. This was going on back in 2018. And I remember doing videos on this, and a lot of Polish people watch my videos. Much love to Poland. Thank you so much. And a lot of Polish people expressed a lot of love towards me. I really cultivated a newfound appreciation for Poland in the year 2018. And I remember I was talking to this Zionist dude. Well, my father was talking to the Zionist guy, and my father brought up the stuff about Poland that I was talking about in my YouTube channel at the time. And this Zionist says, you know, Poland is no friend of Israel. You know what Poles did in the past. And it was such an absurd way to argue, because the reason why there was a diplomatic spat between Israel and Poland was because Benjamin Netanyahu in 2018 was explicitly calling the Poles the villains of the Holocaust. That's what Netanyahu was doing. He was saying, oh, Poland, it was their death camps. Auschwitz was a Polish death camp. And it was so insensitive, and it was very offensive, and it was very evil what Netanyahu did. Because we all know damn well that millions of ethnic Poles were murdered by the Third Reich, either by the Germans or by the Ukrainians, but they were murdered by the Third Reich. And so to say, oh, these were Polish death camps, when the Poles were just as much of a victim as the Jews were, is just evil and malicious and insidious, I must say. And because I disagreed with Netanyahu and criticized him, all of a sudden I had to hear about how, well, you know, Poland is no friend of Israel's, and you know what Poland did in the past now? They're anti-Semitic. All Poland is doing is saying, Israel, we were also victims of the Nazis. Why are you trying to lump us up with the Nazis? Why are you calling Auschwitz a Polish death camp? That's absurd. There were more Poles who saved Jews during the Holocaust than any other group of people during the Holocaust. In other words, if you look at all the non-Jewish people who went out of their way to rescue Jewish people, the majority of those people who saved Jews were Polish. And so to sit there and say, well, there were Polish death camps is just malicious and bad faith and dishonest. And that's all Poland was saying. But no, Poland now is anti-Semitic. And now all of a sudden, Poland has to be welded together with the Poland of the past. Or, you know, certain Poles who were anti-Semitic in the past. That is the Zionist mentality. I'm trying to help you guys out here. I'm trying to teach you guys something here. Like, that is literally the Zionist mentality. So if Spain says, hey, stop killing kids, stop shooting toddlers in the head, oh, Spanish Inquisition! Spanish Inquisition it's coming back, guys. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. If Germany criticizes Israel, it's Adolf Hitler. If Poland criticizes Israel, here come the Polish pogroms again. In fact, I'll show you guys something real quick. Where is it? I had this here, hold up. I think it's here. Yep, here it is. Check this out. This actually happened recently. Look at this. 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 Look what it says here. This week, Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, posted that Germany opposes de facto annexation of the West Bank. So Germany is telling Israel, stop acting like Nazis. Stop annexing the West Bank. Stop ethnically cleansing Palestinians out of the West Bank. Just stop. And for saying this, Friedrich Merz had to be reminded of Nazi crimes. So if the Chancellor of Germany criticizes Israel, it's another Shoah. So it says here that Friedrich Merz said that Germany opposes de facto annexation of the West Bank. Israel's religious fundamentalist minister, Bezalel Smotrich, and others harangued Merz in response about the history of German crimes on the eve of the Holocaust Remembrance Day. Hello. So if Germany says, Israel, stop acting like Nazis, Germany then gets accused of being a Nazi country. If Spain criticizes Israel, Spain gets reminded of the Spanish Inquisition. If Poland criticizes Israel, Poland then has to be told about some pogrom that happened in Eastern Europe. This is how they think. This is how they function. 100%. This is how they function. It happened to me. This literally happened to me in my own life. I'm telling you right now, this actually happened to me. I remember I got into a spat with all these Zios that I knew back in 2018. And they were calling me a Palestinian terrorist. Because my father came from the West Bank. Yeah. They were saying, you know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Theodore. You know, we know that you are a Christian and everything, Theodore, but those Islamic roots, they're hard to get rid of, I know. You know, Theodore, we know that you are raised in America and, you know, you've never done any sort of terrorism in your life, but it looks like your Palestinian terrorist roots are coming back. So, when they get upset with you, they start getting racial. They become what they claim you are. They become what they accuse you of. You know what they say, a confession, every accusation is a confession. Every accusation is a confession. And so, if you say, hey, Israel, stop doing this evil thing, they start criticizing you based on your genetics and based on whatever your ancestors may have done in the past. This is what they do. So Benjamin Netanyahu was raised to hate Spain. And he was raised to connect Spain, the modern day state of Spain, to the Spanish Inquisition. So, let's go back to Catalonia. Spain has issues with Catalonia. Spain has a real problem with Catalonia because Catalonia wants to separate, and they almost did separate in 2017. They at least attempted. The German government protected the separatist leaders. They protected the main kingpin of the separatist group, Carlos Puigdemont. Quim Torra, this guy, who was the governor of Catalonia while the Catalonians were trying to do an insurrection, said that Spanish speakers are like dogs. This is what he said. They are like dogs. They are inferior to us, just like the Israelis say that the Goyim are inferior to them. Quim Torra said that Spanish speakers were inferior. And so perhaps, now again, this is all speculation, but perhaps, because the Israelis have now declared diplomatic war on the Spanish, perhaps the Israelis maybe will send their Mossad agents over there to Catalonia. Maybe they will flow in some firearms into Catalonia. Maybe they will provide some paramilitary training to these Catalonian separatists. Maybe they will start funneling in funds to promote Catalonian separatism in Spain with the intent of destabilizing Spain. Just a thought. Just a thought. I know that Israel and Turkey are in the midst of a diplomatic war, and all of a sudden you're hearing about school shootings in Turkey. Two mass shootings in a row happened in Turkey, and this has never happened before. All of a sudden you're hearing about school shootings. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe not. I don't know. What I do know is that when you have too many school shootings in a region, especially in a country that never had school shootings before, it becomes a political issue and people start getting mad at the government. This happened in Serbia, by the way. All of a sudden, there were some mass shootings in Serbia, I remember. Mass shootings in Serbia. Serbia is not a country known for school shootings. America is. We get school shootings every year. But Serbia is not a country known for its school shootings. All of a sudden, you have school shootings in Serbia. And then the Serbian people said, hey, not the Serbian people in general, but a group of activists in Serbia began to blame the government for the school shootings that were happening in Serbia. Maybe these school shootings were orchestrated to foment hatred against the Erdogan government. This is all speculation on my part, but perhaps this is the case. I don't know. But there is a major issue in Spain with Catalonia. There is a very, very popular movement in Catalonia that calls for separating from Madrid. And because this exists, and because Israel is in the midst of this diplomatic war with Spain, and Netanyahu did say that Spain is now our enemy, wouldn't surprise me if you start hearing about Catalonian separatism anytime soon. Just saying, wouldn't surprise me in the least bit. At all. At all. I'll read some of your guys' comments. Hold up. Oh, we have the healthcare scammers in the chat. Hold up. They're going to start trying to sell healthcare to me. Hold up. This guy's trying to sell healthcare. Yeah, people do die in political theater, 100%. Let's see here. MK Ultra. Love all my Muslim brothers. Well, Mr. C. Monkeys brings up the Spanish Civil War and the you-know-who's, and I will say, if you ever read about Luis Companys, the leader of the Catalonian insurrection, the Catalonian Revolution during the Spanish Civil War, just look at his background. It's an early life moment. Oh, happy days. That's right. We had someone on here trying to sell us life insurance. Hold on a second. Conversos, yep. Monty Python. Mm-hmm. They murder whales at the Faroe Islands? I didn't know that. Conversos were in Barcelona? Early life moment. My mother's dad was Sicilian. I drove all along the Atlantic coast of northern Spain a little over a year ago. Damn. I was in Spain back in 2015. Beautiful country, but I only stayed in the south and in the center. Accufession. That's a great way to put it. Speaking of England, let me see if I want to talk about this. I do want to mention something here. I thought this was really fascinating, but let me just take a smoke real quick. You know what? I'll relax with the smoke. I'll relax with the smoking. I'm gonna drink water here. Would France go to war against Spain? I don't know. No idea. My friend said that the Spanish town he's living in hates Israel for what they do to Palestinians. Yeah, that's pretty much the the general reason why people hate Israel. What is your tobacco blend? Oh, the stuff that you sent me, Mr. Sweet. Christmas blend. Very good stuff. I think this is my favorite one. It's really good. So I want to show you guys something here. This is really fascinating. Look at this. Look at this one, guys. This is crazy. U.S. envoy cautions Israel against trying to box Turkey out of Gaza. Oh, this is so fascinating. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, guys. U.S. ambassador to Turkey cautions Israel against trying to box Ankara out of efforts to secure the ceasefire in Gaza, arguing that President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has played a productive role in coaxing Hamas to cooperate. So, America wants Turkey to be involved in Gaza. And the reason for this is very simple. Turkey is an Islamic country. The Gazans are not going to listen to a bunch of Jews. The Gazans, on the other hand, wouldn't mind being obedient to the Turks because the Turks are fellow Sunni Muslims. And Turkey has at least vocally defended the Palestinians since the beginning. And the Turks are beginning to invest in infrastructure in Gaza. They have built several mosques in Gaza. And the Turks have also been doing humanitarian work in Gaza. And so the idea, the logic behind this is that Turkey will have a much better job, will do a much better job in governing Gaza than Israel will. And so in order to establish some sort of harmony in Gaza, you want to have an Islamic country. But you want as a part of NATO. You don't want Iran being involved because Iran is an enemy of NATO. So what do? You get the most powerful Muslim country in the Islamic world, Turkey, to govern Gaza. America doesn't want to babysit Gaza, so it's much easier to just commission Turkey to do the job. The Israelis are absolutely terrified of this. They don't want Turkey to be in Gaza because that would mean Turkey being right smack next to Israel's southern border. That's the reason why. And I've said this numerous times, but Turkey has a military presence in Lebanon, which is on Israel's north. Turkey has a military presence in Cyprus, which is on Israel's west. They have a military presence in Syria, which is on Israel's east. They have a massive military presence in Libya. And so they don't want to be fully encircled by Turkey. And so if Turkey can have a foothold into Gaza, that would mean Turkey fully encircling Israel. And the Americans have been insistent upon allowing the Turks to have some presence in Gaza, be it a military presence or be it a humanitarian presence. They want Turkey to be involved in Gaza because they want for an Islamic country to babysit Gaza in order to counter any sort of potential Iranian / Chinese / Iranian influence in the region. And so the Israelis have been protesting this. They've been telling the Americans, no, don't do this. And the Americans, from Donald Trump to J.D. Vance to Tom Barak, have said Turkey must play a role in Gaza. And this is yet another sign of America doing something against Israel's interest. Be it America allowing Turkey to invade Syria, be it America forcing Israel to sign a ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah. America has done certain things against Israel's interest. And this is yet another example of this. And so it says here, during an interview at the Antalya Diplomatic Forum, Barak is asked about Israel's fervent opposition to Turkey contributing troops to the International Stabilization Force tasked with securing Gaza in place of the IDF. Barak argues that both Turkey and Qatar have been able to play critical mediating roles between Israel and Hamas because they haven't heeded calls from critics to outlaw the terror group. So Turkey refuses to label Hamas as a terrorist organization. And Tom Barak says, well, we have to allow the Turks to be involved in Gaza because they don't consider Hamas to be terrorists. You, Israel, on the other hand, call Hamas a bunch of terrorists. Turkey does not. That means that Turkey is more qualified to govern Gaza than you are. So America in this case is not saying, well, you know, Hamas, they're a bunch of terrorists and we can't allow Turkey as a country that refuses to label Hamas as a terrorist group to govern Gaza. That would mean a friend of terrorists and an ally of a terrorist organization ruling over Gaza. We can't allow that. That's a threat to Israel. He's not saying that. He's saying because Turkey refuses to call Hamas a terrorist organization, Turkey is now qualified to govern Gaza. I mean, a real middle finger is being flicked at the Israelis here. Yeah, we know that Turkey supports Hamas. Yeah, we know Turkey supports the Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah, we know that Turkey refuses to call Hamas a terrorist organization. That's why they're qualified. We don't care about your objections, Israel. That's why Turkey is qualified. And J.D. Vance said it. He said Turkey will have to have a role in governing Gaza. He made that very explicit. And when the Americans had their first conference for the Board of Peace for the governing of Gaza, Turkey's foreign minister Hakan Fidan was present. Indonesia had a representative in the meeting as well. And Indonesia said, we will have 8,000 troops sent to Gaza. We pledge 8,000 troops. Kosovo, Albania, these countries pledged troops to Gaza. These are all Muslim countries, by the way, and Albania is considered by Turkey to be an extension of Turkish power because the Turks still remember the Ottoman Empire. And so the Turks used to control all of the Balkans. And according to them, Kosovo is a part of Turkey. That is official Turkish foreign policy. Kosovo is a part of Turkey. Albania is a part of Turkey. Macedonia, that's a part of Turkey. And so they see these countries as just extensions of Turkish power. And so when the Kosovar government and the Albanian government have both pledged troops to Gaza, that is Turkey pledging troops to Gaza because those countries are loyal to Turkey. Turkey is the biggest investor in those countries. Turkey is the biggest investor in the militaries of both Kosovo and Albania. The Kosovar military is really an extension of the Turkish military. Any Serb will tell you this. And Indonesia was present. Oh yes, Indonesia was present. And Indonesia said, we pledge 8,000 troops. Hakan Fidan, the foreign minister of Turkey, was present in the conference of the Board of Peace, which was led by Donald Trump. And Hakan Fidan said, yeah, we pledge troops to Gaza. And the Americans have not objected to this. Why not? It's quite obvious why. Because Turkey is a vital ally of the United States. Turkey controls two of the most important choke points in all of the world. The Turkish Straits, the Strait of the Bosphorus, and the Strait of the Dardanelles. And America needs to have Turkey as an ally because it needs to be able to use Turkey to restrict Russia's freedom of movement from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. So Turkey is a massive, massive wild card for NATO against the Russians. Turkey is also vital in America's shadow war against the Chinese because Turkey borders with Iran. Iran borders with Central Asia, and Central Asia borders with China. And Turkey right now is working to create a pan-Turkic bloc consisting of the Turkic Central Asian countries of Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. And this bloc of Turkic Central Asian states will be led by Ankara according to this pan-Turanian or pan-Turkic plan. And the Americans want for this plan to manifest. They want for this plan to be completed because this massive pan-Turkic bloc could be then used against the Chinese. Because remember, Kazakhstan is a part of Central Asia, and Kazakhstan borders with China. It shares a massive border with both China and Russia. So if the second most armed country in NATO, which is what Turkey is, manages to control Central Asia, not only will you have the full unfettered access to tap into the natural resources of Central Asia, we're talking oil and natural gas, you will also have a massive military bloc consisting of Turkish and Turkic forces that could potentially be used against the Chinese and the Russians. And it would be Turkey controlling the transition point between East Asia and West Asia. That's what Central Asia is. It is the transition point between East Asia and West Asia. So you go from China to Kazakhstan. So China is East Asia. You go from China to Kazakhstan, you're in Central Asia. From Kazakhstan, you eventually can travel to Iran. You're in West Asia. And so that is a massive form of power to control that for one thing, to be able to control that massive amount of territory and to be able to control that transition between East and West Asia is quite significant. It's very significant. And it goes back to the whole Eurasian strategy of geopolitics that goes back to Mr. Mackinder. Basically, whoever controls Central Asia is a world superpower, at least just a world superpower or the world superpower. This is a pretty massive aspiration that Turkey has. But Israel knows this. Israel knows that Turkey has this aspiration. And if Turkey could send, Uzbek troops and Kazakh troops and Turkmen troops into the Middle East, into Gaza, into even Syria, that would be Turkey utilizing the troops of its pan-Turkic bloc against its enemies and really expanding its power and its presence and really projecting empire and projecting real geopolitical power. And this is the aspiration of Turkey, and it's not something that's far off. It's not something that is far-fetched at all. I mean, just given the fact that pro-Turkey sentiment is growing by leaps and bounds in Central Asia, just given the fact that anti-Russian sentiment is growing in Central Asia, really shows that Turkey does have a chance of taking over Central Asia through its influence, at least. And so you see this rising Turkish power, and the Americans, they want in on it. They don't want to lose the Dardanelles. They don't want to lose the Bosphorus. They don't want to lose the potential to use Turkey to control Central Asia and take those resources away from China and Russia. They don't want to lose out on that. So they want to use Turkey. Israel has this fantasy of using America as a proxy to go to war against Turkey. This is just not going to happen. It's a dream. America is not going to be sending hundreds of thousands of troops to storm the beaches of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles Strait. That's just not going to happen. America needs Turkey. It's a vital ally for its empire. And what is going to happen eventually is the American-Turkish alliance is just going to deepen. The chasm between the Americans and the Israelis will further widen. just given the fact that Israel is an uncontrollable, reckless country that is like an unleashed dog that shits all over the place and destroys people's property, and America is expected to just tolerate it. And so Israel's recklessness and America's tolerance of that recklessness has caused the Gulf Arab states to want to separate more and more away from the American power, because Israel could just decide to bomb Iran, and then that could get the Iranians to bomb the Gulf Arab states. And so Israel's recklessness is a threat to the Gulf Arab states. And so the Gulf Arab states want to get closer to China, which means that the petrodollar is in danger. So Israel is a threat to the petrodollar. Israel is a threat to America's empire. It is a massive source of instability in the world, which is quite amazing given how small the country Israel is. And eventually America is going to say, we've had enough. That's it. America will continue in its alliance with Turkey and will deepen ties with the Turks, just given its geopolitical position and given its military prowess. And Israel will be left to face Turkey on its own. Turkey and Iran. Because Turkey and Iran are allies. And who knows, maybe by that point, Iran will be also an ally of the United States. Who knows, maybe Iran will better its relations with the Americans. And America wouldn't mind that, because it would mean America having unfettered access in the Strait of Hormuz. So who knows, maybe you will have an Iran that's friendly with the United States in the future, and this, or maybe it'll be an Iran that is friendly with Europe. I believe that you are going to have a Euro-Iranian alliance. That's what I believe. I think you're going to have European countries making an alliance with Iran against Israel, because Israel is not just a threat to the economic interest of the Gulf Arabs. Israel is also a threat to the economic interest of the Europeans, because every time Israel attacks Iran, Israel is just going to attack the Gulf Arabs. My mistake. Every time Israel attacks Iran, Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And that is a threat to the energy security of the Europeans. And so what I expect for the Europeans to do is to deepen ties with the Iranians. This is what I think will happen. I think they're going to deepen ties. I think the Europeans are going to deepen ties with the Iranians against the Israelis, because Israel is a threat to their energy security. Because as I said, if Israel decides to attack Iran again, Iran will react by closing the Strait of Hormuz, and then you have another energy crisis, and then all of a sudden Europe is left in this volatile situation, and the Europeans don't want to have to deal with this forever. So I think eventually the Europeans are going to tell the Iranians, listen, we need each other. We need the Strait of Hormuz more than the Americans do, more than the Israelis do. You guys need us to buy your oil, and we need your trade route. Let's work together against the Israelis, because the Israelis are now seen as a massive source of instability and as a massive threat to the energy security of many countries, especially in Europe and in East Asia, countries like South Korea and China and Japan. And so I think that you're going to have many countries uniting together against Israel. And I think that the fantasy of the anti-Islam activists, this fantasy of the whole world uniting, not the whole world, but this fantasy of the Western countries uniting with Israel to go against Islamofascism, I don't really see this happening. I see the deepening of ties between the Europeans, the Turks, and the Iranians against the Israelis. And to a certain extent, you already see this with Italy under Meloni, rescinding a 20-year-long security pact with Israel. You see this with Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain, and really the Spanish government, being in the middle of a diplomatic war with the Israelis. So you're beginning to see the Euros rise up against the Israelis. We saw just a number of years ago, or we saw fairly recently, Norway recognizing a Palestinian state. We saw recently the Irish recognizing a Palestinian state. So what I foresee for the future is countries uniting against Israel. Countries that 20 years ago would have never been expected to unite together against Israel. I mean, what we are going to be seeing in the future is something that we would have never expected 15, 20 years ago. Never. If someone 20 years ago would have said, hey, you're going to be seeing European countries diplomatically being at war against Israel. You're going to see Italy canceling a security pact with Israel. You're going to be seeing America agreeing to allow Turkey to have a hand in governing Gaza against the interest of Israel. You're going to be seeing America allowing Turkey to take over Syria against the interest of Israel. I mean, people would not have believed you. And back in the early 2000s and back in the early, I would say in the early 2000s, there was a very powerful movement called the counter-jihad movement. And the counter-jihad movement was basically, it was just an Israeli psyop. I mean, that's what it was. And I know this because I've researched it a lot, and my father, he was not embraced by it, but the counter-jihad movement saw my father as basically as an ally, because my father was very critical of Islam. But I did a lot of research on the counter-jihad movement, and I hung out with people who were a part of the counter-jihad movement, and I can say right now, it was a very evil movement. It was about really reviving European nationalism under the facade of fighting Islam. And in some cases, it was about reviving eugenics under the facade of fighting Islam. And in many cases, it was about supporting the religion of Sodom and Gomorrah under the guise of fighting Islam by saying, oh, we need to support Sodom because the Muslims are against Sodom. It was a very insidious movement. But in those days, there was a big push by the counter-jihad movement to unite the Western world against Islam and to unite Israel with the Western world. And that's just not going to happen. Now, that whole counter-jihad fantasy is not going to happen. What you're going to see are European countries like Ireland and others uniting with Iran against Israel. Because think about it, you're Europe, right? You don't really have energy independence as far as oil goes. Yes, Norway produces oil, and I know that Romania also has a lot of oil. There's Azerbaijan, but for now, Europe is dependent on importing oil through the Strait of Hormuz. And Israel can just attack Iran out of nowhere. And Iran will react by what? Closing the strait. We're gonna have drones hovering over the strait, and if we see a boat that we don't like, we're gonna bomb it. And then what that does is it instills fear in all these other ships because they're terrified of getting blown up by a mine, or they're terrified of getting hit by a drone or some ship drone, and so they refuse to sail through the strait. And during the span of the war that was done between America and Israel on one side and Iran on the other, there were about 900 ships that got stuck in the Strait of Hormuz because they were so terrified of getting blown up. Understandably so. So you're Europe. Put yourself in the shoes of Europe. Let's say I'm a German guy, right? Are you meaning to tell me that my energy security is now dependent on the whims of Israel? Is that what you're telling me? That my energy security is now dependent on whether or not Israel wants to behave itself? I think I'm going to make an alliance with Iran against Israel because they are a threat to our energy. And I think that's what's going to happen. Now, remember, Germany and Iran, they have an historical tie that goes back to the 1920s. Back in the 1920s, Germany established ties with Iran. And they've had ties ever since. And when there was the Iran deal, when the Iran deal was established back in 2015, Germany was very much in support of it. and did not want the Iran deal to end. In fact, when Donald Trump tore up the Iran deal in 2018, Germany was the biggest European protester against that. So Germany has no interest in going to war against Iran. And I think that was seen very clearly when Donald Trump was begging the Europeans for help, and the Europeans said, no, we're going to sit this one out. This is your war. Now, why did the Europeans refuse to support Israel against the Iranians? Because they don't want to be on Iran's bad side. That's the reason why. They don't want to spat with the Iranians. They don't want to be in a war with the Iranians. They want to have relations with the Iranians. They want to have a good relationship with Iran so that when the war eventually calms down, they will still be able to purchase stuff from Iran without any sort of diplomatic issues. So what do I see for the future? What I foresee is Europeans and Iranians working together against the Israelis. Europeans and Turks and Iranians working together against the Israelis. And so you see this whole situation. What's happening? Israel is a threat to America's petrodollar. The American intelligence sector does not want this undisciplined relationship with Israel to continue forever. They want to end it. I think this is very clear by the fact that you have people like Joe Kent, who was in the intelligence apparatus. He was the director of counterintelligence. John Kiriakou, who was a CIA guy, he says that a lot of people in the CIA hate Israel and they want to end the current nature of America's alliance with Israel. I think all of these are just signs that they are people within America saying we need to end this, because every time Israel attacks Iran, it's a threat to our security interest, our energy interests. It's a threat to our allies in the Gulf. But I think that eventually America will abandon the Middle East to the point where, because America right now is investing a lot in its own natural gas and oil. America is the biggest exporter of natural gas in the world right now. And they've profited from this war because the Europeans were cut off from the Strait of Hormuz. So that meant buying American oil and natural gas. So the Americans want to use this war to get the Europeans to be dependent on American energy, American oil and natural gas. Is that going to last forever? Maybe. But remember, Pakistan is now turning more and more towards coal energy. The Europeans have an abundance of coal, and perhaps the Europeans will start to go back to using coal. We don't know. But I think that America's attempt to get the Europeans dependent on them will also eventually backfire on the Americans. Because as we all know, when it comes to working with the Americans love to blackmail you. They say, oh, you want to buy our stuff? Well, there's going to be tariffs, 30% tariffs, 50%. You want our oil? We are your only oil and natural gas. We're going to put tariffs on everything. And the Europeans don't want to be imprisoned by that. And so I think that America's attempt to get the Europeans dependent on American energy will also backfire, and the Europeans will look for alternative sources of energy. That's my prediction. And I think eventually the Middle East will be left to its own demise, and the Iranians will destroy the Gulf Arabs, and the Iranians and the Turks will destroy Israel. That's my prediction for this whole thing. And when you see the Americans getting closer to the Turks and allowing the Turks to have a hand in Gaza, regardless of the complaints of Israel, I think this is a sign of the widening of the chasm between the Americans and the Israelis. And I think that this is a sign that foreshadows America just eventually abandoning the Israelis and leaving Israel and much of the Middle East to its own demise. And remember, okay, so let's look at some more stuff here. U.S. Ambassador to Turkey cautions Israel against trying to block. Okay, I already read this. Okay. Barack says that U.S. President Donald Trump called Erdogan hours before the Gaza ceasefire was reached last October, requesting his assistance in bringing two Hamas leaders on board. So Donald Trump called up Turkey to assist the United States in getting Hamas to agree to a ceasefire with the Israelis. President Erdogan, Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, Intelligence Chief Ibrahim Kalin all spent that afternoon and brought those two Hamas leaders over, Barak recalls. It could have never happened had they agreed with us that Hamas was a foreign terrorist organization and that you have to exclude them. So because Turkey is an ally to Hamas, Turkey was absolutely vital to getting Hamas to agree to a ceasefire with Israel. And so the Israelis are complaining about America being nice to the Turks, having a hand in the governance of Gaza, and the Americans are saying, we don't care. We don't give a damn. And again, this is a foreshadowing sign of the abandonment of Israel. If you invited Turkey into the ISF, the International Security Force, which is America's attempt at making an international military force to be stationed in Gaza to keep the peace. Because we all know damn well that you cannot rely on the Israelis to keep any peace, because those bastards will start sniping kids. They would help with avoiding what's happening now, which is atrocities. Now look at this. Look at this. I can't believe what I'm reading here, guys. I can't believe what I'm reading here. The U.S. ambassador to Turkey and America's main envoy to Syria, Tom Barak, is saying, if you invited Turkey into the International Security Force, which, like I said, is a military force that America is trying to put together consisting of various militaries from various countries, from Kosovo, Albania, Indonesia, possibly Turkey. The Americans want to set up this ISF in Gaza. And they know that Israel cannot be relied upon to keep the peace in Gaza. They know that. And it says, if you invited Turkey into that international security force, they, meaning the Turks, would help with avoiding what's happening now, which is atrocities. Who's committing atrocities in Gaza? Who's killing kids in Gaza? We've heard numerous stories coming out of Gaza about Israelis sniping kids, doing drone strikes on toddlers. I read a story in which some poor Palestinian family was in their car and they were driving up to their house to see if their house was still intact after all of the bombings. And the IDF just blew up the entire van. The only person who survived was one of the kids because he was outside of the van. They blew up the entire van, killed the whole family. And this happened recently. So that's an atrocity. I mean, that goes without saying. And so Tom Barak is saying, well, we know that if Turkey was in Gaza, Israel's not going to be doing atrocities. Israel's not going to be doing violations. So they know in order to keep Israel in check, they got to put the Muslim country, the one Muslim country that scares the Israelis shitless, and that is Turkey. Guys, have you ever seen the Gaza? I got to show you guys this. Have you guys ever seen this before? Have you guys ever seen the Gaza bomb that Turkey has? It's insane. It's literally a mini nuke. I got to show you guys this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Gaza bomb. You guys want to see the firepower of Turkey? Oh my god, guys. Look at this. Look at this. This is why the Israelis are so scared shitless of Turkey. This is the reason why, right here. Look at this. Look at this shit, guys. It's called the Gazap. I don't think the Iranians even have this level of firepower. Look at this. That's a mini nuke. That's a mini nuke. Look at this. Boom. Could you imagine this landing? Gazaps dropped on them. You dropped bombs on Gaza? You guys are going to get a Gazap. That's what it's called. It's called a Gazap. Gazap. You can't spell Gazap without spelling Gaza. And so the Israelis dropped firebombs on Gaza. And Turkey is telling the Israelis, you guys dropped firebombs on Gaza? You guys are going to get a Gazap. What happened? We're back. Was there something wrong with my internet? Are we still good, guys? Is the connection still good? Hold up. Let me just make sure. Okay, looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Let me see something here. Going back to this article. It's good. Okay. So it says here. So it says here, I've been consistent in telling Israel that inclusion is the only answer. Exclusion is short-term. Barak then appears to call out those arguing that Israel's critics are biased against Jews. And Mr. Barak says, the world is not anti-Semitic. I grew up as a Lebanese Catholic in a very Jewish neighborhood. Everybody's done business with Jews. That's not the issue. Zionism was a question as to a definition, but the strategic future of it cannot be this harsh. So he's saying that Israel is too harsh, they're too brutal, and if we criticize Israel, we're not anti-Semitic. I mean, he's really calling out Israel here. It's pretty amazing. It's amazing. If you depend on the New York Times for your news, I must say that you're not exactly misinformed, but you're definitely lacking because I'll look at the New York Times and say, okay, the New York Times is reporting this, they're reporting that, blah, 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 but they're not reporting this. Why? I don't know. And it says here that Mr. Barak laments the horrible rhetoric being exchanged between the two countries and says we have to figure out a way to solve it. So we have to figure out a way to settle peace between the Israelis and the Turks. And that's not going to happen. Eventually, they're going to kill each other. That's what's going to happen. And the Turks are going to defeat and crush the Israelis with their Gazaps. That's my prediction. There was something else maybe I wanted to show you guys. There was this one thing about Indonesia. By the way, guys, America is working to strengthen the Indonesian military. This was not something that was widely reported on, but it is very significant. And it says here, U.S. and Indonesia form major defense cooperation partnership. Now, why do the Americans want to work with the Indonesians? It's something called the Strait of Malacca. So I'll look it up real quick here. Hold up. The Strait of what is it? Strait of Malacca. Where is the Strait of Malacca? What happened to the internet? The internet stopped. Did the internet stop all of a sudden? No, it seems like it's working. Is it working? It's okay? Why am I not getting the Strait of Malacca? Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, there's the Strait of Malacca right here. So here's the Strait of Malacca. And this is what makes Indonesia and Malaysia so geopolitically significant. Right here. Strait of Malacca. And here's the Strait of Malacca right here. Hold up. Right here. Strait of Malacca. And so you have this maritime territory between Malaysia and Indonesia. Here you have China. Here you have the South China Sea. So controlling this strait is very important because this is a massive trading route for the global economy. And America wants to arm the Indonesians further to be a check against the Chinese. And Indonesia, by the way, has a massive population of around, I want to say 250 something million people, and it has a massive, massive army. And their military is trained by the US military, and they're pretty advanced from what I understand. And the thing about Indonesia that makes it so interesting is that it also has very deep ties with Turkey. And Turkey is developing its own indigenously made fighter jet called the Khan fighter jet. It's supposed to be this first ever 5th generation fighter jet made by Turkey. And Indonesia was Turkey's first customer. It was Turkey's first customer. And Indonesia said, okay, we're going to buy dozens of fighter jets from Turkey. So Turkey and Indonesia are deepening security ties with each other. Meanwhile, Turkey and Indonesia both want to send troops into Gaza against the Israelis. Meanwhile, Turkey is also working to form its own pan-Turkic military bloc in Central Asia. So it looks like what Turkey is doing, really, is consolidating its power over the Islamic world. They are deepening ties with Iran and Pakistan against Israel. They're deepening security ties with Indonesia and the Central Asian Islamic Turkic countries of Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. And they're deepening their ties with the Muslim Balkan countries of Kosovo and Albania. And so you're seeing this massive Islamic confederation forming. Turkey wants to lead it alongside Iran as a very close ally, and also Pakistan. Of course, Pakistan being the only Muslim country that has nuclear weapons. And at the same time, Turkey and Indonesia are both talking about sending troops into Gaza, which would be a policy against the Israelis. So it looks like you're seeing this massive Islamic confederation being formed, and eventually it's going to be against Israel, which means Israel is screwed. And that's why the Israelis are terrified of the idea of Turkish and Kosovar and Albanian and Indonesian troops being in Gaza. They don't want that. And now you have the Americans working to strengthen the Indonesians as a proxy against the Chinese on the Strait of Malacca. And really what the Americans are doing is they're just strengthening the Islamic world. That's what the Americans are doing. And so now you're going to have a stronger Indonesia, a stronger Turkey, and it's going to be a massive Islamic power. The Americans don't care because they're going to see this as a weapon against the Russians and the Chinese, and the Israelis are going to be left to fend for themselves. And so it says here, U.S. and Indonesia form major defense cooperation partnership. And it says here, the framework deepens practical military ties in modernization, training, and operations while preserving full Indonesian sovereignty and avoiding any permanent U.S. bases. And again, you also have to include Japan. Japan is working with much effort and exertion to revive its military strength. They're working on becoming a nuclear-armed country. They are working to reform their pacifist constitution to allow Japan legally to become a serious military power that will be able to offensively go against Japan's neighbors. We're talking China and North Korea. Japan is also developing the capabilities of striking targets thousands of kilometers away. So Japan is getting very serious about its military capabilities. And so if you have, let's say, a coalition between, let's say, Japan, Turkey, Central Asian Turkic countries, possibly South Korea, Indonesia, that is a massive military force. You're talking about a massive military force, and that's something that China will have tremendous difficulty with. And that is an understatement, because Indonesia has hundreds of millions of people living within its borders, and it has a massive military. It can amass an army of literally millions of young men if it has to. And so Indonesia is a serious rising power. The fact that Indonesia has said, listen, we want to send 8,000 soldiers into Gaza, that's not just Indonesia being nice to its fellow Muslims. That is Indonesia projecting policy. That is Indonesia projecting foreign policy and projecting power at an international level. Indonesia working to deepen military ties with the United States. Indonesia working to, let's say, deepen military ties with Japan. These are all projections of power, and this is a sign of a massive military coalition being formed that the Americans hope to use against the Chinese. So let's say, so I'll read to you more of this, and maybe I'll show you guys a map. So it says here, it arrives as Jakarta, blah, 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 blah. Let's see here. Secretary Hegseth hosted Syamsuddin with full honors before closed doors discussions that produced the joint statement outlining the partnership. The two sides described it as a structured way to build on years of cooperation without looking either nation into formal alliances. Indonesia's free and active foreign policy remains intact, allowing it to engage the United States alongside partners such as Australia, China, and Russia. The agreement focuses on three core areas: military modernization and capacity building, training, and professional military, blah, blah, blah. So I think it's very obvious what the Americans want to do. They want to use the Indonesians against the Chinese on the Strait of Malacca. Oh, it says it right here. Indonesia controls the world's fourth largest population of the ASEAN's biggest economy. Sorry, hold on. Indonesia controls the world's fourth largest population and ASEAN's biggest economy and military. Its archipelago stretches across the Strait of Malacca and other choke points that carry much of the world's trade between the Indian and Pacific Oceans. For U.S. planners, smoother access across this expanse cuts response times in a theater defined by vast distances and growing anti-access threats from potential adversaries. The partnership lets both nations prepare the environment now so that any future crisis does not catch forces flat-footed. So there you have it, guys. Indonesian-American military deepening of ties. And America is strengthening the country that is the first customer for Turkey's fighter jets. So you already have a Turco-Indonesian deepening of ties. And I think that this alliance is going to get bigger. And I think on top of, I think alongside Turkey's Central Asian Turkic states, you're going to have a massive, massive Islamic confederacy led by Turkey, and Israel will not stand a chance. So let's see. I've been talking for 6 hours. Okay. U.S. tried it with the Philippines, now Indonesia. Yep, it's okay. It's good. Okay, we are good. Okay. And subscribe. Appreciate that, sir. Let's see. Abusive course of friendship. I would say they are friends with an understanding. Ask Chat GPT. Yeah, Israel is not very good at ceasefires. They don't honor anything. They have no honor. Let's see here. Not just Germany. British ships had to go around Africa and they were not amused, and it's threatening Starmer's government. Yup. Yup, absolutely. They won't get insured. Yep, absolutely. It's an old alliance. The Iranians and the Germans? Yeah, it is. It's pretty old. Norway has oil. That's correct. They're mutually inclusive, blah, blah, blah. My name's Ted Cruz, and that's anti-Semitism, blah, blah, blah. Israel first or America first? America first, guys. I say Christ first. I'm going to go with that one because America can do something evil. I don't want to be America first in that case. If the approval rating for the war with Iran is 30%, then a war with Turkey would be less. It'd be nothing. It would be just nothing. Erdogan was given his fork-tongued speech criticizing his opponents of wanting to be Western European, strange as he wanted to join the EU for years. Yeah, there's a big push in Turkey to become more westernized. That's true. I booked it to moving to Albania. What if Turkey and Israel unite under Greater Israel? That's not going to happen. Because stuff like what's happening to the Palestinians has happened to a lot of other people around the world, and people are silent. Okay. Yeah, it's the arrogance that comes along with it, and the fact that we were brainwashed to revere Israel that has caused this vicious reaction against Israel. Let's see here. Said, what is your tobacco? I already read that. It was a Christmas blend. It's pretty good. Let's see here. I think he's been busy with a significant other. Okay, great. Dude, has anyone seen her from Goose Hunter? Yeah, I haven't seen that guy in a long time. I wonder what happened to him. Goose Hunter, if you're listening, whatever happened to you, man? Crazy world, absolutely. Absolutely, guys. All right, guys, I'll see you later. We had a lot of fun. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. See you there, Short Pharaoh, Kuznet, Celtic Believer, Catalyp, Skills, Catherine, Donald, Piasic, Kelly, Mr. Sweet, Gabriel, Circa Before, Neem Flowers, 406 Crusader, Sea Monkeys, Fester, and everyone else. Good night. Yep. Good night. See ya. And we had a good stream. Other than the first couple of hours of the stream, the first couple, man, I really got to get rid of this habit, guys. I don't know where this came from. I never really had this issue, but I don't know what happened. But like in the first 2 hours of this stream, I kept tripping over my words, and I wasn't able to express myself as adequately as as adequately and as clearly as I wanted to. And it just, I don't know. By the second or third hour, or yeah, by the third hour, I felt more fluid. Maybe it's just because I need to warm up my brain and for these streams. I don't know, but it's a problem. It's a problem, and I don't like it. I really got to fix it. And I think the problem is the more that I think about correcting it, the worse it becomes. I think I just need to just let go and just not worry about it. And I think if I let go and not worry about it, then I'll be fine. It won't happen as much, if ever again. And I just got to relax. I think what I'm gonna do for the beginning of my streams, I'm going to make the first couple of hours just relaxed. I think I'm going to read slower. I'm going to talk a little bit slower, and I'm just going to relax for the first hour or so of the stream. And I think that if I do that, then I'll get my brain warmed up, because I notice the brain is a muscle. And so, like any other muscle, you got to warm up. You got to warm it up before you use it. So if you use, like, if you want to do, I don't know, like tricep extensions or something like that, if you want to do a workout, an intense physical workout, you got to warm your body up, right? You got to stretch a little bit. You got to get your heart rate going. You can't just jump into it, because you're going to injure yourself, and you're not going to perform as well, because you're going to be cold, and it's very difficult to immediately go from cold to super hot within seconds. And it's really difficult to do that, and that's where you injure yourself, and that's where you get like tired really easily. But if you relax, warm up for a good 20 or 30 minutes, or at least 15 minutes, and then slowly transition into your workout, and then increase the intensity as the minutes go by, you do a much better job, and you perform a lot better. And I think the same thing goes for the human mind. Like, I gotta really just warm it up, you know. And I think the problem is that I have been wanting to just jump right into the subject right in the beginning of the stream, and talk fast and get really intense, and I need to just let go and relax in the first hour or so of the stream, and then slowly just settle my brain into the stream. I think that would be a better. I think I'll have a better time doing that. A relaxed intro segment sounds good. Yeah, I think you did great. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta warm up, because in the beginning I was just like tripping over my words, and just not good, not good, not good, not good, not good. So I gotta just warm up in the beginning, and then like I noticed that for this stream I was tripping over my words a lot in the first hour or so, first couple hours, and then once I started getting into Josephus, I felt super fluid, and I felt very explosive, and I felt like I could express myself more intensely in a more fluid manner. And I think that was when the warm up finally was doing its thing and doing what it's functioning, doing what it's supposed to do. So I gotta just warm up. I think the first hour or so, it's just gonna be relaxed, and then if I feel like, upping the intensity, I will. But I can't. I don't want to force anything. I think that's my problem. Is I'm trying to force my brain to just get right into a complex subject, and it just doesn't work. I thought you did great. Appreciate that, sir. What if we watch a favorite movie clip of yours or something for the first? No, no, because then you got copyright issues, man. And then the YouTube can shut down your stream right in the middle of it being. YouTube can literally shut down your stream as it's being done in real time if you start doing that too much. You could read something. I mean, I think I just need to just relax, talk with you guys for a little bit, and then get to the first article and then read slowly, like read slow and be more meticulous and just talk in a more concise way. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I had the same problem last week, and I had the same problem the week before that, and I had the same problem in the stream before that one. But yeah, these past 5 or 6 weeks or so, I've just had this issue. And the thing is that before that, I didn't really have this issue. If you look at my older streams, I just didn't have that issue. And I think the reason is because I was looking at my older streams just to see, okay, where did I go wrong? And what I noticed was, and I guess I just didn't notice this. I didn't notice that I was doing this. But if you look at my older streams, I would begin the streams by just talking in a relaxed way. And I need to go back to doing that. Anyway, learn some things. Yep. I enjoy it. Appreciate it. Cadle up skills. Maybe the lack of your brew is bringing in imbalance. The lack of brew. Maybe, yeah. Need some alcohol. Yep. All right. See you later, Kelly. See you later, Jacob Glowsticks. You're the only one I've seen a lot of streamers struggle with this. Yeah, a lot of streamers struggle with this. I've seen it. I've seen the best do it. I've seen Asmongold do this. I've seen what's his name? Legendary Drops. I've seen Maximilian do. Like, this is the problem is you're trying to get your brain to focus on two things. You're trying to get your brain to focus on the chat and to focus on the news and to focus on your commentary, and you're focusing on three different things at one point in time at once, and your brain just wasn't designed for that. And so what you have to do is to get your brain to forget the fact that it's talking to a camera. That's just the bottom line. You gotta just stop thinking about the fact that you're on a stream and just start talking like you're talking to people in front of you. And when you do that, you perform a lot better. So you're a power streamer, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I'll see you guys later, and be well. Have a good weekend. Thank you for a great Friday night. Good night, Theo. Good night. God bless you, sir. God bless you, Short Farrell. See you later, Mr. Circa. And be well. God bless you guys and have a good weekend. And you guys just heard some Theo Logi. God bless.